game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Hold up, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me, like bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, braid the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty, it's the time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive, hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
looking for no wifey, but you're trying to entice me. No way, I see PJ, cause your body the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, am I calling late? I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you.
You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do.
You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
could be everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let you. Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. You got 5 senses, so take your time with all them. Cause I need you to look at it before you go to just tasting that feeling on me. You know there's a cookie here, but before you go tasting, I need you to breathe. Cause I wanna be everything you need, and I need to be everything you want to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah.
back it up. First of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, yo. Shots to the face. So rock with the Sprite. He might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cop shut us down, but we turn up anyway. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Patty cake, it's a 1, 2, 3. All that body on a fake, she can't twerk like me. You know I don't get tired, I can run on E. And if you ain't talking money, then the talk is cheap. Independent with my money, why they mad? Acting funny, if you tryna take it from me, better tell him go and run it. Need to go and take your tummy. And your man, I know he want me, taste like honey. Head so good, he a dummy. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand.
Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't noticed, exit like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, flex getting coldest, flex getting coldest. Crib down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. Hey, that's light. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and it's still like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it. Yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach. I cook like I'm frying up chicken, and ain't no debate on the hood, man. They catch it. I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, but beating it. Yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, hot. Fresh out the skillet. Yeah, busy. I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy. I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG. It won't get you nothing but fake love and whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man. We finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion. I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile, stiff arm you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you getting mobbed, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me like bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, on the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air brake to dry, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty, it's a time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive, hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
I ain't looking for no wifey, but you're trying to entice me. No way, I see PJ, cause your body the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, am I calling late? I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick, cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm excited to be here. Looking forward very much to seeing what we can do coming into today, because there's a lot to focus on coming into this. Like, between the playoff bracket, people trying to secure themselves those playoff spots is going to be great, but we do have to look at yesterday's games to kick us off. Yeah, I mean, not the best of starts here coming through for IG. Kind of finishing themselves off in that playoff contention, but we're going to have to see.
Yeah, we definitely are. We're going to look at these standings here. We're going to look at some of the secured spots that we do have here with the team standings, as we do have some secured slots, a lot of green bars, but at that 9-10 slot, we still have a couple spots left.
Yeah, I mean, it's really heating up between that 9th to 11th place, because one win across the board coming through for BLG, our top esports, takes JDG out of contention. But there is a world where we end up with a three-way tiebreaker between BLG, top esports, and JDG. So maybe we end up with shenanigans to run us out towards the end of the split.
That's the funnest part here, the potentials, the possibilities of craziness in the LPL. But we got to look at today's matches. We got to look at what's ahead of us here as we do kick off that week 9. And it's going to be some fun ones. We still got some interesting things that could happen tonight as well, with our first series being Ultra Prime taking on BLG. And then we're going to be following that one up with Rare Adam and Suning doing battle.
Yeah, I think there's both these games are going to be absolutely fantastic. Ultra Prime just coming up off the back of unbelievable win over Top Esports. I think a lot of people are surprised by that. And certainly for Rare Adam versus Sunni, I think that's going to be a slower paced game, but certainly one that's going to be pretty interested to see how it all pans out.
It is. It's going to be fun. I'm ready for an action-packed night. I'm hoping for the 6-game dream. But first, we got to hand out some awards as well, Dagda. We get the honor as we're kicking off Week 9 to give out those Week 8 awards. And we're going to be starting off with the Rookie of the Week. And it's your boy Cream coming out. I know you're happy about that one.
I mean, is anyone surprised? The guy's been an absolute monster every time he takes to the Rift, and like, I just love seeing how this guy's kind of grown, because we've seen a hell of a lot of these assassins coming through from, but we're starting to see more things like the Orianna and these kind of picks come through, and he looks splendid as well. So Kareem, a well-earned spot, and with Yukai, you can see there as well, stepping into RNG and having a really good time.
Yeah, I think that's also impressive. A couple of names down there as well. The Shanks, ZS, even on sneaking on in there for Suning. But next, we got to talk about the best of the Rift for week number 8. It's some likely names here. A couple OMG stars coming through, though.
Yeah, I mean, the OMG just kind of taking out a bit of a tear, trying to make sure that they can say, oh, they do confirm that playoff spot. So excited to see what these guys can do. But you're also seeing Xiaohu, who really stepped up to the mark alongside Ming on RNG, continuing that crazy streak that we've seen from RNG, alongside LWX as well, who that Ophelio's playing on. Just watching him blow up his opponents with that Inferno was just nasty.
It really is. And I just got to give a little side throw to RNG still being masters of the Rift. But we're going to talk about best player of the week. And it's Aki coming out with some different picks this time around, but some strength all along.
That Zach was nasty. Like, watching him pick up that MVP play was just disgusting. Guy was everywhere, just absolutely destroying people. So happy to see kind of Aki getting a bit of recognition, especially since we saw him being the super aggressive jungler. It's starting to find a really solidified spot on this OMG roster.
It is, and it's really fun to look at and give out some of these awards, especially being able to see some of the crazy performances we got to see throughout the week. But now, Dagda, it's time to get to the nitty gritty. It's time to get to week number 9, because we got to kick off the final week here in the LPL summer split, and it starts off with a bang. We got Ultra Prime versus BLG. BLG still hunting for that playoff spot, but things are looking up for up.
Yeah, things have been looking spectacular for Ultra Prime. They have been looking better and better as the split has gone on, and we've seen kind of these weird nuanced picks coming through from SMLZ, like the Swain, like the Brand, that have opened up their drafting is great for some really creative picks. But they're also just looking a hell of a lot better. I mean, we just see all them come off the back of that victory over Top Esports.
Yeah, I think that's the most impressive thing here, and we're going to take a little bit more of a deep dive into that series, because it started off shaky with the first game of the series, but being able to pull it from the brink over and over again for Ultra Prime and just feeling it in the game, as it really is starting to come all together at the last moments, which is insane for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I really thought that at the end of it, we kind of see, okay, Ultra Prime, they just kind of go, softly into the night, not really give up too much of a struggle. But we saw them come out against Top Esports, and I think this series kind of told the story of their split, right? We see this not so hot start to the game. They got absolutely demolished by Top Esports. Even on any plays that they tried to set up, there was just a really good answer coming through from Top Esports. But as this series went on, game 2, game 3, they were doing a phenomenal job of matching the early skirmishes from Top Esports, outplaying them on the map, and consistently trading up as this game went on. And it really did make for a magnificent series where it was close, but Ultra Prime able to push Top Esports to the limit and take the series as well.
And the fact, like, you're watching some of these fights unfold, like, this was a pick-off by Top at the beginning of the fight, and then just completely turned around. And say it like here, this is the decisive play from Ultra Prime, where they are deciding, TP plays in, it's getting responded to, but they're able to keep cool heads in all of this craziness and take it to one of the top teams in the LPL's history.
Yeah, I can't believe it. And look, I mean, even this was the game that was supposed to be, Top Esports, this is the give me. They get to go up towards the playoff spot. We've got ourselves locked and loaded. And everyone kind of went, wait, what? How did this happen? Yeah, and look, I think it was phenomenal to see. And again, Ultra Prime here today get to play a little bit of that upset, and I'm hoping that we do get to see them really come out and try and take this against BLG and just see if maybe they can cause these issues, and especially for teams like JDG who are keeping their eyes on this series, if they can do JDG the solid.
A lot riding on it, especially, but we got to talk about the members themselves. Billy coming in here. welcome to the playoffs? Question mark. As it's been an interesting ride.
Yeah, one win would mean that BLG can solidify that playoff spot. It means that JDG cannot catch them on game difference, but it's been a bit of a mixed bag coming through for BLG, because I know a lot of people are hyped about this roster, and myself included, coming into summer 2021. We're like, oh yeah, we got like the core members of V5 coming in with Bew. We had PP God, we had Wei coming through. It's like, this is going to be absolutely splendid. It's going to look class. And then I was like, oh, well, PP God's having a bit of a rough split. It's not looking the best. It's starting to come together though towards the end, where Aiming stepping up as this massive carry for the team. We're starting to get Zika looking really good as well, and it finally feels like maybe we can get BLG coming in towards playoffs and having a good run.
It's definitely fun, but now we got to also talk about their partner application here for BLG, because it's been as you were kind of alluding to, as we've been alluding to, it's been an interesting ride, but there's some very high highs and some low lows as well.
Yeah, it's been a bit all over the place. And look, what we want to try and highlight here is that basically every team that BLG has beaten has been below them in the standings, apart from FPX. And that's where you can see on your white people happy the teams that they've actually managed to take a series off of. But it does mean that when we come in towards playoffs, we need to see them trying to play a little bit more solid, not getting caught out in different scenarios, actually being able to play towards their strengths and setting themselves up for success. Because otherwise, as you can see, like, it's not going to be the best of partnership applications or playoff applications, because all the teams above them have been able to beat them, and they're just nestled barely in at that 10th place spot, 9th place spot if they're coming into playoffs.
Get a little imposter syndrome there as you find yourself amongst the rabble. But one of the key pieces to BLG's success is that the synergies that you find across the board, but especially in one specific area, and it's that Zika peekaboo that we've been talking about behind the scenes, but now that we're going to talk about on stage.
Yeah, the Zika peekaboo is what we're naming all the assassins and these melee carries that Zika likes to try and bring to the table. You can see them there. Like, we've kind of known since last 2020 that we're definitely getting more of this style coming through from Zika, and as the meta has shifted in towards this, he's found some really good successes, especially on champions like the Akali, like the Lee Sin. You can see a 44 KDA, a 41 KDA over the course of 3 games each. This guy has been a monster on them, and he ends up playing these super aggressive dive compositions that allow for Aiming on these long range carries to either, you know, facilitate him, whether it comes through his form of Arcane Barrage and Mega Inferno Bomb for his zigs, and he's just causing an absolute ruckus in the backline, which makes it really difficult for teams to try and answer back and set up their own composition correctly, because they've got Zika permanently diving the backline and making sure that this AD carries under threat.
And that's why I love these kind of aggressive picks for Zika, because one thing we set out for this team is like, you need to have some of those distractions, somebody to, you know, maybe play a little bit of the bluff for Aiming so he can really get that damage dealt in these big team fights. And you see here, you know, Zika ain't no slouch. He's carrying some of these fights himself. He's able to provide a serious pressure point for BLG to play around, as well as Aiming.
Yeah, and that's the big one here, is that you're actually getting a little bit more of a solidified mid lane, which is helping out quite a bit, especially if they start to play towards that top side, towards Bew, which has kind of been the go-to for BLG for a lot of the splits.
Yeah, and as we do get to see the stage for the first time of the evening, we have BLG taking the stage. First of all, there's Zika right there in the middle himself, and BLG wanting to secure that win, wanting to secure themselves playoffs, not wanting the crazy LPL world of the weird 3-way tiebreaker kind of situation going on. You know they want to slam home some games tonight, Dagda.
Yeah, if BLG really want to try and take this series, it just guarantees them the split. And like, as you said, avoids the situation where like you end up with 8-8, same game difference for BLG against Top Esports, JDG, where each one of the teams has the head-to-head over the other one. So we end up in this wonderful land of, well, lads, we got to try and fix some extra, or put some extra series in here to fix this.
Yeah, exactly that. And you see players are on the stage ready to go, and getting ready for that, we got to talk a little bit more about what we're looking for both these teams, Dagda, because when we're setting up this matchup between the two, you know, we have a very volatile top lane, but you're still looking for very heavy skirmishing, at least in the jungle. But the macro is coming down to this bot lane matchup, the mid lane matchup, and how these things kind of coincide where the jungle pathing lies.
Yeah, I think the biggest one for me is going to be looking towards, definitely for BLG, BuBu in that top side. They've been highly prioritizing him in this draft phase, taking things like the Lee Sin early. We've actually seen teams starting to ban that away from BuBu in that top side. And as well, then putting a lot of pressure coming through from Weiwei up towards him in the early stages. And it feels like it ends up leaving Aiming kind of on his own. And despite being like the major carry for this team, Aiming gets little to no resources. And when you look at like this statistics wise, like the majority of his gold is picked up post 15 minutes because he oftentimes comes down the lane with a deficit because he's had so little resources. So we got to see more now, I think, when we get towards the kind of the mid game given towards Amy, when it comes towards waves, farm, kill setup, and then he can set himself up to be that big carry that BLG have been looking for.
What I think is really interesting about this matchup is you're talking a little bit about BuBu, talking about the top side of the matchup. We're seeing finding success later on in the bottom side and things along those lines. But for Ultra Prime, right, you're looking at Hacker to be the highlight act for this team, get everybody ahead, or at least get himself ahead, and be supported in the late game team fights by Xiao Bao and by SMLZ, as we're going to be getting into it here pretty soon, Dagda.
Yeah, and the big one again is going back towards these early aggressive picks for Hacker. Like, that's why we're seeing things like the Olaf banned away. Not too sure what the last ban is. Looks like we're having a bit of a bug on the screen. No. But either way, like, it is that early aggressive junglers that we want to take off the board. Now for Ultra Prime, it looks like they're going to be able to get that anyway. Hacker going to get his hands on that Xin Zhao. This is his most played pick, and I think by far his best pick as well, because of the early aggression he can have. It does give this Viego over towards BLG, which has been the craziest power pick on the current patch.
That's what I was going to say, is you have to be so scared to give this power pick over to BLG and be able to build their team around it as well after that first pick. They go ahead and lock in the Aphelios, and Aiming really happy to be picking that one up especially. And I wonder how Ultra Prime respond here. There's still a lot of very strong picks on the table. This Gwen is one of them, but you still have other things along the lines of getting set up for your laning phases as well.
The Gwen is a super nice pick, but traditionally when I've looked at ZS, I've actually preferred him on like more kind of beefcake engage tools, the likes of like the Set, the Renekton, these kind of things that I think work a hell of a lot better just as an engage tool for Ultra Prime. But we are going to get the Gwen. I wouldn't be surprised to see like a support taken away here, maybe something like the Nautilus, but they're actually just going to go towards the comfort for Xiao Bao. He's kind of been pretty much going back towards the Victor, the Orianna, and these control mages in the mid lane. So it looks like they're just like, hey, look, we just want to make sure we guarantee this easy matchup for Xiao Bao, and we can look at the AD carries and supports later.
Yeah, I think giving that survivability in mid lane to Xiao Bao is going to be nice, at least. And also, you get the Gwen pickup. It's, BuBu's most played. Maybe that Viego's going top, but there's still a lot of flexibility there. So you're able to get something on your side for that one for ZS. So we'll see how that matchup ends up panning out. But we got a Kennen as the third pickup for BLG.
And this has been something that BuBu's gone towards quite a bit. I was curious to see if it was the Jace or the Kennen, but it's a really good counter pick in towards this Gwen because you've got this range, especially something like the Kennen as well has a bunch of magic damage, which bypasses the crazy high armor that you see on Gwen. So setting up BuBu for success once again, and especially if you can get some jungle attention up there early, it's very easy for this Kennen to become an absolute menace in the lane, in the team fights. And when you're looking at a composition from Ultra Prime that is looking towards dive, getting up close and personal, that enables this Kennen so much.
I think the Kennen can just be a complete game changer here in this draft. But we got second phase of bans already coming through. By the way, the first ban got fixed. It was a Ziggs ban. Lulu and Tom Kench were banned away by BLG. The Volley Bear gets banned away by Ultra Prime. Very good one, at least a heavy skirmisher, one of Weiwei's most picked. And then they also target the TF here.
So trying to stop any sort of these plays towards the top side of the map. Now Zika's pool has been pinched quite a bit, so I'm curious to see if Zika is going to be the one piloting the Viego, or if we do get to see that for Weiwei. I feel like right now that's a mid lane Viego, and we'll probably see Weiwei taking something a little bit later on. And then when we look across at Ultra Prime now, we're going to be looking towards that AD carrying support pool. With the Nautilus taken away, that's kind of been the go-to against the Aphelios. Potential here for Leona to try and answer for that. And then I'll be looking at the AD carries going, hey, maybe we go towards Ezreal. It's been a pretty big pick in the meta at the moment, but SMLZ, he's got some crazy picks. God only knows what he's going to bring out.
He does. We talked about it a little bit
there
before.
We go.
Oh, there it is, baby. We get the Kindred Alistair insta double lock, and look at the faces on your screen. I'm just as excited, Dagda.
Of course there's a Kindred.
It has
what
to
else
be.
could there
It's Ultra
possibly
Prime,
be?
baby.
But look, I actually like this Kindred because Kindred is a very aggressive tool in the laning phase. Really high damage output, and again you get that safety with the ultimate as well. We just talked about, hey, you've got this big cannon ultimate that's going to be coming through, a relatively short range composition for Ultra Prime. This ultimate, the Lamb's Respite from Kindred, going to get a hell of a lot of value in this short range kind of dive oriented composition. Upside though for BLG, there we go, they rounded out with that Trundle. We were saying, hey, we thought this was the Viego mid, and it means that the Trundle, that traditional counter that we started to see come out against the Xin Zhao, is going to be coming in. Get rid of the AD, where you're able to chomp him down, getting that Subjugate to steal all the stats. It's a really nice pick in towards this Xin Zhao.
Yeah, it really is. And here it makes me think of like where we're going to see Zika do on this Viego. How oppressive can he be in the lane? And can Xiao Xiaobao be able to play safety, or at least safer, against that Viego matchup? But I'm still looking at this bot lane, man. I know we talked a lot about the rest of the map and how it, later game it comes down to this bot lane, but I'm seeing some spice early, and that's what I want to kind of dive into and see if these junglers are going to be able to influence that at all.
Yeah, I think if you can actually just leave SMLZ on this Kindred, he should win the lane regardless. Like, the mobility that you have in this Kindred, being able to very quickly, like, with the press of the attack, and also the E, you end up getting so much damage off that third auto attack. It's absolutely insane. So these quick burst trades are what you're going to be looking for as Kindred. It's obnoxious to try and push her out as well because she gets that healing off the W. This is it's actually a relatively strong AD carry pick in these right matchups where she can't just be bullied because of the range discrepancy.
And something else for Ultra Prime that's been super crucial into how they win and find success, at least, is Xiaoxi getting involved with Hacker, right? And how does this Kindred facilitate that? How do we see the differences in that fashion? Because it's going to be a lot to be said for Ultra Prime to take down this composition. I feel like there's a lot of damage potential. There's a lot of team fight potential on the side of BLG, but you're not looking too shabby yourself on Ultra Prime, and it really is going to come down to like who is able to carry out these laning phases more simply and better, right? And I think that it's going to come down a lot for this first game to how execution comes out, and then we're going to see that play into the rest of the game. But we already see the beauty of Summoner's Rift before us, Dagda. We're going to be getting into the thick of things here. Game number 1, Ultra Prime versus BLG, kicking off now.
And I think we're going to end up with a very split map in this game. When you look towards Ultra Prime, bot lane, as you said, Mazel, is going to be the name of the game. Trying to get these plays going early, help out this Kindred, get that ball rolling, especially trying to get these stacks on towards Kindred. Like, actually being able to go in and evade is actually pretty key. It's one of the downsides to taking this Kindred into that bottom lane. But on the opposite side for BLG, I mean, you've got a Viego mid, a Trundle with this pillar can be obnoxious for Xiao Xiaobao to deal with. We already talked about how BuBu is going to be destroying this top lane matchup, even in a situation... Oh, hang on, actually. Nice pathing here from ZS.
Yeah, he's able to sneak around the backside. BuBu's like, oh no, we've traded sides. What do we do? He's able to just trade right back. It's a little bit early game shenanigans.
Exactly. You start this E on the cannon because it does give you a bunch of like magic resist, armor as well, and you get to piece the hell out. So managing to avoid that as some heavy trading bot side, but just going to walk away.
Nothing too crazy just yet. Waiting on those level 2s, but I like that PP God and Aiming are staying aggressive with the range advantage they have this early on.
Yeah, I mean, at least at the moment, you can try and trade heavily here as Aiming PP God, because Alistair, we've talked about it, not really a champion till level 2, so just trying to abuse the matchup that you have, and eventually this will turn though. Level 3 is where you get that big spike for Ultra Prime, and the potential is sky high for these all-ins, as... Actually, they will have to play it a little bit safe, though, for a moment, just as you see the jungle routes, right? Hacker going topside, trying to facilitate ZS a little bit, whereas as we look towards Weiwei, he's actually pathing bot side. So if you try to go for these aggressive early all-ins, it could be SMLZ and Xiaoxi running afoul of the Trundle.
I think that's... we got to keep our eye on this pathing, because this next moment, like where we see these junglers kind of deciding on their early game path is going to be super crucial. I want to see if maybe we see a wraparound towards mid lane, or if we actually do see the full opposite side commits. You've got so much pressure on the bot side for Aiming and PP God right now. It'd be hard to get a gank off unless you're looking for a dive, but against this composition, maybe not the easiest thing to pull off. So I think the early priority is working into BLG's favor, but you also have to be careful.
Yeah, the big thing that I want to see from BLG, though, is playing through this top side. Because you're talking about, hey, look, the opportunity, like, if you burn a flash and Xiao Xiao Bao and repeat gank, it's so easy to kill him. Especially you just plonk the Trundle Pillar down behind him, you can get stuns like this, and you can already see great trades from Zika. Yeah.
And Zika's just able to find so much. Ooh, bot lane, we're getting a little bit of action. There's level 3s abound. There's that burst you were talking about. Jeez, Amy taking a lot of damage off the top of it, but not going to come down with anything. Potions a ticking for both sides. We do have both junglers coming down bot lane, though. We said maybe this opposite sides. No, it's going to be same side. We're going to get a tussle early. It's a 3v3 developing down here. Now turned into a 4v4 TPs. That's PP God falling first. Who's going to be next? That's already another kill. SMLZ goes down, and it's chaos early on. The blood of the LPL is being spilled, and Ultra Primer coming out on top just yet. No, it's going to be a trade back. Aiming has found himself a kill, and now BLG are surging as they find the resets for Zika.
Zika picked up so much in that play, being able to get these quick resets, finding more abilities to throw out, especially at these early stages, can turn the fight very quickly in BLG's favor. But all said and done, it's 3 for 2 in favor of BLG. You're looking at kill Aphelios, kill for Viego, and a kill going to that Kennen in the top side. Ultra Prime just ran out of steam too quickly in that fight.
It was a bit of a full commit for both sides. Like, we start off with 2. It's cool. It's a 2v2. Okay, junglers are coming. It's a 3v3. All right, let's commit TPs. Let's go full smorgasbord down here, baby.
I think this was a bit of a mistake from Xiaoxi at the start of this, though. I think if he knocks up the Nautilus, pushes him back, he ends up setting up perfectly for the Xin Zhao who's coming in, and we don't get this super elongated lane.
Yeah.
Ultra Prime overextend for the Nautilus, and it means that when the TPs come in, BLG are able to capitalize. So I think it was just Xiaoxi not quite trying to get, set up the play as effectively as they could, but really good reaction from BLG to turn that back around with the 5-man play already in the bottom side.
I know, gotta appreciate it, and honestly, I wouldn't want anything else to start us off in this series, but you do have Hacker back down towards this bot lane. PP God and Amy are getting a little bit aggressive as Chelsea and SMLZ not having a lot of health. Now Hacker's in here, PP God's just dead again.
And that's the play that I was expecting to see the other way around.
Chelsea goes down to Aiming. That is so unfortunate.
Get burnt. The Infernum coming across, just about able to catch the cow and get a bit of roast beef going in the bot. So Xiao Xiao Bao now.
Maybe some roast beef being cooked up in mid lane as well. There's no cow to be present, but they're cooking up something as Zika and Xiao Xiao Bao are at each other's throat, and Zika gets the better of him. My God, it's 6 minutes in. We have 8 kills. Yes!
And this is like everything that goes wrong for Ultra Prime in this mid lane. Xiao Xiao Bao has the highest deaths of any mid laner in the LPL, and it's unfortunate that sometimes it's with all the jungler pressure. Other times it's just mistakes like that. Not respecting the flash that could come through from Zika, the damage that could come through from the Viego as well after getting that initial kill, picking up that early sheen, and Xiao Xiao Bao falls. And now, like, if you're Wei, you're just licking your lips. You're like, phenomenal.
Yeah.
I'm going to go pop a Trundle Pillar in that mid lane and get a couple more kills from my boy Zika.
A beautiful setup right now. You've honestly got so much advantage towards this bot side of the map with that mid lane 2-0 Viego, but you also got the 2-0 Aiming on the Aphelios. We know how deadly this composition can be when you get further into the game, and now the onus is on SMLZ and Ultra Prime here to find some responses. They can't let this kind of get away from them with the early Kindred pick and things along those lines.
And it's really difficult as well because you got Bubu with that early kill. He's in a really good spot in this top side of the map. So now Buewa is just like, cool, I actually don't need to try and facilitate this Kennen to push in, get these advantages. He already has that advantage. So I'm just going to go and play around bot side, shut down Ultra Prime trying to get this Kindred ahead and make sure we're in a good spot. It's why we're seeing so much action down around this bottom side. It's why we're responding beautifully.
And we do see Wei across the map right now, maybe looking toward getting some action elsewhere, but we do also have Hacker just trying to clear away his bottom side jungle and get something going, at least in terms of farm for himself, because right now you're still looking for those early things. You've got one dragon over to BLG, early objectives going the way of the team that has the stronger hand at the moment, and I think there's a way to get clawed back into this game for Ultra Prime, at least at this time, but you've also got to make sure you're setting yourself in a position for that, not necessarily always being reactive with your plays.
Yeah, I mean, they're not exactly trading the best right now. You can see Oh, hang on. Even going forward. No,
he's got a lot of range. He's got a lot of damage on the side of aiming. And Chelsea and SMLZ need to be very careful with the lack of range they have. That's the biggest kicker right now in this laning phase that I've seen.
Yeah, it's not quite working out for them, and especially as you can see right now, right? BLG turned that pressure that they have from mid and top in towards that Rift Tower, but there's nothing for Ultra Prime to try and trade on the bottom side. Aiming and PP God were already in too good of a position. You don't really have the level 6 for Shousey to look for any sort of dive, so they just back off. So it's again more of these picks that are going in favor of BLG, and looks like they may actually want to facilitate this play top.
All right, ZS has the cavalry coming though. You've got both Shousey and Hacker headed up the lane. I think that they're gonna realize something could be happening here for BLG. They're gonna back off, get a plate for BuBu, but maybe they overextend here. A lot of members, even Xiao Sao Bao up here, and Weiwei might just go down to the needlework. There's the Maelstrom to stop ZS's engagement. The rest of Ultra Prime show up just a tad too late, Dagna.
Yeah, you can see how much damage can be turned around very quickly with this duo, though. A Subjugate into that Maelstrom just shreds ZS, and if there wasn't the rest of Ultra Prime there, that could have been a much more of a disaster play for ZS, but at least they defend the tower. They're keeping themselves safe for the moment, but this is going to be a repeat play topside. They're just going to look to continuously solidify these advantages for BuBu and make Danger Mouse as big as possible.
Yeah, I think that's the big ticket here. And I've really loved to see the influences we've seen from PP God and Shousey so far. I still think that that is an integral piece to add on to Weiwei and Hacker's success for their teams here. And they've been able to get these roam timers pretty consistently so far. And so I want to see that continue to go. But again, I know I'm going to harp on it again. I would like to see Ultra Prime being a little bit proactive with their plays here. I think that that would help the strength of their team, especially with Hacker on the Jin Zhao. And then you also have SMLZ on that Kindred. I still need to see that kind of coming through. You have the Kraken Slayer now completed for SMLZ. You have a nice little power spike here.
The biggest problem for SMLZ is just that he hasn't been able to get very many of these marks. You can still,
exactly.
Well, just the top side of the map was where the Scuttle had spawned, and that had the mark. He's still sitting, but like nowhere near capable of trying to like set himself up here. So it's not like you can look for invades into the jungle with SMLZ to see if you can steal away some of these marks for the Kindred. And it does mean that when you get to this mid-game portion, despite the early Kraken Slayer, you're just not really going to be in a position to really go toe-to-toe because you've got that crazy short range. So for Ultra Prime, they're still trying to wait for some of the scaling to come in, like by the champion innate abilities, and also with things like ZS, the Orianna here as well. Like, it's going to be a bit of a later time before they can really come online. But when you look across at BLG, that fits them beautifully, right?
Yeah.
Aphelios, Viego, Trundle, these are all things that want that time to get scaled into the game.
And now that we have a Rift Herald on the map, right, for Weiwei, my biggest next question is where are you going to use it? It's looking like a little bit of pressure mid lane. That tower is sitting at just over that 4th plate mark, very close to being able to be executed by the Rift Herald. You can just do a little bit of damage there. But I believe it's going to float between mid and bot, right? These are the two major areas right now. We've seen a little bit of focus towards top, but this is where the eggs are in the baskets.
I think it's going to be a mid lane play just to get this priority for the dragon that's about to spawn. You can kind of do the double whammy, get some nice little bit of gold in towards the hands of Zeke as well. But Weiwei does spot out Hacker here, so may not be able to make this play.
Oh, he loses the ward. Man, it was so close. He was going to go for it. No, not really. But BLG are back on this bot lane, and PP God's getting an engage on the Hacker. Nice little double knockup from the pulverize of Shousey, but maybe he is caught out now. Decent amount of damage from BLG, but nothing really to follow up. Dragon is alive and available. You got a lot of members of BLG down here. They're not going to commit to it just because of the potential response from Ultra Prime. They will find Xiao Sao Bao again. Heartbreaker is not going to get it, and they will not find the kill, but it was very close, and the flash is gone yet again as Rift Herald comes out.
Ezekiel going to get a lot of gold off of this as well. You can see Ultra Prime, they're trying to secure that first mark coming through for the Kindred on the bottom side as this is all going on. But Weiwei, not quite able to steal it away.
Hey, they're able to get the mark. SMLZ. Oh, they're TPing now, though. You're getting TPs from both top laners. Coming to join the fight. Aiming. Getting a little low. Having to get out of the fight. He's already dead. Executed by SMLZ. And now you got Needleworks kicking. ZS is doing work as well. That's a double kill for the top laner of Ultra Prime. And Shockwave comes out to secure the other. As that's huge. 4 dead for the side of BLG. And Ultra Prime are still fishing. They're still looking. And Zika has to flash over the wall.
Phenomenal fight from Ultra Prime. They find the opportunity to fight around the mark, pick off aiming before the fight even really gets going. And it means now Ultra Prime, not only do they get some kills towards the Kindred, they get some kills towards ZS, they're going to get this Dragon as well.
Big pickups across the board for Ultra Prime. ZS feeling calm, cool, and collected at sub 200 health. They're no big deal for the Gwyn. Able to come in and provide so much AoE damage and so much pressure in that fight. And now is where you look for the response of BLG. They just almost got aced. They've got to find something back on the map.
It just feels like BLG are like, right, I mean, we're not really getting plays working. Okay, let's just go mid for Chelsea. Let's just see if it works out. But PP God might be cause.
He might. A little bit of damage. Shockwave not yet necessarily available just yet. Not enough to follow up on a Chelsea there, but decent amount of damage to get him out a little bit less sure of himself in these next fights. As we're getting a little vision contest around this Baron pit. We do have a little bit until the Rift Herald will be coming back online. Maybe we'll see Ultra Prime go for that one. I think that could be a really good avenue for them to extend this little bit of a surge that they're having at the 14-minute mark, Dagna.
And I think this is only going to continue, especially when we look towards SMLZ's items, right? He's going towards that Storm Razors. He's going for this snowbally type of build where you get this heavy AD, you get the slow that comes through from the Storm Razors, and it's all about facilitating the damage that comes through off the E on the Kindred. So this is where we're going to be looking to see how much burst damage can SMLZ bring to these fights, alongside people like Xiao about Hacker. It feels like anyone who gets close to SMLZ is going to be in a lot of trouble, especially if he has that Lamb's Respite up and available.
An interesting decision here. Weiwei was looking down towards the bot side of the map. We did have our lane swaps, as we see on the map right now, aiming and PP God going up to the top lane to answer against SMLZ. Rift Herald has been started by Hacker. Unfortunately, Weiwei and Bubu were unable to find anything on the dive on ZS. They are able to get that tower, so we're going to get towers falling across the board here. But it's very interesting to see that adaptation here at that 15-minute mark.
I think as well, when we're looking at towers, you're going to see like mid lane very, very close to going down. So opportunity here for BLG to try and make some sort of play with Bubu where you shove in bot, go roam mid, try and collapse in the tower with the cannon. But we're just going to get a replay here of this fight. And you can see PP God and Aiming are just on the completely wrong side of the fight. And great engage from Shousey here. They're like, we don't care about the Nautilus. As long as we get Aiming out of this fight, we're going to be fine. SMLZ flashing forward to finish off the Aphelios. And then you're 4 versus 5 with just one of your main damage dealers down. Bubu comes in, gets annihilated as well, and the whole time Ultra Prime, they're free to hang on,
we got ZS going down to the side lane on the main screen. BLG will capitalize on the overstep,
and now they get the potential here for Ultra Prime to answer with this play in mid. Rift Tower's going to be popped down, and BLG, they're trying to wrap around to catch up to this Ultra Prime play.
That is huge for Ultra Prime. Going to continue this momentum that they've built for themselves. And something else I want to mention about that last fight is like the amount of absorption and damage mitigation that they have for Ultra Prime between the Harrowed Mist of ZS and the Crescent Guard from Hacker is pretty insane when you're thinking about the damage profile of BLG as well.
Yeah, I mean, you've got kind of damage mitigation on both sides, right? As you pointed out for BLG, they've got their own, but you've got like Unbreakable Will for Chelsea. You've got the Lamb's Respite coming through from SMLZ, and you can see even in a replay that the reason that, oh, hang on, we might have another pick. No, they're going to back off. But the reason that we're seeing like Ultra Prime kind of so willy-nilly just running into these engages is because they know, hey, look, we have extra healing coming through. We have the safety of SMLZ with the Lamb's Respite. So even if we take that step too far, there's still the safety net there. And especially for champions like Jin Zhao, who like to play on that edge where you've got the Gore Drinker healing, you're going to have that Steric Shield. It provides a hell of a lot more safety and a lot more time where you can kind of go ham in these fights.
Yeah, and there's just, I feel like, at least, you know, my simple play-by-play brain, sitting there, there's so many things to watch out for aiming against them, against this Ultra Prime squad, that you really need to be careful with that position. We saw it not go BLG's way last time around, but now you got to think that's going to be on their minds, making sure to keep the peel up for aiming, make sure that they realize that this is one of their center damage profiles. And you've got to look at Zika, you got to look at Bubu to really help facilitate that as well.
And it's a bit of a different style for Aiming as well. He's traditionally been this Ezreal player, this long-range poke damage. Even when you look at like some of his other picks, like Jinx super high up there, he's all about this kind of long-range damage.
Yeah.
And Aphelios doesn't really fit that. And it feels like, especially against the composition that Ultra Prime have, as you said, he's going to have his work cut out. You can get caught by the shockwaves. There's going to be a Gwen, Hacker jumping on you as well. And as we can see, like, apart from Bew and a little bit from PP God, there's not a huge amount of peel in this lineup. So you have to be so careful here as Aiming, and you really need BLG to be cognizant of keeping Aiming alive. Otherwise, you run the risk of just running out of damage too quickly in these fights.
Yeah. All right, so we got TPs coming in. Zika is bot lane now, having utilized his. We have a lot of faces being shown in front of this dragon pit. It's the third dragon of the game. It's the first of the Ocean Soul here. You know, both these teams want to start stacking this up as Ultra Prime are going to move in as BLG have already started it. Dragon's going to reset now at about 4,000 health. Going to be kind of left in the pit. ZS on the flank. I don't know if Ultra Prime want to commit to this one. It's a very scary team fight, but they have the pieces to make it work. Zika's going to go find out the flank here. Dragon getting very low. Dragon is going to be taken by Hacker, and now Ultra Prime are looking for the fight. They have already found Bew on the side. The Maelstrom's not going to do anything as Weiwei's there, but it's completely split, and ZS is getting sniper shots from the needlework over the wall, and Aiming is forced to flash out, burn his heal. He's still going to be taken down here. He can't survive anything. Weiwei, the only one left for BLG.
And BLG's positioning in that fight was just atrocious. ZS is on the back line. He just hops himself over the wall, gets straight into the pit, straight on into this fight. Whereas when you get the replay here, keep your eyes on Zika. He walks in to try and get towards the back of the pit to try and contest ZS. Finds that the doll's already disappeared.
Yep.
And he's just left a 4 versus 5 fight for BLG. We're going to get it here. Like, watch where ZS is.
Yep.
Hops over the wall. Zika's like, hang on, that's not fair. I'm not able to do that. And it means that then Ultra Prime is like, okay, cool. We now have a 4 versus 5 fight. You can see Aiming is trying his best to get into these fights, but he's not able to get past the unbreakable will of the cow. Then you've got SMLZ who's dropping the safety net on the backline as well, so you've always got that fallback plan here. And Ultra Prime are just able to rip through BLG before they really put up any sort of fight.
Isn't it so scary when you see a giant pair of scissors running at you like that when you've already burned your heal and your flash? Poor Aiming. But Ultra Prime are making it work here. They've got a 3,000 gold lead at 20 minutes, and they've been taking consecutive fights. We labeled it at the beginning of the A block when we were talking about, you know, sometimes it looks a little bit iffy, but those team fights, when they are all confident, when their decision-making is on point, it looks so scary to go up against a team fighting Ultra Prime. We're going to get the replay of bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, look at the burst damage. He's just done for.
Oh, my God.
And SMLZ, like
mark.
you can see, he's going to work towards his Infinity Edge now as well. Kraken Slayer plus the E proc, Storm Razor, Infinity Edge. Like, there's so much AD on this Kindred. He's going to tear through, folks. And it's a really nice pick. But again, we got to see now, can BLG bring it back? Because this, honestly, Mazel, is looking like the Ultra Prime we got versus top esports.
Yeah, exactly that. And I was kind of alluding to that because it's so crazy to me to see this, where BLG seemed to have a lot of control early on. It seemed like they were dictating the tempo of the map. And that's where I was like, okay, we'll see some proactivity from Ultra Prime. Well, here's proactive for you. They're starting to bear it at 21 and a half minutes in. It's 6,000 health now. Can BLG get into the pit to stop this? It's getting burned down so damn quickly. And the Moonlight Vigil's not going to do anything. Baron is gone. Shousey buying time on the side here. Ultra Prime maybe committing to the fight. Maybe it's too much of a commitment as Hacker's going to commit his life to this one. And now you got the Maelstrom on top of the Lamb's Respite. But the Lamb's Respite heals enough. And they have a beautiful takedown. ZS is huge on this Gwyn. And yes, you might have Zika left. But what do you have else? You've lost everybody on your team, and Zika's gonna have to make a miracle play. He is starting it off here beautifully. ZS wants to go in for it. Shousey, is he gonna burn down? Zika's gotten 2, and the resets continue to come as ZS says, nah, I don't want that one. I'm good.
He gets the 2, but will escape with the Moo, and that is such a big play coming through from Zika. Able to get 4 of the 5 Baron buffs off of BLG in a 1 versus 3. Zika played that so damn well, and now you can get a little bit of a comeback time here for BLG, but you can see Ultra Prime, they commit to the Baron, which I don't mind, but you gotta get the hell out at this stage. Like, give Shousey as the sacrificial lamb and just move away from it. Now, though, you can see they've kind of committed too far. Hacker's trying to go in. They're trying to get the follow-up. Bew, wonderful flash in, stops the follow-up that Hacker had started. And then from that point, yes, you get some plays back, but they're too low, and Zika starts getting resets.
It's so nuts what Viego can do with just a little bit of resources, right? And off the back of this, he is looking fine and dandy on this pick. And just the pick apart here, like ZS was chasing him the whole time. A little bit of like what happened behind the Dragon Pit last time around when we had the big team fight, but it's just crazy to see. And now we're getting the setup around the mid lane. We have Dragon in 30 seconds. It's a sole point for Ultra Prime, Dagda.
And we need to keep our eyes on Zika for BLG. He's the carry now. He's the 6-1 Viego. And if we start to get these resets again, it could be a BLG fight. Ultra Prime, though, is going to be Xiaoxia about trying to disrupt that, trying to get these big ultimates and keeping SMLZ alive.
Got everything but the Lambs Respite. Lambs Respite's going to be coming up very soon. Xiaoxi on the side, but the rest of Ultra Prime have already been picked out. Xiaoxi is trying to get there, but Ultra Prime with a huge shockwave from Cao Cao Bao! My goodness, BLG are eviscerated off the map, and Ultra Prime are looking damn good today.
Where was this Ultra Prime off split? How do we get to the end of playoffs? The end of the split. And we're looking at Ultra Prime now taking games off of teams that are looking to go towards playoffs. Ultra Prime playing upset one more time.
Take my ties, take anything you want, Ultra Prime, because this is the gameplay that I wanted to see out of this team. This is what we've seen moments of brightness of, and now we're getting consistent gameplay, consistent top-tier gameplay of Ultra Prime in the LPL. It is a wonderful thing as they take game number 1 over BLG.
This balloon house is flying away. The hype is real. This is actually just insane from Ultra Prime. I'm loving this. Like, we're seeing these early fights that they're able to go toe-to-toe against teams. They're reacting well. They're playing the map well. And look, that Baron call was so close to nearly working out. And every single fight that we go into, it feels like Ultra Prime are all on the same page. The coordination is there, and SMLZ and Xiaoxia about stepping up as major carries in these scraps.
Look at that gold grab. My goodness. That is one for the record books. I feel like just the amount of giant slits in it everywhere is just crazy to me. But you look at that damage graph and you see Xiao Cao Bao, I'm sure with that last shockwave, got a lot of those numbers bumped up.
Yeah, just finished his 2 items. He was in Prime Oriana spot, and we just got to see beautifully executed. But again, like from BLG, these were super weird fights. Like, we never really got a nice setup for them for any of these major team fights. You know, we saw that fight at Dragon, Zika, not part of the equation because he'd walked around the back of the Dragon Pit. Then we come in towards the Baron fight. It's a little bit better, but BuBu would late to the party as well because he was bot side. And then even in that very, very last fight, Zika was the first one to dive in.
Yeah.
He's instantly burst out, and then it's a run for the hills. So your main damage dealer is now out of the equation, which is why we can see Ultra Prime take that fight. So I think messy team fights coming through from BLG, which is why Ultra Prime were able to so consistently find these advantages.
That's the scariest part, Dagda, is Ultra Prime are thriving right now, right when BLG want to just get a win. They just want a win. They just need a win. And Ultra Prime like, nah, you know, we want to surge late and we want to go for the craziest scenario in the LPL. It's fine. We want both of them. Let's take it all. But it's a seriously impressive game when you're able to turn around an early game like that. I was saying at the beginning how I didn't like how they were playing very reactively with some of these earlier game picks. They turned that around completely after that 15-minute mark where they're able to get these neutral objectives and force BLG's hand around the map.
And that big one was that initial Dragon fight, right? Where we saw PP God and Aiming were separated onto the bottom side. We got the rest of BLG, which are trying to come in from the top side of River. And it just meant that you were so easy for Ultra Prime to turn and just jump onto Aiming, pick him off, and then win the ensuing fight. And when you start to get yourself into that position already, well, then it's kind of hard for BLG, who had that early lead, right? We saw them pick up that 3-for-2 trade on the bottom side, but they just couldn't solidify it or actually start to grow that lead anywhere on the map.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the bounce back is for game number 2. As I said, they just want to get a win here. BLG versus Ultra Prime, game number 2 coming up next.
一天时间安排除了睡觉就训练吧，还有吃饭。
时间安排就是每天起床，然后吃一口饭，洗漱一下就开始要训练了。
一天的时间安排， 对不起。一天的时间安排的话，就吃饭、睡觉、打游戏吧。
其实我的作息就是不是很规律的，就要看我困不困。我就说我是困了就睡，不困就会打很晚。
具体就醒来打排位，然后训练赛，然后到晚上就差不多该睡觉了，就比较简单朴实无华吧。
就起床打游戏打排位没了。
晚上3点左右睡觉，然后早上中午12点左右起床。
职业选手时间安排就是起来洗漱、吃饭、训练，然后继续吃饭、继续训练，然后训练到晚上2、3点左右，然后上床睡觉。
早上起来打游戏、吃饭、打游戏，然后训练赛打游戏，然后打游戏、睡觉。
一般就是下午1点起来
，1点之前起床吧。
1点钟起床吧，
就1点起来吧。
1点上班。
正常的话，12点多起床之后，1点要到训练室，然后打一场rank之后，2点准备训练赛。
2点开始训练赛吗？
到2点开始训练赛。
2点正式开始训练，然后2点钟打训练赛，训练赛打到5点，然后吃下午的饭。
晚饭5点吧，
然后5点到7点会有个休息时间。
2点到5点就训练赛，然后中间2个小时是休息的，就吃饭睡觉都可以吗？
然后5点到7点这段时间是休息时间，比较努力的选手可能会在这个时间多打几把排位。那如果是不努力的选手，大家可能在这个时间划划水、休息休息也是很正常的，因为大家中午这个点都会有点犯困。
5点钟结束训练，然后吃东西，然后继续打排位，然后到7点训练赛。
然后7点的时候再打3盘训练赛，然后有的时候10点会加练2盘训练赛。
7点，然后训练赛打到12点吧。
7点打训练赛。打训练赛到10点、10点半，然后7点的时候训练的话就打到1点吧，或者12点，然后你可以吃夜宵，然后再继续训练。
然后7点钟开始下午的训练，下午训练呢可能到10点钟吧，10点钟结束，可能11点会有一个加练，也是训练赛，然后训练11点打完，可能到个12点半、1点左右的话，就是开始自由 rank 时间嘛。这样
训练赛完就是打 rank， 打到5、6点。
开始自由 rank 打到3、4点这样吧，
到晚上最晚就4、5点吧，
然后一直打到3、4点睡觉。
我自己会打到比较晚，就喜欢晚睡吧。
在打LPL的时候，就是应该是1个月会有2天吧，就看赛程了。
不一定，看赢不赢。
来到老干爹怎么感觉没什么假期了？
就根据实际情况安排嘛，我觉得。
看赛程吧，1个月2到3天。
其实如果是正常的话，一般都是1个礼拜放一次，但是现在没有了。
至少한2个月左右会有一次这样。
휴가는 약간 뭐 그때그때 다른데 여기 저희 팀 같은 경우는 이제 경기를 계속 하다가 한번 텀이 좀 길거나 했을 때 하루씩 이렇게 쉬는 그런 시간 휴가를 주는 그런 팀입니다.
一般1个星期1次吧，然后看赛程。
没有什么固定假期的。
그리고 휴가는 이제 보통 시즌 중에 받기는 힘드니까 이제 경기가 막 한 4일, 5일 좀 떨어져 있다거나 그럴 때 그냥 하루씩 쉬는 것 같아요.
我们平时的话，就是不是赛庆期的话，会大概7天放一天。
然后有比赛的话，就是看赛程来。
就这个就是看就是我们赛程，就赛程如果不是很紧张的话，会差不多一周吧。
下一场隔得比较久的话，然后可能会考虑休息一点。
还有假期的话，大约半个月1次吧。
职业选手大概半个月会有1次假期。
네, 휴가는 한 달에 한두 번 정도 있는 것 같아요.
这个说不太准。
休假的话，如果是赛程紧的话，1个月2天最多。
睡个懒觉，然后继续打rank吧。
睡觉。 假期的话，可能多睡一会儿吧。
就夏季会跟朋友玩，就是要不跟越南那边玩其他的游戏吧。大部分的话休息吧，然后有些人的话就喜欢出去吃饭吧，跟朋友。
下一场对阵 BLG， 然后对面上野以前是跟我一个队伍的，就挺了解他们两个的吧。下一场对阵 BLG 节奏点的话，就他们的中野吧，他们的中野很厉害。
Welcome back here to week number 9, day number 1. I'm Mazel, joined by Dagda yet again after that hectic game number 1 where Ultra Prime just looking like one of the top teams in the league right now. I don't even know what to say. But off the back of that win, it is the mage of Ultra Prime, the wizard, if you will, SMLZ, picking up that MVP.
Yeah, SMLZ being large and in charge for this game, looking absolutely phenomenal and bringing out this Kindred pick that was so cool to see. And we highlighted at the start of the day, right? This guy has these pocket picks that he keeps bringing out. We've seen the Brand, we've seen the Swain, now we're getting the Kindred. We've seen all manner of things coming out in that bottom lane. And I love that we're getting this Kindred now. You can see he's actually thinking about, hey, what are the meta picks? What are some cool counter picks that I can bring out? And we saw this Kindred work so well against the Aphelios.
And the fact that Ultra Prime worked well around the Kindred, right? Early on, it did not look good. That craziness we had, that first fight in the bot lane, the one we're going to see here pretty soon, it did not look that great, but then they continued to make sure that you had advantages bot lane. It's this fight that I was talking about here, or actually, I think it was way earlier than this one. But the fact that you're able to utilize that early game for the Kindred and continue to build upon that. I mean, the dude had a 90% KP. That's huge.
Yeah, and especially when we were saying, hey, look, you know, this Kindred hasn't really been able to get too many marks going, at least in the form of camps, to be able to then pick a bunch of these up in team fights, right? Just be able to kill off a bunch of these guys, get those takedowns, and make sure that he was able to get to a point where he was really happy. And even when he didn't have that advanced range, it still didn't really matter. The dude was just shredding people. It's like, if you were in range, you were in trouble with SMLZ.
Yeah, there's nothing you can really do when you're kind of snowballing like that, especially with the build coming on, the Kraken Slayer. And being able to kind of utilize that. But now we got to talk about game number 2, because we got to talk about the bounce back potential for BLG. They're no slouches themselves. Ultra Prime may be surging here in the later season when, you know, they're already out of playoffs and things along those lines, but BLG are still in the thick of things. They still need to pick up a win here. So looking at this second game, where did we see the changes? I know one for me has to be that Trundle. I just felt like it didn't really have the activity that you would want to have for a player like Weiwei.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Trundle, a little bit weird, but also just the play style that we saw from Weiwei. Like, traditionally we see him playing towards Bubu. It's, you know, why they get the counter pick for Bubu, get that first tower in that top side of the map, and kind of to have him foregone completely was a bit of a strange play coming through from BLG. They tried to put a lot of their eggs into the bot lane basket, but Ultra Prime just had a stronger bot side, so you're always fighting around the weak side of the map rather than the strong side of the map for yourself. So I think coming into game number 2, definitely a different strategy I think needs to be deployed by BLG, and also just pick up an earlier jungler for Weiwei, get himself a nice spot. But Ultra Prime actually ban away that Xin Zhao, so more than likely won't be seeing the Trundle come through as Viego locked up for BLG.
Very heavy skirmish focus from Ultra Prime as they get that Silas and the Lee Sin on top of it as well. The Olaf Thresh and Ziggs banned away by BLG, keeping some of the similarities from their first game on the red side. But that Viego first pick, just like in game number 1 for BLG when they were on that red side. And now it's up to Ultra Prime for the double lock-in. What kind of spice do we see? I know I told you in the break, I want to see the Swain Tompkins again. Maybe it's a one card dealt kind of situation, but you never know with Ultra Prime, as they do also lock in the Gwen.
Yeah, I think we'll get the Gwen. We'll probably look towards some sort of jungler here as well, or could also go towards the Aphelios again here for SMLZ. He's been really, really strong on that pick, but actually looks like they're just going to go for a support pick here, potential for the Leona.
Would be nice to set up a lot of engage. We know Xiaoxi has been really good on the roam timers as well, getting influence with Hacker and utilizing that to find advantages for Xiao Xiao Bao and SMLZ, even ZS sometimes. So I do actually like the Leona pickup here for Xiaoxi. A little bit of enableization for that support, that engage, that shot caller there. But BLG, yeah, it's open, it's ready to go. You gotta hope that they pick it up, because this would be a resurgence pick for them. Aiming's most played, as well as it just fits their play style so beautifully.
And I'd love to see a Braum here, because when you look already at Ultra Prime, a lot of this is going to be very short range carries. Braum gets a lot of advantages when you get into these kind of more close quarter fights, but also you've already got like things like this Leona. hey, look, Braum just does really well against that because you can prevent the engage, prop up a shield in front of the whole thing, and nullify everything that Leona wants to do. But we're going to get BLG solidifying BuBu's selection first, making sure that he can get that counter matchup because this is the way BLG like to play. So Kennen taken for that top side, and maybe we get Ultra Prime now banning away these supports like this Nautilus, like the Braum on this next rotation, and just making it a little bit more uncomfortable for PP God.
So I actually really like this from BLG because they saw what could have happened in the top lane if maybe there was a little bit of focus up towards that way. Like I do think Kennen has a lot to say in these matchups, and especially in those team fights. You could see the Maelstroms were just right on the cusp of being just game breakers there. But you also get the game breaker of Orianna for Xiao Sao Bao. You saw last time it was the nail in the coffin that ended BLG for game number 1, and we get a little bit of similarities here from that game number 1.
It looks like Ultra Prime are going to forgo the supports and instead look to try and ban away and get that good matchup for Xiao Sao Bao in the mid lane. So LeBlanc already taken off the board. Could potentially see something like the, I don't know, Silas is already taken off the board, but maybe a set or something, or an Akali ban come through here. But no, it's actually going to be the Volley Bear. Okay. But on the other side, BLG going to keep going towards these AD carries. We already said, hey, look, let's just give something that can't really scale too well against the Ezreal ban card here. You've already got the Aphelios. Potential here to go towards the Jinx, although with the Thresh banned away, maybe not going to see that, but I wouldn't, maybe a Varus or something could also fit into that wheelhouse.
Yeah. Oh man, I want to see a picture of, or I want to see a cam of SMLZ right now. I want to see if there's a smile on his face because, okay, there's not. But you know it's fine because they get the Kindred ban away by BLG, so they don't want to deal with that one. But Ultra Prime will lock in the Trundle. They're stealing away some of BLG's pieces.
Again, though, you're seeing like very short range for Ultra Prime, which does enable things like the Viego, like the Ken, and certainly an Ezreal. Not going to be under too much threat with the way that Ultra Prime currently have. There's no one that can actually lock him up. So I think this Ezreal pick is going to have a field day. Here's the Braum that we were talking about that we want to see paired with it. I still think that's the best pick, but okay, they're going to go towards the Rel. I mean, Rel's okay in this scenario, but I still think just having the peel would have done wonders against what Ultra Prime have, but you're kind of giving yourself a secondary engage tool alongside this this Kennen.
I just love the disappointment I hear in your voice. It's like, man, I had it all set up for you, BLG. I had the big brain play. Their big brain answer is going to be the Victor, though. Spicing it up a little bit in that fashion.
I mean, it's going to be Zika going Control Mage versus Control Mage. A lot of what we were just saying was, hey, look, we wanted something from Peel, from Braum. They take the route and they go, hey, look, we'll just take it from a mid laner instead. Get this crowd control coming through with the Victor W being able to hold people in place. And there's SMLZ bringing back his Twitch. We saw this against Top Esports. Didn't work out so hot for him, but certainly I do like the creativity that we get to see where it's like, cool, we have a free laning phase. Great, let's just go for scaling.
He wants to run it back. He wants to show that it is a pick to be reckoned with. I do think the bot lane matchup is going to be a little bit interesting this time around. It was interesting last game, right? You have the Kindred. You can't make that not interesting. But this one a little bit more set in the ways of the way that matchups go typically. And I still think that, you know, Hacker and Weiwei's influence down towards the bot lane could be really interesting. But that's where the point that you brought up earlier, where you want to see Weiwei going more towards that top side, more towards BuBu. Do they commit to that original play style that they have where they feel really comfortable in, or do they continue to kind of put their eggs into the bottom lane basket, as we've said multiple times?
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of got to play the hand you're dealt here as BLG. Yeah. You've already taken this Ezreal in the bottom lane. You're not really going to be able to play too heavily towards them. So I'm more than likely are going to see them going towards that top side and trying to see if they can help BuBu get this Kennen rolling, chipping away at the Terror versus Gwen, and just getting this Kennen nice and big. But the problem that we were actually talking about for Ultra Prime side was, hey, look, you know, short range composition. BLG set up a composition beautifully for these short range carries, but suddenly they end up bringing out this Twitch, this crazy long range, and now you're going to have to try and find some way of dealing with this guy when he opens up with the spray and pray. You just don't really have anything right now that can actually get that distance close onto the Twitch and actually cause issues for him.
It's going to be really hard to do, and you've got to look at Aiming's positioning here on the Ezreal. Has been so good in the past, maybe not as great on that Aphelios in game number 1, but this time you got to pick it up. You have a lot of peeling available to you and a lot of distractions, as we were saying we wanted to see for BLG. You got a Maelstrom, you got a Viego popping off, you got a Victor as well. So this is the moment for BLG to shine. This is the moment for them to pick up the win that secures them playoffs here. BLG versus Ultra Prime. Game number 2 starting now.
And this is where BLG need to start being creative. We need to start seeing them looking for these right flanks coming through from PP God, Weiwei, Yubu with the teleport plays, getting themselves in a position where they can all collapse onto Ultra Prime and find these big team fights, because we're going to have a brawl in this game as well. When you look at these two compositions, they're going to be butting heads at all these objectives, and especially if you want to try and look towards Ultra Prime, like guys like ZS for this Gwen, who can start to threaten on towards a relatively squishy front line, you need to make sure that you're bursting out these fights very quickly and winning them out before they really get going.
And I wonder how committed both these teams are to one of those early skirmishes that we saw committing all the TPs down there. But the big thing is, and you were talking about this top lane matchup a little bit, is for Bubu, right? Like, I feel like he felt pretty good about the laning phase last time around. It maybe didn't go his way necessarily overall in that mid game, but they feel confident enough to pick this Kennen back up into ZS's Gwen. But ZS looked so good in the team fights in his positioning with the Gwen and the amount of damage he was able to deal. I feel like this top lane matchup is still going to have a lot to say, but even if we don't see that big focus there, we do have opposite sides, or same side starts rather, from both junglers. So maybe we'll get a little bit of tussling towards the top side.
Yeah, I think the big issue for kind of the junglers right now is like, how do you actually try and influence your lanes? More so for Hacker, because you don't really have a CC setup mid, top at all. So you're going to be kind of playing more of that counter gank role, seeing if you can match Weiwei. And when you've got like CC galore here for BLG's top half of the map between Zika being offered some Bubu and Weiwei being able to facilitate that, I think we're going to see a little bit more action from BLG and a lot more of those early game skirmishes going their way, especially around the Rift Heralds.
Hacker looking for a level 3 gank onto Zika in mid lane. Will bypass farming his side of the jungle because he wants to get the early blood for Shouts Out Bat. He says, no longer will you camp my mid laner. No longer will you get him dead, as the flash comes out and Hacker chomps him down. First blood for Ultra Prime.
All right, never mind. All my analysis out the window because Zika just decided to hard trade for whatever reason. He walked up on that play rather than trying to walk away from Hacker and ends up paying with his life. Just goes that bit too far forward. So nice job. Now the Weiwei with the TP back in from Zika trying to invade alongside Bubu on towards the jungle.
And you see ZS is not coming down. This is a 2v1 and not in favor of Hacker. He gets the red buff, I believe. I think he was able to get that one, but he's not going to be able to get out because you've got the stun coming through and BLG will respond with a kill of their own.
And this is what we used to see so much from Bubu, from Weiwei when they were back on V5, utilizing priority in lanes and invading into the jungle. And beautifully done there to just get Hacker behind, punish the fact that he had no flash, and also just pick up a little bit of an advantage for that Kennen in the top side.
You're wanting some focus topside? Well, we got a lot of action towards topside. I know I'm going to go back to something that happened earlier, but it was the first blood for Hacker. It was so funny to watch him in between that top, or like the river up there on the top side of mid, because he was like going back and forth for a couple seconds, just trying to decide, is it worth it to go for this kill? Does go for it, gets the first blood, a little bit of gold for himself. Got to see what he can do with it on this Trundle.
And again, this is kind of falling back into what we're talking about, right? BLG, if they're able to get the ball rolling here for the Kennen, get themselves into a good spot on the top side, it becomes really difficult for Ultra Prime to try and contest things like the Rift Herald, just because of the sheer amount of CC, AoE damage that can come through from BLG, the resets from Weiwei. So I want to see now BLG continuing this pressure, especially as Weiwei starts to move back up towards his top side as those camps respawn.
And we do have Dragon coming up on the board, but no real big onus on it, right? It's a Cloud Dragon to start us off, so at least we won't have the Cloud Soul this time around, but you still want to see some objective control from either one of these sides, because I think that that's where Ultra Prime was able to succeed a lot, because they were forcing BLG's hand around those objectives, and I think that can lead to a lot here in this game, especially because the biggest difference is The Trundles, on the other hand, this time around, it's on Ultra Prime side, and we saw it be a little bit lackluster last game. And BLG, speaking of, is getting a ton of damage on ZS. But Hacker looking to be proactive, looking to give the Xiao Sao Bao treatment to Zika here, who has no flash, but not going to get out this time, or not going to get the kill this time. And now Hacker's going to get killed himself because BLG's back again. It's like a nightmare reoccurrence for the man himself and Hacker. And now as well, Xiao Sao Bao is going to be punished for his transgressions.
Weiwei's like, you chop, I chop, and I get the double kill. Now, 4-1 for BLG, and that was such a good turnaround. One of the things I was about to mention was, look, it becomes really difficult to go towards these early dragons as Ultra Prime because you have to be so cognizant of BLG potentially teleporting down with the party he has. You try to get that play from Ultra Prime in mid lane, and BLG just TPs down. He ends up setting up that play, they turn it around, and a really good job from BLG to shut down this early aggression from Ultra Prime.
And ZS was forced to TP, or went ahead and burned the TP to go topside after that initial trade. Now we get the replay of that mid lane. I believe this was the almost but no cigar on that one, and then the TP play just commits it all.
Yeah, the TP just solidified this, but honestly, they'd already gone that bit too far forward, and Weiwei just able to come in, great flash stun to set this up. And Xiao Sao Bao falls as well, as Weiwei's able to steal away the damage now. Replay on the bottom side as... I'm actually not sure what happened here.
SMLZ has to flash away. Okay, all right, I see you. BLG just finding advantages everywhere as they got the solo kill for aiming as well.
And this is just a disaster for Ultra Prime now. Literally a kill across the board on every single one of the carries on BLG, already setting you behind. And especially when you look towards the opportunity now for them to double down on this with, you know, a couple of, literally a minute until the Rift Herald is up. You do have the already Dragon going towards Ultra Prime while watching the replay though, so at least they're starting to get some of these responses on the bottom side, but it certainly feels like BLG now have the tools to snowball this game.
It is, and it's off the back of some proactive decisions from Ultra Prime, but things not landing the way they want to, right? And now Hacker is down 2 deaths on the Trundle, a little bit in the same position that Weiwei was last game, where you didn't see this Trundle pick really getting off the ground.
And one of the big things that kind of falls to the wayside here for Ultra Prime is the ability now to kind of keep themselves safe, because we talked about BLG, the way they want to play these fights, right, is by coming in off of multiple flanks, making sure they've got the early control. Well, when you have literally every single lane winning, it becomes a lot easier for you to get this early objective movement, make sure you're the ones with vision control. You can start to look for these nice flanks because Ultra Prime can be denied vision, access to a lot of these plays, and sets up for BLG's team fight so damn well.
One of the biggest differences for me in this game is this topside matchup, right? Like, BLG has just taken complete control. He is roaming every single time he pushes in the lane, and ZS has had multiple times already in the game where he's unable to respond to something that BLG is able to do.
I mean, the whole game so far has been Weiwei responding so well to everything that Ultra Prime are trying to do. Now, BLG, though, starting to move down towards this Rift out. We said, look, this is going to be BLG favored. There's nothing that you can do here. Yeah. Ultra Prime, you can see they're not even going to try and contest. It's like, look, we're going to try and bypass this. I think the big issue here, though, is that we're not seeing them try and make a play anywhere else at all. Like, yes, you're getting a red buff here as Hacker, but maybe the opportunity here to look for some sort of pressure on bot side or try and make a play elsewhere. But unfortunately, it's just BLG taking this as Ultra Prime continue to farm up.
So we have a decent early game advantage for BLG, but not all is said and done for Ultra Prime there. I do still feel like they have a ton of scaling on their side and a ton of team fight potential there if they have the right setup. You can say the same for the other side, right? The team fights are going to be a very, very bloody affairs, as you were kind of alluding to earlier, but I still think that there is some hope if you can, you know, stave off a little bit of these kills coming across for BLG, and Ultra Prime can find something for themselves in that mid to late game.
Yeah, a lot of this for BLG is just the fact that they spike earlier.
Exactly.
Like, Kennen comes online with 1, you get that mid-game spike from aiming off the 2 items. Like, trying to fight back against that as Ultra Prime when you're an Ori, a Twitch, a Gwen is really, really difficult to do. So, and even especially when you're looking at SMLZ's build, he's looking towards that wit's end to try and get a little bit of that early magic resist in, but that, you know, slows down things like the Kraken Slayer, maybe even a Gale Force, whatever he decides to go for, but definitely adding time to that clock before this Twitch becomes massively relevant.
Wei gonna go ahead and take the proactive play in top side, has the Rift Herald available. Just trying to get as much damage down on the tower before they do spawn that one, but a lot of gold. Gonna go over to BLG and Wei as ZS just can only watch as his tower gets taken down slowly but surely, but that will be first tower secured by BLG.
And again, really nice snowball coming through here from BLG, making sure, hey, look, we're going to be able to get this. Now they're getting a second charge. And again, it's putting those resources into BLG. This is the traditional BLG. And especially when you have such a favorable matchup and a Kennen that can take over team fights, I love that we're getting this attention towards BLG in the early stages.
And that's what was so weird about game number 1 is they just seemingly bought into the Ultra Prime Kindred bot playstyle. And unfortunately, we're not able to find those typical topside leads. And it just kind of got... they found a little bit of skirmishing early up there, but nothing like crazy like this, where you're getting pretty much lane dominance from BLG up there. And that means that BLG is able to focus around the rest of the map. Now you see that that lane is broken open. You have the full team fight coming to bear right now for BLG.
And this is where you enter danger zone as ZS, right? Because we know that BLG likes to pick up these solo kills. He's the most solo kills of any top laner, 20 so far this split. And when he's this far ahead, he can just continuously push you in, start to chip away at you, and becomes obnoxious for ZS to deal with. You have to overextend if you want to try and keep your lane somewhat pushed out and answer these potential teleport plays from BLG. Or if you do that, you just end up being poked and damaged down. Otherwise, you just end up shoved in, and BLG gets full access to the map.
Definitely not something you want, especially when you're starting to rack up objectives and things of the like. We do have the second dragon of the game on the board here with Wei heading that way. There were some pings from the side of BLG onto it, but maybe they want to see if they can get anything bot lane first. But I would expect an objective to come along here for BLG, as they've been doing an excellent job of moving their pressure around the map and pulling Ultra Prime alongside them.
Yeah, you're going to see Wei just steal away this blue buff as he's waiting for both his mid and bot to completely push their waves in, and then they'll just turn over towards the dragon. They already knew the hacker was topside, so they're just going to be free to start this one up.
Yep, it's going to be an easy dragon pickup, tying up the dragon scores for both these sides. As I did see Hacker coming down through mid lane. I was wondering if he was maybe going to show his face down here. Was looking for maybe something onto Zika, but could not find it. And it will just be going back to farming. So a bit unfortunate for Ultra Prime. I was going to say, aiming maybe it's some trouble. Twitch is a little bit scary, a little bit slippery, but it's still going to be BLG finding advantages.
I mean, just opens up with the spray and pray there as well, just to get every bit of damage you can down. It kind of says Ultra Prime is like, look, we know that this fight isn't coming anytime soon, so we're just going to see if we can get a bit of damage down. But two kind of different builds coming through from both the AD carries, though, right? We talked about SMLZ picking up that Wit's End because he wants to make sure he's going to be safe from BLG, safe from Zika. Also aiming with that mixed damage, but aiming on the Triforce route will have a lot of damage if he's able to hit a couple of these Mystic shots.
He is. I was very interested to see the Trinity Force completed down there. I've been falling in love. Maybe it's not the the most liked build, but that tank Ezreal build is mighty scary. The fact that you can still pull things off with that and the damage you can find in the late game. But that Trinity Force got to be spiking earlier, going to have a ton more in the tank for aiming. That's exactly what you want to see here. Wei looking mid, the flash, the stun, shouts out Bao, the heartbreaker, and your heart is broken, my friend, as Ultra Prime will lose another one.
That was just a solo kill.
Yep.
Zika was playing catch up the whole time and never even got a chance, but ZS now sitting behind BLG. Hacker is on the way.
Gonna start backing here, but I believe now you're gonna see the commitment. I still don't know if they can take this, but we're about to find out because they say no.
We're not.
They say, I think they made the right decision, Dak. I'm just gonna say that right now.
Yeah, I think they were listening to you. They're like, you know what? I don't really know anymore. This is a lot of damage that can come in fairly quickly.
Got
and
Maelstrom.
yeah, Wei was on his way up that way as well. So it was kind of a, all right, maybe we don't, fully commit to this, but still, gorgeous job from Wei, right?
Yeah.
Just instantly bursting shouts about it just as he completed the Divine Sunder on this Viego. So Wei certainly in a position now to step up and be this carry. I mean, look at the gold, right? He's got more gold than Zika in this mid lane, and Zika has actually been doing a pretty good job of farming so far.
He has. It's been pretty incredible, and the fact that BLG is still able to keep just in good graces there, and I think that it's getting to a point for Ultra Prime where the team fights are getting scary and scarier, and we were holding on to the hope, you have a decent amount of scaling on your side, but it's still been the theme of the game where Hacker and Co can't really find a response to a play that BLG are putting on the map.
And again, I don't think it's going to get any easier, right? We're now shifting our attention back towards the top side with Rift Herald being spawned, and that's where BLG are strongest right now. So again, Ultra Prime, they're going to have to give up a Rift Herald. That now nets another mid lane turret. Maybe it's a bot lane turret, but it definitely provides pressure for BLG. And hell, even if they really wanted to, you put a play mid right as this dragon spawns in 2 minutes, and it becomes easier for BLG again to have this control. And now with aiming in the mid lane, PP God's free to roam and assist in a lot of these aggressions towards BuBu, towards Zika, and setting more advantages for BLG.
And that gets even scarier and scarier as you can get all the pieces starting to line up. We also see Weiwei picking up his second Rift Herald of the game. And BLG will be cruising right along here. Zika has to get away from his towers. They're going to be able to pick up their first tower of the game for Ultra Prime. But we do have our changed lane assignments here, and all of that focus towards this mid lane with that Rift Herald being spawned by Weiwei.
And again, they're just going to be able to take this. You got BuBu pushing in the top side. No real answer coming through from Ultra Prime. They're now trying to get to the play, but this will be a second charge, it looks like.
Ooh.
No, they're just about to get it. Xiaoxiao on the flank.
What is it? Is it the flank shockwave here? Oh, BuBu! He almost stops the back, but he's going to take the second tier tower just as beautifully, as that's a lot of gold still given over to BuBu.
This mouse is massive. Like this is going to be such a... Oh, hang on.
Wait, Xiaoxiao use shockwave on the wave there. Just get a wave cleared down. Now the Chaos Storm is here. Xiaoxiao in some trouble. One more tick will do it. No, Zika can't find it.
Couldn't quite get the damage out, didn't have it. He just finished off that Luden's Tempest, so was trying to abuse the advantage that he had with that mythic completed, but not able to find it. Still though, shoves Xiaoxiao away from this, especially as Dragon just spawned in 30 seconds, gives full control of bot wave, gives control of river now to BLG, and again, they're just racking up these objectives. And reminder for folks, BLG, they just need a game win to make sure that they can set themselves in towards playoffs, and right now, they're looking hungry for it.
Yeah, they really are, especially after that first game. I feel like you gotta be hungry or there's something going on, because that game was not representative of the traditional BLG fashion, but this game has been. BuBu looking to get away, and he looks like he will. He's heading to some reinforcements here in mid lane, and Ultra Prime yet again cannot get the playoff.
I mean, this is Tom and Jerry right now.
It's
they're trying
so
to chase
rough.
after BuBu, and Zeke is just like, cool, well, they're all doing that shenanigans topside. We're just going to take this bot lane turret. They're going to trade up. They've got pressure now in this mid lane. And again, Dragon is going to go across the BLG. So, yes, you get a tower top for Ultra Prime, but you're still trading down.
The pressure still mounting in the mid lane for BLG as Hacker and ZS will commit to the topside tower, so picking up the second tower of the game for Ultra Prime. Meanwhile, the response play is Weiwei doing that dragon. It's gonna be second dragon picked up for BLG. They might even be able to get a second tier 2 tower here, as well as aiming one more auto tag. Okay, he needs to be a little careful there because there's still a decent amount of damage coming out of Xiaoxiao, and he had the shockwave available.
And you're waiting so long here for Ultra Prime to still try and be relevant, right? Because you can see here for the Wit's End complete for SMLZ, has got his boots after that. Not really working towards a Kraken Slayer anytime soon. You've got the same for Xiaoxiao. He's actually had to stop off for the Verdant Barrier, so his build has been delayed towards this Archangel Staff. It's just not really coming together for Ultra Prime right now, and you still need another item on top of a second item before we really see these take over against BLG.
I gotta ask here, Dagda, what is the Trundle pick here? Where do you see it thriving? Where do you see it succeeding? Because this is the second time in a row where the plays are being made around the map and Trundles can't respond.
Yeah, I mean, Trundle can do reasonably well against like things like the Xinjiao, where you can steal a lot of the stats of people that come in. And he can do a lot of that against people like Weiwei, right? When Weiwei launches himself in, get the subterfuge, you're able to lock him in place as well with the pillar. And in theory, you can then burst him down. The problem is, there's no one on Ultra Prime that's really able to burst him down alongside Hacker. There's just a lot of consistent damage that comes in the late game. And right now, this Trundle isn't really giving the bridge that Ultra Prime need to get to the late game.
Yeah, and he's got about 60 CS differential not in his favor against Weiwei, so a bit unfortunate. A lot of gold given over to BLG early on. As you can see, it's about a 5,000 gold lead right now at about 20 minutes in the game. They're continuing to press up these lanes as well. They're looking for their first inhib tower, but they're not going to overcommit for it. They're going to wait for Ultra Prime to make a slip up, to make a mess up, because they have the advantage. BLG getting a 1v1 in the side lane here. Maelstrom's going to do a ton of damage. ZS's health bar is just gone. One auto attack will do it. BLG is asserting dominance in this game.
Able to get the Maelstrom through the Hollowed Mist, and ZS missed several of those shots with the needlework, so it meant that BLG just gets the 1v1. It was a valiant effort from ZS, but it was kind of a dream. Like, that was never really going to work out.
Like, I'm 0-0-0, I can do this, I believe in the Gwyn. It didn't work out. It goes 0-1 now on that Gwyn, as we'll see yet another tower fall to BLG. Now, no towers outside of the base remaining for Ultra Prime, which means resets come out for BLG, and they'll be right back to it.
And we're looking at like a 2-atom spike for BLG right now. That is exactly where they want to be, right? 2 minutes until that next dragon means that they're going to have these super strong team fights that they can play through. And the guys that we're looking at to try and like get to the later portion of the game are Weiwei and Zika. And both of them have been accelerated in this game. Weiwei at one point had the most gold on his team. He's already got the Wit's End completed, working towards that Sterix. So it feels like everything's coming together for BLG. Whereas we look across at Ultra Prime, right? Banshee's Veil just completed, the Ruins Hurricane, super nice for SMLZ. But the Wit's End Ruins isn't a power spike. You need a Mythic in there to really give you that extra damage. Hell, even something like an Infinity Edge to actually pack a punch.
I guess you're just looking for the quick pickups here. I'm not saying anything, but we might get some action here pretty soon, because Ultra Prime are into their red side of the jungle and looking for BLG, who has been pressed up consistently here. You got to think about that gold lead. You've got to think about the advantages that BLG have been able to find here for themselves. And you can see Ultra Prime are just a little bit hesitant to move forward.
And for Ultra Prime, the best way for them to try and play is look for some sort of pick with the Twitch, see if they can sneak them up a lane, you know, catch exactly that play that we saw from ZS, right? If you have SMLZ in that position as well, that's where you can try and make these plays in side lanes. But BLG are doing a phenomenal job of keeping vision.
Ooh, big engage there from PP God. They've already gotten one, and Hacker is out of the fight. He's sitting on the bench for this one. We'll see if BLG want to just take that into the Baron. It looks like they will. And this is an up in tempo continuously for BLG.
So this is maybe an opportunity here for Ultra Prime, although this sounds weird because a lot of AoE damage for the pit, but it's only Shoutzy and SMLZ here right now.
Yeah, Shoutzy Bao is here now, but it's a little bit late, and the Baron's already at 2,000 health, so that's just going to go away to BLG. And they have had such dominance over these objectives so far. They lost that one dragon, but they've gotten everything else so far, Dagda.
There is an opportunity, though, for Ultra Prime to steal away this second one. Although the Enhanced Baron recalls making this a little bit close. Looks like maybe Ultra Prime won't actually be able to solidify this. But again, like you can see here, Ultra Prime, they're all just sitting in the jungle while BLG are there. So they're just kind of asking for this big engage to come through. Weiwei spots them all out. You get that Scrying Orb as well, just to see exactly where they are. Great engage from PP God. And this is what we said, like, when you get ahead here as BLG, it's going to be hard to stop them.
Oh, they found him. BLG's dead. That's a big shutdown going over to ZS.
And the dragon as well. That's two quick pickups. Now they're looking for SMLZ, though, who's just managing to get away. Wave is shoved in mid, so Ultra Prime need to get back home.
They do it. I think BLG realized that here as they've got pings in mid lane as well. But some backs coming across. Ultra Prime will be able to defend. And they got away with a catch out of BLG.
That's a big pickup as well, because that's a shutdown alongside the dragon, and it's going over into the hands of ZS as well, so giving you a little bit more control over these side lanes. You can see he's just managed to pick up that stopwatch for himself as well. So I want to see now that you have a little bit of time here for Ultra Prime. Push out side lanes, start to get control of the map, and give the opportunity for us to make these picks with SMLZ that we're talking about.
It's just so scary. We're going up against Baron buffs here with a team that's gotten a 7,000 gold lead at this point in the game, and it's just looking really rough for the siege of Ultra Prime here, and they're getting pushed across the map, right? Like, you've got mid and top pushing both with Baron minions, and you've got to be really careful about the catch out in between. Oh, speaking of, Shoutzy decides to go ahead and go in, and they found yet another pick. This is how Ultra Prime can get themselves back into the game as Zika's gone. And they want to take a little bit more. Hacker forced the flash over the wall there, but the inhib tower still stands. ZS doing a good job of the wave clear. They are actually pushing back the aggression of BLG here in their base, but how long is that going to last? Because the siege does not stop. Aiming just gets the under tower kill of Hacker.
And now BLG will be able to crack the base. The Baron is still up for another few seconds, and they've got the inhibitor tower. They're still trying to look for more, though, as desperately Ultra Prime try and clear this top wave.
They've still got a decent amount of time here. They're going to get the mid inhib tower and get away. It looks like BBU is still pushing topside. Maybe they can transition that into another tower take, but it's Ultra Prime looking for the catch out. BBU is going to go down yet again, but SMLC is the target here on the back. The resets are starting to come down, and aiming is untouched yet again. The crucial pickup of the Ezreal is shining bright in this second game for BLG as he's 4-0 on the pick.
And it's just been non-stop action. BLG have been able to pick up everything, and now they start to encroach once more. Baron has fallen off, but Ultra Prime, they're on their last stand.
SMLZ is invisible. He's waiting to go in. He has a spray and pray. Doesn't pull the trigger just yet. A lot of damage put onto PP God. They get them off of the inhib tower, and that's all that matters.
And SMLZ, he needs to try and be the big carry here. He's actually going for a different build than what we traditionally see, going towards the Titanic Hydra. It's something that I think is starting to pick up a little bit in Korean solo queue, but we'll have to see how much damage it is going to be able to do here, because you get a lot of that AoE splashing when you've got this through shot coming through from the spray and pray. You end up putting a whole lot of that Titanic Hydra procs through the entire team. So SMLZ going to be doing a lot of AoE damage. We'll have to see if it's going to be enough, and BLG group up and allow him to shred them.
At this point, I just want to see how long it takes to get a mythic item on the Twitch here. We'll see. We'll see if we get there. But very, very interesting to see these kind of builds come through. But I'm still looking over at the side of BLG with the strengths that they've gotten. And yes, you've been able to find picks as Ultra Prime, but is that consistent? Is that a sustainable way to win the game? I think you've got to start turning some of these team fights.
I don't know if they're going to have the power, though. I mean, now you're getting towards 3 items kind of across the board here, right? So Xiao Xiao Bao at level 16 going to be doing a lot of work. We just got that Titanic Hydra finish for SMLZ. So if you get this big shockwave combo with SMLZ's AoE damage, you can do a lot of work in these fights, but they need to find that big engagement. They need to find that fight, and it has to be on towards Aiming, BuBu, and Weiwei. Otherwise, you just don't have a chance here, as they'll be able to swarm and overrun you.
I just think it's so crazy that Ultra Prime being able to find pick after pick in here. It's giving me feels of the top esports series, right? Where you're getting craziness come down, but they're still sitting right there in the seat right next to the enemy. Big catch out. No, PP God going to be able to get away, but they have caught out ZS on the top. A little bit of backup is here by Ultra Prime. They're still looking for this inhib tower for BLG. They might be able to get it. Aiming is just popping shots right now. Solar Flare goes in. The Maelstrom onto everybody. And BLG are looking to clean up the game. They want to secure themselves playoffs, Dagda, and there's nothing that can stop them. They take yet another fight, and they're going to continue to just shove this gold lead down Ultra Prime's throat.
And there's nothing that Ultra Prime could do. SMLZ gets caught out, and BLG win the fight cleanly. With game 2 in the bag, we'll be going the full distance in this series.
The dream is alive. I want 6 full games tonight. We're going the distance in the first series. I love League of Legends. BLG will make this series a fun one and a topsy-turvy one. After Ultra Prime took a smashing game in game number 1, they come back with a smashing performance of their own. All I'm gonna say, Dagda, is they're both winning on the blue side, and they both got blue in their logos.
I mean, the conspiracy theories right there in front of us, right? We're connecting the dots, but I do have to say, I think it was just BLG playing back towards his strengths, right?
Exactly.
We saw them moving towards BuBu in that top side, playing through this cannon, getting him set up, getting a whole bunch of gold for Weiwei in these engagements as well, and it meant that when it got towards objectives, they've got a ton of pressure in this mid lane that's been set up thanks to Weiwei. Top side of the map as well, Rift Towers are going their way, Dragons are going their way, and they're just fighting back every step of the way against Ultra Prime with the gold lead they'd accumulated from those early advantages.
It's a beautiful thing to be on the blue side in this series, but it's also a beautiful thing to see the adaptations from game number 1, they pick the cannon again, but this time it smashes the lane against ZS, and they're able to get some resources up there and snowball that across the map. They did not let up the pressure. The first game was over in like 25.5 minutes. This one a little bit longer, but it does not matter. It was the same kind of presence on the map from both of the games in this series so far.
And you can see it's pretty much a steady climb up as well. They do get one or two picks from Ultra Prime to get them back in shape. But yeah, I mean, look, Amy doing phenomenal work. BLG as well. That last engagement was just incredible. Like, that was exactly what we were waiting for from BLG. And he gets onto the key carries as well. SMLZ caught up in the mix. ZS was gone. Like, at that stage, Xiaoxiabao just doesn't have enough in the tank to try and carry a fight. So really good target selection from BLG as well in that fight.
And I just see the damage from ZS and Hacker, and there's so much potential there, but they just didn't come to fruition, and it was just a 10,000 gold differential at the end of it that led BLG to that gold graph that you see a steady increase. So it was a crazy game number 2, and I think I'm still gonna harp on this Trundle pick. I like Trundle in essence, right? In the thought process, you say it's good against certain picks, right? But the proactivity is what I want to see from both these junglers, because that's how these teams have found success, and it's just not there seemingly with the Trundle pick today, at least.
Yeah, and I mean, there are still other picks that we've seen kind of traditionally come out, like Olaf, a big one that can have that early game pressure. We've seen like the Volley Bear come through for both these guys as well. There's always that swap across, but we're just not really getting it. And unfortunately, as you say, this Trundle just hasn't had that impact that we really needed to see.
We'll see if we get a Trundle in game number 3. We'll see what happens, as we got to send it to a little break while we do get ready for game number 3 between Ultra Prime and BLG. Don't go anywhere.
Death descends. The light is fading. Who will join us? Who will be our hope? No. Worse. You cannot stop the darkness he's unleashed. Until our queen is returned, all will be brought to ruin.
What is this? What's happening?
Steady. Then shoot her twice.
We pin her down and hit her with everything we got.
On it.
Wait!
Lucian! No.
She's a monster.
No, Viego's the real monster.
And there aren't enough arrows in the world to stop him.
We need to work together, or he will destroy everything.
What is this place?
This is where you make a choice. Stand with us in the light, or fall alone to the darkness.
She's reckless, Inna.
And we'll need more just like her to stop what's coming.
Are you two just going to stand there? Or are we going to find something to kill?
面对 UP， 我们取胜的关键就是打好自己的节奏，就是取胜的关键。下一场比赛对战司马老贼和小 C 的话，就要看英雄吧，然后打出英雄的强势，就可以打出下路优势。
Welcome back to week number 9 here. We're kicking it off with day number 1. I am Mazel, joined by Dagda yet again. And we're going the distance for our first series, as it is a heck of one between BLG and Ultra Prime, as game number 2's MVP goes to none other than the Kennen tryhard. We got Bew coming out with it.
I mean, he looked really, really solid. And we talked about, hey, look, the way that BLG like to play is through this top side of the map. So we managed to get that aggression going up towards him. He looks absolutely spectacular. And just, as we said, the cherry on top, that last team fight, where he just tore through Ultra Prime.
There was nothing to be said from the side of Ultra Prime. I just want to say, you got to take your hand off the keyboard and hope that things go right. But they definitely did not for Ultra Prime, as they do stand on the precipice of going down to a surging BLG off the back of Bew's performance on the Kennen. That was also picked in game number 1 and looked night and day comparatively.
Again, this is a pick that kind of wants those that attention in the early stages, so it can bully the matchup. Like, again, it's super vulnerable to these early ganks, so if you don't actually end up in a situation where you have a bit of this early aggression towards you, it means you can't actually try and chip away at the turret, get yourself in a great situation, and eventually just, as you see, 1v1 this Gwen like it's nothing.
One auto tech me in, no big deal. And this is the nail in the coffin. This is the moment Bew says, I'm taking it home, baby. As he gets a huge multi-man maelstrom just to finish out the game for BLG. I mean, they had consistently taken the pressure up a notch against Ultra Prime. I think it's telling to see the team as a whole, right? That's the commitment. They want to keep their tempo up, and they did so beautifully in game number 2.
Yeah, and I think, again, like, SMLZ just that bit too far forward, managing to get caught out. Like, that was the nail in the coffin, right? Because maybe if you have Xiao Xiaobao and SMLZ, you get that big shockwave combo that we're talking about. You get these Titanic Hydra procs ripping through people, but BBU, excellent target selection, managing to finish off that game. And now, as we come into game number 3, we gotta see what style we get, right? Because we're seeing, hey, look, this Gwen pick not working out, Trundle pick not working out. We need to see different stories coming through here for both these teams in draft, and I wouldn't be surprised to see things like the Gwen actually just being banned away in these scenarios, so you can just go, cool, we're not worried about, you know, counter picks from a Jace or either this Kennen as well, because they've just been causing too many issues.
It's way too many issues. But I think the big one I'm keeping behind, I know I've said it 1,000 times, so you probably already know it, but it's that Trundle pick. We'll see what it does in this second game. But especially for me, it's like you get a little bit of spice in game number 1 with the Kindred, and you're able to take a win with it. You aren't able to get the win on the Twitch. You're trying to resurge yourself after a redemption play as SMLZ. So going into game number 3, maybe you throw in a little bit of that spice, maybe you throw a little bit in that difference, as we're going to be getting into it now. Dagda, Ultra Prime on the blue side, as blue is king apparently in this series. BLG on the red side. We see the LeBlanc, the Silas banned away by Ultra Prime, as well as the Ziggs and the Thresh by BLG.
I'm curious now to see what the plan is from BLG. Do we get to see the Viego ban come through, or are they just going to leave that open again? It's been open all series long, and both sides have been just primarily picking that in this first rotation, but we'll have to see BLG considering their options as we roll into this.
And I do wonder, like, how much prevalence we see. The Xin Zhao is already making it through the ban phase, right, with the Orianna banned away by BLG. They don't want to deal with that piece of the puzzle that Ultra Prime have been able to have. Xiao Xiao Bao would have had that 3rd game probably in a row if they wanted to pick that one up, but it will leave open some crucial picks here. And as we saw in game number 1 be so crucial to their win condition, Hacker's going to be able to get the Xin Zhao yet again.
Yeah, and they leave the Viego over towards BLG, and we saw them again, game number 1, lock this one in. Now, we have been looking towards a support pickup primarily here for BLG. Could also potentially go back towards the likes of this Aphelios if they want to. Similar story to game number 1. But I feel like, again, trying to take some of these picks like the Gwen away, or maybe leaving yourself open to pick like a counter pick for that in this 3rd rotation, could be the game plan here for BLG.
And I still want to see some of that initial piece to BLG's comp. I want to see some top lane focus here. I want to see that Ezreal come through. As I speak about it, gets locked in here, so it's beautifully right on schedule. But I just think aiming looks completely different on this Ezreal, right? And it lends into the play style of BLG, right? You get a sustained damage, heavy poke champion for aiming. He's able to stay in the back, all those distractions coming across from everybody else. It's exactly what we labeled out for them at the beginning of this series, and they're going to get the pick again here in game number 3, which is crucial for them. But Ultra Prime say they want to lock in the Aphelios.
Yeah, and I mean, this has been a nice pick into the Ezreal, right? You get that opportunity to scale up, take your time in the lane, and make sure you can hit that later game point where you have those 3 items, whether it's something like the collector build or we're getting that more traditional late game crit damage build. Now, Gwen is going to be locked up, which means probably the Kennen here for BLG. Yeah, we can already see them hovering it, taking straight off. It does mean for Ultra Prime, though, they can look to ban away some of these more annoying supports for themselves, like a Nautilus, Leona, buy a bit of space for this Aphelios. For BLG, though, I imagine they're also going to be looking for things that can go towards the mid lane for Xiao Xiaobao. I think he's been a pretty big component of like, hey, we're going Orianna, we're going Victor, but they're going to ban the Rakan off the bat anyway.
Yeah, so you get a little bit of that extra viability for Xiaoxi taken away, but still a lot of very crucial, strong support picks, especially on the engage front. Things along those lines. You still got the Nautilus on the table, you still got the Leona, you still got a couple others along those lines. So I want to see what this second phase is going to lead out to, because we do get the Volibear ban by Ultra Prime. So still focusing that jungle pool as well.
Yeah, I'm a bit nervous, Mazel, that we're going to get this Trundle coming in at some point in this rotation. I'm kind of hoping that it's going to be that Viego going jungle, but I'm not 100%.
It's maybe a little dicey here as the Lulu ban away by BLG. Change it up a little bit here in this 3rd game of the series, and I can appreciate that one, but I still think that, yeah, if we get that Trundle, I'm fine with it as long as we see a performance that deems it necessary, right? But both times I felt like the Trundle has gotten behind the ball and not able to pick up the ball. But Olaf is the final ban by Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I mean, again, just kind of pinching this jungle pool. There's Leona. I would prefer the Nautilus. I think it works really, really well against the Philios. The point and click causes him nightmares. But we'll have to see what the plan is. Either way, 2 strong engage tools are going to do really, really well against the composition that Ultra Prime have. Now, for Ultra Prime, you're looking at that support. A lot of those kind of easier to execute ones where you got a bit of safety for the Aphelios are off the table, you know, the Rokad. Maybe we just see the Braum coming through here and you just say, hey, look, good against Leona, great against the engage that BLG have, and we're just going to play this bot lane out safely.
Tom Kench. It'd be hilarious.
True.
If it came through. But hey, it could work out for themselves. TF gonna be the lock-in for Ultra Prime. So I was waiting for the spice to come through. I was waiting for the extra sauce to come out for Ultra Prime. They do so with that TF. Now they've got to pick up their support that's going to go with this Aphelios to provide that bot lane pressure.
Yeah, I mean, you can see them hovering a couple of different options. Taric would actually be really good against BLG's combo. I actually never really think about him, but yeah, I mean, with the all-in that you have on BLG's side, you could go for the Taric, but they're going to go back towards the Braum that we talked about, and we now have Xiao Xiaobao going towards this Twisted Fate. He's trying to play out through those side lanes, try and set up ZS for success on this Gwen pick, and especially against something like the Kennen. Kennen is great in a 1v1, and when he has a little bit of a help, phenomenal. The problem is, if you end up in this situation where you're consistently having Twisted Fate play up towards the top side, it becomes a lot more difficult. So Zika is going to answer with the Galio, make sure he's able to match these roams, follow alongside any sort of plays Ultra Prime tried to make, and make for a terrifying combo in these team fights. You get that big Galio ult on top of a Kennen who's in the Maelstrom. You get the combo coming through as well with Viego just bopping like whack-a-mole across everyone who's already low in these team fights. Like, it's going to be such a strong mid-game spike for BLG.
It is. And with Weiwei getting all those resets, for me, it's the perfect piece here for BLG themselves. Zika on the Galio. What's better of a distraction than a heroic entrance, right? Like, you couldn't get a better distraction there, and a lot of safety to boot. But on the other side, Ultra Prime, they've gotten a lot of fluidity with the TF pick in the middle. I want to see that level 6 mark coming to bear and really getting active on the map. That's something we did not see from them when they were on the red side last game. That proactivity was seemingly gone, and now in this third game, this is where it needs to come out.
And again, like, it can be in 2 different veins, right? You can see it either playing towards that top side towards ZS, or you can have Xiao Xiaobao kind of shadowing this Xin Zhao as he starts to go for these invades, setting up his jungler for success. And if that's the case, it becomes really hard for Weiwei and this Viego to actually manage against the dual punishment that is coming through. Now, obviously you have that Galio who can come in, get a nice little bit of help out, but the burst damage that can come through from this 1-2 combo with the Xin Zhao means that you may not have time for the Galio to join in the fight before Weiwei's already gone.
And that's the biggest kicker here. We do have Weiwei versus Hacker as a very, I guess, everything on the table matchup here for them, because this is the 2 that have been influential in getting advantages for both these teams early and keeping the pace up in the game. I think that has been the crucial part about this best of 3 so far, is whoever gets the tempo does not give up control of it. Well, here we are, Summoner's Rift, 3rd time of the evening. Ultra Prime taking on BLG.
And this one's for all the marbles. For the win in the series, Ultra Prime, they are out of playoffs, but they've been playing like they are a playoff contender in their last 2 series, taking the game against top esports, now pushing BLG to the limit as well. For BLG, finding a way to take down Ultra Prime could set themselves up for at least a bit of a run further into the higher echelons of our bracket, because right now sitting at 8 wins, they could potentially go to 9, maybe look for that 10th win, although it's an uphill battle as they still have RNG yet to face.
And for me, I've talked about this multiple times before, I'm a big traditional sports guy. I think that, like, emotion in sports, day of calculabilities and those kinds of things mean so much, and especially in the LPL, that's ever present, right? And for BLG, you've got yourself a playoff berth. You need to start thinking about the build up to playoffs. You need to start thinking about that first performance and how to build confidence, how to build momentum leading into that.
Yeah, and a loss here against Ultra Prime. It's going
Not
to
the way you
completely
wanna
derail
go.
that motivation trade. So they really do need to pick it up. And look, again, I feel like they got the tools to do it, right? We say, hey, look, we like when we get to play around Bew Bew. This is a game where BLG can play towards Bew Bew. You've got Zika who can set things up. And again, like we said, hey, look, Xiao Xiao Bao can be the one to initially start off plays topside. But you also have that option here with Bew Bew's Maelstrom and Zika with the ultimate as well. So I think you've got a lot of tools here to play these early topside skirmishes again as BLG that went so successfully in the last game.
I think it's crazy that we've gotten a Gwen v Kennen matchup
yeah.
every game of the series so far.
Yeah.
It's fun. I like the Kennen. I think Kennen is a huge mainstay, or can be a huge mainstay in the meta, but Gwen has been a mainstay in the meta. So very interesting to see them tussling out. I think this third game is going to be the big decider, right? We've had one game go the side of ZS, one game go the side of Bew Bew, at least in that matchup specifically, and maybe this time around we'll see what happens. But I still got to see the influence that this level 6 in mid lane brings to these junglers.
And right now, both junglers kind of hopping off to opposite sides of the map. Wei Wei trying to see if he can go for the El Familiar play towards mid lane that we've seen a lot at these early stages in the series.
That's it. Maybe try to give Xiao Xiao Bao a little bit of treatment. This, like, for how much we've seen chaos at the top and mid, this mid lane has been so crucial to those early ganks. And Xiao Xiao Bao gonna have to burn that flash. You gotta expect Wei Wei is gonna be back again soon.
Definitely, especially when you've got Zika's flash. He's got the taunt. You get the follow-up CC from Wei Wei. It's a dead Xiao Xiao Bao. Now, great news for Xiao Xiao Bao is Unsealed Spellbook exists. You can take a cleanse. You can try and get away from what is going to be a very obnoxious play, but we can already see that Ultra Prime on the back foot here when it comes towards this mid lane matchup. And if you start to see Xiao Xiao Bao fall behind, it becomes hard for him to keep pace with Zika, because Zika hits level 6 first. You got this timing window where you can be the ones to start making these proactive plays first.
I think that's the hardest thing, at least in this point, is like that TF needs to get a little bit more ahead than Zika does on the Galio. Galio does just provide that innate peel back, as well as the heroic entrance is just huge in the team fights, especially when you're setting up with the AoE wombo combos that we have. As we're going to get a little trade. Beauty actually taking the better end of that one with the dash out there, but still waiting on this jungler presence, both just kind of farming away early on, a bit different than we've seen so far. I'm typically at like 8 kills right now, right? The series, like we should be somewhere else. But it's a calm, calculated approach here in this third game for both these sides.
It's a ticking time bomb, right? You know
really
that
is.
we're just waiting for a lot of these to come online. And honestly, I think for Ultra Prime, you do have the options here while you've got this quiet mid game to start solidifying some of these advantages. You've got the push in this bottom side of the map. You can try and look towards some of these early dragons, especially if you are on, as you can see, like Wei Wei and Hacker just trading sides of the map. So Hacker will be making his way down here right as this dragon spawns. Maybe they can make some sort of play happen.
Ping's already coming down that way. The priority is in favor of Ultra Prime down in bot lane, though, so not necessarily going to have the help you might want in that aspect, but they're still going to get some vision game down and maybe transition into a potential invade here by Wei Wei, as Hacker's got some support of his own, very many members focusing around this area. Wei Wei just going in for some chicken nuggets of his own, but not going to find too many, as Hacker's able to clear up most of them.
Yeah, Xiao Xiao Bao not really having full control of the mid, so wasn't able to come across to try and help out, but level 6 is going to be hit by both these guys now in about 45 seconds, so that's where we're going to start to see this really open up again. Though I think you've got enough pressure as BLG just with the combo you have to start looking with the 3-man unit towards these Rift Heralds, so I imagine that's where we're going to start seeing Hacker now trading the dragons on the bottom side for those Rift Heralds and getting this split map working for both sides.
Yeah, and I mean, it is an Infernal Dragon to start us off. No Infernal Soul for this one, unfortunately, but a little bit maybe more priority put on this one early on just to get that extra little bit, and the dragon stacking that has been so big for both these teams in this series so far. But it looks like Wei Wei has stayed down towards bot lane. You're also getting the roam from Zika, who has a rogue entrance ready to go. Destiny Gate as well ready. So very, very close to that pop-off moment here for both these teams.
I mean, it feels like we're just kind of waiting on the edge of our seats. But let's say we end up in a situation where we're not actually getting these early plays, right? That works out beautifully for Ultra Prime. Because when you end up in a situation, you got this Aphelios against a reasonably short-range composition, you can do quite a bit of work. The only thing that SMLZ has to be careful of is BLG. We saw him in the last game when he was able to get that flash engage on towards SMLZ. He just disintegrated. So at least for Ultra Prime, if they can keep SMLZ safe, use Chelsea to keep the key carries of BLG away, they should be in a late game scenario able to win out these fights. But when we get to a situation for BLG in the mid game and they're off these 1 to 2 item power spikes, it's going to be really difficult for Ultra Prime to actually counteract a lot of those early plays, which is why I'm looking at these early dragons so much, being, hey, Ultra Prime, get them stacking, stop BLG from having that dragon as a win condition and something that forces you to fight before you're ready.
Exactly, and that's where I want to see Hacker going back down towards the bot side, but then there's the give and take question of how do you deal with the Rift Herald? Do you want to just focus on the Rift Herald, get a little bit of gold for a lane or something along those lines? Do you trade those out? We are getting a reset from Weiwei and a focus towards top from Hacker.
And I think this is kind of Hacker going, hey, look, we know that this Rift Herald's going to be coming through. Wave is pushing out on the top side. Let's see if you can make a play into BLG before this kicks off. Even if you get a flash or you get that Maelstrom out, it makes the potential fight at this Rift Herald so much easier for Ultra Prime to try and operate in. But BLG playing this wonderfully, staying far back, not trying to go that aggressive. And it means that now with Zika resetting, Weiwei coming off of his own reset, BLG are stronger up here on this top side.
And the scarier part is that this whole time while Hacker's been waiting for this play to develop, they've been getting bodies up towards this way, right? You've got a Heroic Engines ready to pull in the mid lane from Zika. You've also got Weiwei, who was up towards this way, but going to be keeping some vision control around this Rift Herald pit. And there really just isn't the play that Ultra Prime wanted to take. They will be able to settle for that Rift Herald, though, and it looks like it will be unresponded to on the opposite side since most members of BLG are up towards this way.
This is a Chelsea difference. Chelsea got that first reset. Now he's roaming up. PP got not in position. Now Weiwei starting to look for an engage.
Chelsea is right here. Not level 6 yet, but you got the AoE coming down, and now the Rift Herald is already gone. The Heroic Entrance came down. Now you got resets coming in for Weiwei, and Ultra Prime need to get out of the way as he's able to get 2 kills, give a third to Zika, and BLG go unanswered early on.
Oh, Chelsea Bell also forced the flash again, but that was what we were talking about. This combo with BLG is way too strong on the top side, and even in the 4v3, BLG come out on top.
It is a worrisome thing for this early on with nothing happening really across the map. To have an explosive fight like that go so one-sided, there was nothing that Ultra Prime could get back from that one except, being able to be in the presence there. And I think that with this 2,000 gold lead that BLG have had, it's looking like it's going to be a bit the same of last time around. I will give it to Ultra Prime, though. They were able to secure the Rift Herald, at least, and ZS was able to pick that one up.
Yeah, it's such a bad positioning, though, from Ultra Prime in this fight, right? You got Hacker and ZS already in the pit, perfect for BLG, and they're just like, you know what? Why don't we just add, like, one more person into this? And you can see the end up with Chelsea just launching himself into it. He gets burst out. You've already lost ZS, and you've lost your jungler as well, and Hacker. So they just chase him down, and this was just nice play from Zika. Just understand exactly how much damage he could deal in that scenario.
That's just really nice execution of the Wombo combo early on. You gotta expect they're gonna get worse as we get further. That was just the taste, the appetizer of what's coming next for Ultra Prime, but Moonlight Vigil actually gonna be popped by SMLZ there.
Yeah, there's a combo that you can do if you know that the sniper Q is going to land. You can throw out the Moonlight Vigil with the sniper still available, and you can manage to get 2 quick sniper shots off, one after another alongside the Moonlight Vigil. You like instantly disintegrate a health bar. So try to see if you can land that combo, but unfortunately not quite able to onto Aiming, so Aiming will just stay in the spot side, keep himself nice and topped up. And I'm just laughing at the items, which is why I hesitated there. Everyone else is like, I've been to the shop, I'm coming back with all my shopping bags. Whereas SMLZ and Amazing are Aiming, they're just like, yeah, we're investing. We're buying our time,
Yeah, we're scaling. We got to make sure to wait to purchase. Okay, well then, as we're talking about it, Aiming just goes and drops a fat stack on a Divine Sunder. It's no big deal there.
Oh, here we go, though.
Ooh, Destiny Gate is popped. You got the trio coming to top lane. Needlework as well. Maelstrom is going to be a huge turnaround, though. The hard mist isn't enough. ZS, he gets outplayed in the solo kill to Pew Pew. And now you've got Weiwei. You've got the rest of BLG showing up. Zika may die, but the resets are aplenty for Weiwei. And that's 3 kills for the Diego jungle of BLG so far. And they want more. Solar Flare comes out. Give him another one. Weiwei, 4 kills.
And it's just like that, BLG again powering through this strong top side of the map. And they tried to aggress so hard onto BuBu, but he's able to escape. He's got that Storm Surge as well, the Lightning Surge even, to get back to the tower and make sure that he's able to keep himself safe. But I don't know, Mazel, like, I'm watching ZS and this Gwen. He needs to go to some knitting classes or something, because this needlework has been all over the place. Like, last game he ends up missing in the 1v1 his final needlework, which ends up getting him killed. This dive as well, he's not even close. Like, he gets one off here, and then BuBu's just walking away. And
God. Oh, that feels
completely
so bad.
whiffs. The terror shot comes in, and again, Zika, phenomenal job here, gets the big taunt. He does fall, but sets up for these kills for BLG.
And you're fine with that, right? You're fine with giving Weiwei this advantage, right? He's on the Viego. He's already have so much strength, and he's also sitting at like a 1,500 gold differential over Hacker. You can take that, and you can run with it.
And again, like, this is just BLG taking over. As we said, the top side is so favorable for them. And Ultra Prime have got nothing, right? We said, hey, maybe you can look for dragons as a trade. Shouts out, bow.
Oh, no. He uses the cleanse. Gonna be able to get away from that one that time around.
But again, like, pressure mid now from BLG. They've already won top side. It's just done. So now they're just going to turn their attention towards the dragon. And when you've got this Kennen who's 1-0-3, 4-0-1 on the Viego, and with the amount of power that Zika brings to these fights, it's just impossible for BLG to for Ultra Prime to really contest BLG at these objectives. Now, Aiming getting some plates for himself as well. He's going to be in a phenomenal spot. It just feels like this game has already gotten too out of control for Ultra Prime.
The thing that I find really interesting about these matchups across the board is, like, you've had a lot of volatility across, but the fact that you had the double, at least semi-globals in mid lane, but because Xiao Sao got behind early, Zika just has the advantage there, right? Like, every time you're seeing these fights, you have a Destiny Gate, but the heroic entrance is getting more worth out of it. And it gets to a situation where you pick 2 semi-globals, one's going to get ahead, one's going to be an influence, and it's turning out to be Zika as Maelstrom comes in on top. That's 3 people under the damage circle, as well as the heroic entrance on top. Can they turn this around, though? No! The resets start coming through for Weiwei, and there's no hope for Ultra Prime! Weiwei is on a tear on this one, and he's heartbreaking the entire team of Ultra Prime.
And this is where you're just like, come on, Ultra Prime, what did you expect? You could see them leaving from the mid lane. You knew that they were looking towards that topside play, and they get caught out by it still. BLG dismantling Ultra Prime. And I want to go back to the point you were making, Mazel, just before that fight kicked off. Like, I agree. I think that the weird decision makings in these drafts from BLG, like, you end up with 2 solo laners that get counterpicked in favor of the Xin Zhao, and it's still not working out for them. And you're getting to see the results here, right? You end up with this Galio is able to move across faster. He's having more of an impact when it comes towards these TP plays, and BuBu is monstrous. And it's not like you're surprised by Ultra Prime. Like, this Kennen has come out the 3rd time this series. You've lost 3 times to this Kennen pick. And then it's like, okay, well, if you're going to do it again, you got to have something that's going to answer for it, but there's just nothing here.
And it's a slight thing. I don't know how much of a difference it would have made. I think there was a lot of healing to be had there, but SMLZ with a Moonlight Vigil across the middle, unfortunately not able to hit anybody. And there would have been a lot of AoE, had red-white, so you had a lot of damage backing that one up. That is an unfortunate situation, but it's a small microcosm of what's happening in this game, right? BLG have been able to take pressure across the map and utilize it, and every time Ultra Prime is trying to find something, especially towards this top side, they can't do so. And now Xiao Sao Bao is in trouble yet again. Hacker is here, though. Hacker might just die. Crescent Guard is out, so you have a little bit of safety in that aspect, but it will be Rift Herald summoned up and tower taken down for BLG.
This could be a second tower as well. I mean, you're already forcing Hacker off. You've got the Aphelios on the top side, and BLG, they're just looking to continue this pressure. BLG even moving across now as well.
So you do get almost the tower, not necessarily the whole thing, but we do have a dragon on the board, and BLG already heading that way.
Looks like there's some sort of plan here from Ultra Prime, though, trying to see if they can trade that bot side pressure of Dragon towards Zika on top lane.
Zika's backing right now. They don't see him. Is he? Oh, he stopped his back. No, Zika. He could have gotten out. He was so close to finishing his back there, Tagda, as Dragon will go down, but Zika gonna make him work for it at least. Give it over to SMLZ.
And it's so sad. I actually thought he was out. With the timing on it, I thought he'd done it. And then, yeah, just stops it, panics. But it does give BLG more time elsewhere in the map. So they get the dragon. Looks like they may actually get 2 towers off that play. Aiming, being careful, but look bot side. That's where the other pressure is going from BLG.
Yeah, that was just a distraction of his lane there. Aiming able to provide that one while they take a tier 2 in the outer bot lane. And I think this would be huge as well for another pressure valve, at least for BLG, to let loose, because this is seeming like last game where BLG are just not letting up the pressure and Ultra Prime are kind of falling prey to it.
Yeah, we're seeing again like a 4,000 gold lead opening up for BLG. Oh, well, I know 5,000 off those towers going down simply because they've been playing through their strengths on the map, and it felt like Ultra Prime here, they never really gave themselves a strong point in the map. They took the Aphelios and Braum bot lane, they're just going to try and scale, but every solo lane was countered and they just don't have an answer. So even when you get this stronger jungler in Xin Zhao, it doesn't matter because you never get the 1v1 against Wei Wei. You're always trying to play, well, catch up to what BLG are doing.
And for me, that's the craziest thing about this for Ultra Prime is like the Gwen, while a big pick, right, in the general meta, but as well as for ZS, you know, he had played it a decent amount of times before this series. There were other picks that were shining out to me, the Renekton and the Set, these other kinds of pieces that could be viable, but they just full commit onto the Gwen for this entire series.
I don't mind Gwen coming in, but like you do need to ban away things like the Jace, like this Kennen, because you can see the results. And unfortunately now for Ultra Prime, we are hyping them up saying, look, they came off the back of a win against Top Esports. They took game 1 in fantastic fashion. But unfortunately for them, it looks like the train is starting to run out of steam.
Just a bit. They got to put some more coal in there or something. Maybe get the Ultra Prime power ready to go, but it's a 5,000 gold differential right now in favor of BLG. They're continuing to push up the top side of this map. Maybe looking to punish ZS a little bit more. That'd be unfortunate for ZS, but no objectives on the map just means that BLG are looking for picks. They're looking for kills here. They're looking for Ultra Prime to overstay their bounds.
And it's just a bit buying time here for BLG, right? All they're doing is just pushing in waves. They've got the rise in these dragons. They know they're in a phenomenal spot, and you're still looking at these 2 items coming through for most of the carries, which is, again, where BLG are strongest. You're waiting for SMLZ to finish another item. You're looking at ZS, who needs to finish the Zhonya's Hourglass, a Cosmic Drive, or either the Nashor's Tooth. Like, you're still a ways off here as Ultra Prime.
You are, and aiming is just starting to do so much damage with those Mystic shots on that 2-item spike. We have a wave being pushed in top, though. BLG want to take another tier 2 tower. Will Ultra Prime be able to defend against it? Tower is still pretty healthy here, and they've got all 5 members available for the fight. But those pokes, those Mystic shots from aiming are doing serious work yet again.
And this is just going to be non-stop. BLG now just get to play through side lanes. Zika pushing in, you're going to BuBu push a secondary wave, and you've always got the opportunity to follow up either on these topside plays with a TP from BuBu or Zika with the
my god, Shasa Bowders almost dies to aiming. There's just nothing you can do in that situation. He's going to be forced to get out. He has the Destiny Gate and the TP to rejoin the fight, but it takes time to get the reset off. But BLG lose their minion wave, and they'll back off of the tier 2 tower.
I mean, I was kind of curious to see if they're just going to turn towards Baron, because you got a big wave that's collapsing on bot. ZS is there. Maybe the pick.
Oh, no. Shall see. He's going to be stunned down. He's out. Maybe. No. PP God will get him.
And now you're in a 4 versus 5 scenario. ZS is bot. BLG will turn towards Baron. And even if you don't get the Baron, you're still going to bait out this TP from ZS. Destiny down from Xiao Xiaobao as well. I don't know if Ultra Prime can get here.
An amount of damage ticking down on the Baron. The TP is committed, though. You got ZS coming in. Baron already at 3,000 health. ZS, Xiao Sao Bao the first to get here, but you have SMLZ and Hacker right around the corner. Is it going to be taken? Wei Wei gets it. The Maelstrom's doing work on Xiao Sao Bao. Hacker's already dead, and the reset's starting to come in for Wei Wei. He goes right in on the SMLZ, who just gets obliterated off the map. And BLG just can do no wrong in this one.
The Baron, the fight, the dragon to spawn as well. BLG have got full control of everything on this map. And now they're looking to push in mid, crack open this base.
The train is starting to leave the station, Dagnan. It's got big old letters on it. Guess what it says? BLG. They're getting ready for the playoffs, and they're doing so in fine fashion here. Inhib will go down in mid lane. They have Barons available, but it's split push time for BuBu as he takes a tier 2 tower in the top.
And it's been with BLG going back to basics that BLG have been able to take over this game. Enabling this Kennen matchup in the top side, getting the counter picks for Zika, and setting up Wei Wei in this Viego. I think Ultra Prime made the mistake of not prioritizing this Viego a little bit too much, but here we go. You can see with the Baron just taken, Xiao Sao Bao does a good job of locking up aiming. There's just no follow-up, especially when you get the flash and wave coming through from the Ezra there as well. Hacker's gone too deep, and there's just too much CC coming through from Zika to actually be able to function in these fights as Ultra Prime.
As we see in the picture-in-picture, there's some shenanigans afoot here as Cleanse is burned by SMLZ. They're still taking this fight, though. He's got the Infernum now as well. PP got his out, but Xiaoxi's forced away as well. The Destiny Gate comes out, but he's away from the fight. And Wei Wei has already found the reset onto Hacker. They've got Baron still for 1 minute and 15 seconds. This could just be the game, Dagda, as Xiao Sao Bao dies to the winds of war, and that'll signal it. That'll stream forward BLG as they get some more damage put onto them, actually. They might be in some trouble here. Moonlight Vigil goes wide yet again. There's the Maelstrom. There's yet another nail in the coffin. There's too many to count at this point as ZS tried his damnedest, but it's an ace for BLG, and they're looking mighty fine as they steam forward in week number 9.
And the victory will go to BLG. 9-6 they find themselves. Playoffs confirmed off of a single win in this series. And they will now be sitting tied with so many of our other big names, potentially pushing themselves further through our playoffs. But they need to try and look ahead. Because they've got Ultra Prime in the bag. They've got RNG left to go.
Yeah, RNG is going to be a tall task there, but this is how you set yourself up for those wins. As we were saying earlier, the emotion, the confidence, the momentum being built off games like this, especially when you lose game number 1 like you did. It's got to build a little bit of extra confidence on those second 2 games, or those last 2 games especially, to be able to pull out the way that you know how to win and do so beautifully, right? And like you said earlier, is going back to basics a little bit, going back to the style that they know how to play and to win in and be successful in. And maybe it was a little bit of an experimentation to go towards and put so many resources towards bot lane in the first game, but it didn't work out for them. And to be able to adjust mid-series is huge, especially when we're looking at going into best of 5s.
Yeah, I also just think their team fighting was far cleaner, right? We saw these early skirmishes, but they were actually on the same page. We didn't see them like crazy spread out like we saw in game number 1 with Amy and PP got on one half of the fight. You're looking at the rest of the trio trying to come in from the top half of the fight. It ended up super messy. This time around, they were like, cool, look, Amy, do your thing. Do the Ezreal thing. We know you're good at this thing. So let's just try and do our thing on the top half of the map instead. Like, play through that crazy strong trio that we were talking about, where you have double counter pick, more CC, more skirmishing potential, and a jungler that was getting fed as all hell. You had the easy way to try and power through, and you see with the damage graph there, Wei Wei did the most damage as a jungler in this game.
Yeah, you have to appreciate that, and you also have to look at that Gwyn damage for the second time in a row not really having an influence. It's a bit unfortunate when this pick has been so huge in the meta recently and in the late game team fights and things along those lines, but it all comes down to execution. And this time around, BLG were just too good in the last 2 games. They cleaned this one up quicker than any other in the series so far, with 25.5 or so in the first one. Now this last game, 23 minutes and 43 seconds. What a way to make a stamp on the final week.
Yeah, and despite Gwen's hair, it really does feel like she's a red side pick. I think you need to try and look to go, hey, look, we can either take her in this like first rotation just before the second ban phase, ban away Kennons, ban away the Jaces, and actually set her up for success, or as a very last counter pick. Otherwise, you end up in scenarios like this where BU can take up the game and set up for Wei so well.
I think blue side is just king at this point, but we'll see, as it is Wei who picks up the MVP, much deserved after just destroying Ultra Prime on this Viego pick.
He looked incredible, and again we got to see this early aggression towards the mid lane, working well with Zika to try and punish this Twisted Fate pick. And then when we got towards these skirmishes, he just knew, hey, as long as I CC anyone, I'm going to have Zika coming over the top, I'm going to have Yubu as well to try and facilitate it, and it just became this zone of safety where all the enter die at this Wei's hands.
And the fact that he has the Maelstrom just to, you know, it's like walking into a shop with everything available to you in the windows. Like, you set up the Maelstrom and he gets to pick his pieces. He gets to pick who he wants to go for, because they're all CC'd for so long. And this happened again and again.
Yeah, it's all free. You already know that they're low health bars. You just go in with the Heartbreaker, like, oh, I'll have a little bit of this, pop it into the shopping bag, get yourself a nice little gold. Like, it was just so well executed. We talked about it from the get-go that this top half of the map was too strong for BLG. You needed Ultra Prime to try and set up plays on the bottom side, look towards these early dragons, look to trade sides of the map. We just never really got it. They never tried to make any sort of answer when we got this commitment on the top half of the map.
I don't know if it would have made a difference. All I'll say is Swain Tom Kent for 2022. But you never know in those kinds of situations, because like that is, yes, a strength of Ultra Prime, but it can also be a detriment, right? And like you see some of the things that they wanted to try. The Twitch came out yet again in this series, but it still didn't look to the level that you want it to be. So when you're looking at Ultra Prime, they're picking up win conditions for themselves. I think they have to be a little bit more tried and true in what really, really works, right? And I think it's really interesting to see how they finish out week number 9 here, even though they're not in the playoffs. And now I do believe we are ready for an interview with Wendy.
Hello everyone, welcome to Interview, and now I'm standing by with Amy from BLG. So congratulations on this win, and also now BLG has qualified to the playoff already. So how do you feel? Because I know you must be so many words you want to say to all of us. 승리를 축하드립니다. 승리를 가져오고 플레이오프를 진출을 하게 되셨습니다. 그래서 소감이 남다를 것 같은데 지금 어떠세요?
일단 스프링 시즌에는 플레이오프를 진출하지 못했는데 이제 서머 시즌에 진출하게 돼서 이제 플레이오프에서 더 높은 성적을 바라보도록 노력해야 될 것 같아요.
So because in the spring split, we didn't manage to qualify to the playoffs. So I'm really happy that in this split, we were able to just get into the playoffs. But I think we have to have an even higher standings, positions on the standings. So we'll try to work harder for that goal. And let's talk a bit more about today's game. So because the opponent's team, they're the AD player, SMLZ, he can really have so many surprising picks or unexpected picks on the stage. And also for today's game, he have picked some champions like Kindred and also like Twitch. So have you expected that during the ban pick phase, and just how to handle with the situation in the actual game? 사실 스마일아웃 선수는 이번 시즌에서 엄청 깜짝 픽이 많이 선택하셨어요. 그래서 오늘 경기에서도 킨드레드하고 트위치를 뽑았는데 혹시 좀 예상을 하셨나요? 실제로 상대하셨을 때 어떠세요?
일단 스마로제 선수가 되게 많은 사파픽을 많이 하는데 이제 나와도 AP 챔피언을 할 것 같았는데 이번에 AD로 이제 비주류 챔프를 해서 정말 예상하지 못했고 그래도 경기를 이겨서 정말 다행인 것 같아요.
So I do think in this split, as Smileauze, he really have played so many different champions, all the uncommon picks, and also he was famous about playing those AP marksmen that we have already known. But to be honest, to have those kind of not uncommon AD marksmen to be picked in this split, in this best of threes, I didn't expect that. But I think we're very lucky to be able to just win today's game. And my next question is, in today's game 3, we feel like BLG, you guys really have so many skirmishes and team fights around the top lane, but for your KDA was about 0-0. So I'm very curious about the strategies from you guys from the early game. 3세트에서는 사실 탑 교전을 많이 나왔는데 에이밍 선수는 KDA가 00인데 혹시 팀 전체적으로 어떤 철학이 있으신지 궁금합니다.
일단 이즈리얼 대 아펠리오스 구도에서 이제 아펠리오스가 이제 편하게 이제 푸시를 하는데 이제 집을 안 가서 더 쉽게 그냥 잘 받아먹었던 것 같아요. 그래서 좀 더 많이 편했던 것 같아요.
Because for the bowling, I played Asriel to play against Aphelios. So Aphelios can easily just push the lane, so it's maybe hard to have some skirmishes around the bowling. So we just try to follow our overall strategies. We just try to focus on the top half of the map to play our game 3. And then last question is, I think now the regular season, you guys only have one matchup left, which is a matchup against RNG. So RNG, they're on winning streak. So any expectations and thoughts toward the next matchup? 사실 정규 시즌 마지막 경기는 RNG전입니다. 상대팀이 지금 염승전인데 각오 한마디 부탁드립니다.
상대 기세가 지금 이제 너무 좋아서 이제 한번 기세를 꺾어줘야 될 것 같긴 해요. 저희가 이제 스프링 때 이겨본 적이 있어서 이제 서머 때도 꼭 이길 수 있게 저희가 잘 준비하도록 하겠습니다.
Because I really think RNG is really on a very high note. So we would like to have a try to just stop them from having such a good form. And because in the spring split, we have already just taken down RNG in the regular season. So we just would like to try this again. And we will definitely try our best to prepare ourselves for the last matchup in the regular season. And congratulations again. 다시 한번 축하드립니다. And back to you guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Thank you, Aiming. My goodness, that might be one of my favorite interviews of the summer split. You gotta appreciate it. But he knows there's a tall task ahead with RMG looming large, but he wants to stop the run. He wants to make the Kings stumble before we hit the playoffs.
I mean, it's going to be a tall task, though, as you said, because this is an RNG that are on a streak. They found their flow, and they are kind of looking to bring it home at this stage. But I think for BLG, they're going to be pretty happy with themselves, because even now, just getting themselves to that 9th place win, they obviously secured themselves playoffs, but they've also slotted themselves up into that 7th place spot. Now, it could be short-lived with their next series coming up, as Sunyin could look to try and match that, but at least they are getting themselves away from the bottom half of the table.
Yeah, I think sticking to the tried and true is going to help BLG make it into the postseason very nicely. But we got to step away for a little break here while we get ready for our second series of the evening. We've got RA taking on Suni right after this.
rack it up. First of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, shots to the face. Some rock with the Sprite, he might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cop shut us down, but we turn up anyway. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Patty cake, it's a 1, 2, 3. All that body on a fake, she can't twerk like me. You know I don't get tired, I can run on E. And if you ain't talking money, then the talk is cheap. Independent with my money, why they mad? Acting funny, if you tryna take it from me, better tell him go and run it. Need to go and take your tummy. And your man, I know he want me, taste like honey. Head so good, he a dummy. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand.
Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I need a belt for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, exact like POTUS, and I stay open.
Hold up, let's get coders, let's get coders. Crept down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. Hey, that's light. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and it step like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep we cut. We
hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it. Yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach. I cook like I'm frying up chicken and ain't no debate on the hood, man. They catch it. I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, but beating it. Yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, hot. Fresh out the skillet. Yeah, busy. I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy. I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG. It won't get you nothing but fake love and whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man. We finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Ooh, I ain't worried about your opinion. I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you by the mile, stiff arm you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you getting mobbed, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
下场面对树林就顶住他们的上野吧，因为他们上路是一个操作非常强的选手，然后打野就也是一个很有灵性的打野嘛，就冰选手的话就是一个操作非常强的选手嘛，然后就玩的英雄也是比较进攻性的，然后想要兑现优势的话就得英雄选择比较好吧。
Welcome back, everyone, to the kickoff of week number 9, the final week in the LPL summer split here in 2021. I'm Mazel, joined by Dagda yet again, as we're going to be diving into our second series of the night, RA versus Suni.
And this is set to be a banger. I know that everyone's been watching this series going, hey, I'm like rubbing my hands in glee as I get to see these two guys fight off.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely insane. But we got to start talking about these teams a little bit. We got to start setting up expectations for this bout. As for RA, it's been an interesting season so far, but somewhat of a rare occurrence, it seems, for them, as they have really found their own here in summer.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we wanted to highlight was like, look, we saw these guys get into the spring playoffs in 2021. They didn't look so hot. They finished in 8th. Everyone had their doubts around them. The last time before that we saw them come into playoffs as Vici was right the way back in 2016 summer. So the fact that we're now getting them coming in and they're actually looking really damn good, the potential to take a top 4 spot, it's a rare occurrence that we see these guys looking on top of their game like they do right now.
And that's what's crazy to me is you were highlighting their run last split as well, and like the crazy miracle run at the end of the split, seemingly like what RNG are doing this time around. But it was the chaos that they played with that was so huge. But this season seems they've tamed it a little bit. Seems they've initiated a little bit of quantum entanglement, if you will.
Yeah, they've gone from that chaos theory, they've gone towards string theory, that quantum entanglement, where they're all working together, like they're all orchestrating at one unit. And it is phenomenal to see. We're getting these team fights that are set up incredibly well. Fofo working together alongside Cube to make sure that these dives can happen, making the team fights a hell of a lot more easier, looking more coordinated. iBoy is playing phenomenal as well, where he's having these big carry performances, but his position has been less crazy, I'll say. And he's having these unbelievable performances where we can see plays like this, and honestly, like, it's given RA a very distinct style, which is, hey, we've got Fofo and iBoy who are going to carry from the lanes, make sure that they're set up with Lien, and then when we get towards these team fights, you can see these dives look so clean. Hong is playing phenomenally, but look at Fofo coming in here, coordinating with Cube to get these dives onto the back line alongside Lien, making it incredibly difficult for teams to try and face up against them. So you get this advantage from the lanes that is then rolling over into these great team fights as well.
Yeah, and you can see the core piece of iBoy and Fofo being a huge sticking point for RA in these fights, these replays that we see, as well as, you know, a little bit of iBoy just getting free firing across the board here, and that's something that cannot happen when you're Suning in this series today, right? This is still a little bit of a standings matchup, a little bit of movement around for either of these teams, but it's magic number 9 for Suning that they're looking to pick up.
Yeah, magic number 9 here today, the potential to turn that 9 into 10, push themselves right the way up the standings, because as you just saw, Billy managed to pick up that win. They've now surpassed them, dropping Suning down that little bit further. So we want Suning to start picking up these wins, try and get themselves towards that upper echelon of our playoff bracket, because otherwise they end up in a situation where they've got to take that grueling gauntlet right the way through. And we have 15 best of 5s in our playoffs, so any one of them that you can skip is going to be a blessing.
It really is. It's going to buy you a lot of space and a lot of time, a lot of creativity potentially as well. But we're talking about Suning a little bit. We got to talk about their guardian angel, if you will, pun intended, as Angel just seemingly takes flight here in this split.
Yeah, one of the big issues that we had with Suning was that they weren't quite able to get their early game rolling. But now we're seeing Angel has been going towards this Twisted Fate pick and has been setting up Bin for success in a lot of their matchups. And I wanted to highlight the kind of the different styles that we've seen them run this Twisted Fate pick in. Now, obviously, there's a lot of pick potential with these squads, but certainly as you can look towards like picks like the Gwen, they've got this late game split push that they played against FPX that turned out to be quite successful. They've used it to facilitate these early lane bullies like the Callista and the Gnar, who want to try and push these lanes, start to take turret plates, creating advantages around the map, and that Twisted Fate was kind of the niche pin to make sure that they could keep themselves in order and always have their support coming through from the mid lane. And as well against LNG, we saw them use it as this really cool engage tool for their poke setup. So you'd end up with this rapid fire cannon CC coming through and Everfrost over the top, and then you get the burst damage with the Mega Inferno Bomb, the accelerated shock blast, and it made it incredibly difficult for LNG to operate against them in the game 3 of that series. So I'm loving that we're getting to see this Twisted Fate now come out and facilitate something that's been lacking for a while, something that's been missing since Sword Art left the team at the start of 2021, which is early game plays towards the top side, towards Bin.
Yeah, it's that facilitation, that word that sticks out the most to me, because when you're looking at this team, right, it's the SOFM show. You live and die by the sword of SOFM. Can be a nice one, could be a rusty one sometimes, but it's the facilitation that matters to me. It's getting the pieces around SOFM so that he can succeed and rub off on other players, right? You still have Ben, who can perform so exceptionally well in the top lane. You still have Huanfeng, who is huge in the later game team fights, as well as this ADC. You see the Jhin picks coming on through, just tried and true, but it is SOFM that has to get the ball rolling.
And I think the big thing as well is that when we actually get this like Twisted Fate coming into the mix, Sunny are just one of the best teams at trying to use these advantages, right? We just saw in that clip there, they're incredibly strong at being able to find teleport plays, to collapse onto plays. You oftentimes, if you look right the way back at the start of the split with the IG series, they were phenomenal at like having this Twisted Fate shadow bin to set up for these plays. Like, they are incredibly smart at how they use this Twisted Fate on the map and the tempo that they can gain from it. So I think certainly coming into today, this is something that Rare Adam are going to need to ban away, so they can go back towards the Rare Adam style of, hey, we're going to beat you in the laning phase, have lane facilitate these strong solo laners and this bot lane, and then power through into a strong mid game off of those.
That's what I find so interesting, that Ultra Prime pick up the TF in the last game of the series, just setting us up for this series as well, with the amount of TF play that we get to see coming through as well from Angel. Just one of those big picks for him, and we got to see what kind of priority lends itself in the draft, as I'm sure we'll be getting into it soon. But that is the matchup I want to look at, is Leyan versus SOFM, because the differences between these two junglers and the way that they approach the game for their team is huge, and it may be different on the Rift, but it's going to lead to a lot of similar things.
Yeah, I think the big one is, as we touched on Leanne, like, he likes to try and play a bit more of a supportive style, where he's like, okay, cool, I'm not going to fully go and gank my lanes. They have one of the lowest kills at 15, but what they're trying to do is, hey, I'm going to invade off of my lane priority and get myself ahead in the jungle matchup. I'm going to make sure that I'm controlling rivers so that then Fofo can play aggressive, so iBoy can play aggressive, and they can start to play through their own advantages in the lane. Whereas when we look across at SOFM, he has been the early game, I mean, at least until we saw the Twisted Fate come for Angel. Everything has lived and died with him, and the problem is, if SOFM dies, the head goes down. He's like, I gotta go farm to catch up, and the entire early game from SOFM and Suning disintegrates. So I need to see SOFM having this strong impact in the early game alongside Angel if we do get these roaming style mid laners, and trying to take the fight to Rare Adam, because if you just allow them to sit in lane, they are so good at powering through these strong laners and getting those advantages for the mid game.
Yeah, it's that priority in mid lane that's going to be huge for both these teams. As you see RA coming onto the stage, smiles aplenty as well, at least a couple of them there, but stone cold faces on the bottom side of the map. But I gotta appreciate the fact that RA, you know, have been able to resurge in this split and find themselves at that 5th place spot going against Suning. They've got to feel comfortable, but Suning are looking for blood, Dagda, as we see them come on the stage.
They need to start getting these wins in their favor, and honestly, it seems like they just need to find a style that suits them. It's kind of been the problem with Suning, is that they've spent a lot of this split going, hey, yeah, Bin's a great carry, Angel can play every pick under the sun, but they're not getting this early game rolling enough, or at least kind of subsiding the opponent's early game enough that they can hit the mid game where they're strong. Now though, against Rare Adam, they are going to be under pressure, and they need to make sure that they are taking the fight to Rare Adam and not letting them run away with their own style of early game.
And I think something else that is to be looked out for in this series particularly is, we've talked a lot about top side of the map, you know, enabling different pieces for both these teams. But something we talked about before this series, and we wanted to dive into it just a little bit, is this bot lane 2v2, right? Because it can lead out to so much. There's a lot of possibilities just in the lane itself, but as well as outside of the lane.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you look at iBoy, he has the highest CSD of any AD carry in the league right now at 15 minutes. He's got second highest goal difference of 15 out of any AD carry in the league. Like, this guy has been absolutely unstoppable in the bot lane, and honestly, I think a lot of that does come from Hung, who has been a phenomenal support. He's kind of top 5 supports for me right now. He looks incredibly strong and has grown so much since spring, and when you pair these two together, oftentimes they are forcing their opponents out of lane, getting these early turret plays, and that's what ends up solidifying these gold leads. Not so much just, hey, we're going to kill you, we're going to beat you when it comes towards the turret plates and also that CS.
And something else that stands out for me for Suning is like, they, in going back to a lot of what we talked about already and kind of coalescing that, is like, you see SOFM a main piece to how they like to carry, you have some supporting pieces, but it's about keeping the steam, right? Not running out of steam as you get further into the game, because I feel like that's where Suning has seemingly stumbled, at least in the past.
Well, we are going to be coming into pick and ban. Already we can see Rare Atom. They copped on to the Twisted Fate pick as well. They're like, no, we want none of that. I was going to be taking the Ziggs away from Huanfeng in that bottom lane. So it looks like Suning will have to go and fight toe-to-toe against Rare Atom. Now, one of the things we have seen instead in Suning in that mid lane is something like the Rise for Angel. But we also know that Angel has the most played champions out of any player in the LPL right now, sitting at 18 champions. So you're not exactly going to be banning him out anytime soon.
Yeah, but you could try. I guess there'd be a little dink in the champion ocean that is there for Angel, but we do have some crucial bans coming in here. The Camille getting a little bit of the split push down, as well as the solo lane prowess there. And last ban for Suning is going to be that Varus. So a little bit of focus down towards the bot side for both these teams, as the Zig has to be banned away at this point in the meta. It feels like RA do that themselves. And now we're just waiting on RA's first pick. Do you go for something that can facilitate for Leanne, or do you go for something that's going to be lane dominant like we wanted them to get?
I was highly expecting the Viego pick to come through here. He's been left open. He's insanely strong. And also some key picks, especially for Suning. SOFM's Lee Sin is just phenomenal.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see this locked in. I mean, they get that flexibility. Like, Angel's played it, Bin has played it, but it primarily does go to SOFM, and he's been absolutely loving it. So, especially when you got this Aphelios lock in, maybe they go towards like a Viego Lee Sin lock in, keep that flexibility open, and the opportunity to play so many other picks. Also, Thresh being up and available could be a pick away here for On to stop this Thresh Aphelios combo.
That's what's crazy to me, is that it's still available. Thresh is actually making it through the Aphelios lock-in. Typically, you know what's coming next. You know that this combo is so deadly, but they get the range advantage. They get what we saw last series with the Ezreal over the Aphelios, and RA pick up the Xin Zhao, as well as that Thresh.
And there's the Thresh. Yeah, and I mean, now you're kind of going, okay, Suning, what's the plan here? Do you want to fully opt out of the lane phase, take something like the Braum here, or do you want to try and get something for Angel in this mid lane? Like, there is always the opportunity to take something like the Rise, like a Galio, or even the Silas that he's been practicing like crazy in solo queue, and then ban away some of the counters, especially when you've already got LeBlanc taken off the board.
Looks like we're going to be looking at the support pool potentially here for Suning. Get a little bit of safety, at least for the Ezreal. It will be the Braum locked in for them, so a lot of strength in that pick, as well as what it can do for the rest of the team, right? The setups that you can have, the engages, but as well as, you know, the passive stacks coming through can be super huge for the target selection. But that also means your target selection has to be on point for everybody involved, as we are getting into the second pick, or ban phase rather, I guess, and pick phase. The Silas is the ban away by Suning.
And you can tell they're already thinking, hey, look, you know, we've actually banned away the LeBlanc potential for the Silas to come through if RA start to ban away some of these mid laners as well. But it looks like, at least from Suning's point of view, I wouldn't be surprised to see an Akali ban come through as well. Has been picked off. It's been one of Fofo's mainstay champions. Maybe the Zoe as well, because Suning may decide, hey, look, we want to go in towards this more range-orientated composition with Bin maybe taking something like Jace as a blind pickable top laner here for himself as well.
See how this last little bit does pan out. We still have very crucial pieces, but this time around ADCs picked early means that we'll get some solo lane shenanigans in the second phase, as the Orianna is banned away by Suning, joining the Silas and the Aurelia so far in the second phase.
Yeah, one of the things that we haven't seen from RA has been this like Lulu Xinjiao mid lane. A lot of other teams have picked it up, but they do prefer to traditionally have Fofo on some sort of carry. So Suning going, hey, look, well, the carry that kind of suits that style is the Orianna, so they take that off the board. RA ban away the Rise, which we'd already highlighted that this was a pick that Angel has gone towards as like a blind pickable mid laner. So honestly, it feels like to me right now, the big picks are like Elise Sin, where you can flex that to SOFM in the jungle. Maybe you go towards the Jace in the top lane, you give the Viego to SOFM in the jungle. Like, there's a good amount of flexibility still here. Or maybe they just decide to take a pick for Angel here.
Yeah, or, you know, get the pick you were looking for in the beginning. You got SOFM maybe picking up this Lee Sin. A little flexibility there. Got to appreciate that going on for Suning at least, making RA think a second. But you still have some very meta picks left on the table because we've had a little bit different of bans at least across the board for both these teams, which means that the Gwyn is immediately picked up by RA in the second phase.
I would love to see a Jace pick for Suning to counteract that. You already have that flexibility that we just discussed. You can send this Lee Sin mid, Viego jungle, Lee Sin jungle, Viego mid. Although with with Fofo hovering this Azir potentially in the mid lane, maybe you don't want to put the Viego in that mid lane because that range makes it really difficult to try and manage. And one of the things that Viego got hit on was his ability to heal in the lane, but it doesn't matter. We are going to get the Akali, so I think you take Jace here or the Kennen. Actually, maybe Kennen is even better, but then you just flex Lee Sin jungle, Viego goes mid against the Akali, and you have such a strong combo, especially if it's Kennen. Like, everyone on Ora is such short range. You get so much value from this Kennen ultimate.
Yeah, you definitely could, but I you know, Suning needing to decide that here with their last pick, and I think that this Okay, we get the Zac coming in. Nothing that you said. You might as well throw those notes back out of the window, Tacta, as we get the Zac coming in here for Suning.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the Zac pick. So we've usually seen Sejuani and Zac into picks like Diana, because you're kind of looking at it going, okay, this is not a champion that can get aggressive, can do well in early skirmishes, is not going to have a lot of pressure to invade in on top of me. Xinjiao is not that pick. Xinjiao really does have a lot of power in these early stages and can interrupt a lot of what Zac wants to do, right? Because Zac tries to wind up the elastic slingshot, he can audacious charge, get that three-talent strike to knock him up, and then you lose the ability to get away from that. So certainly I think for Lian, he has the ability to get in here and disrupt a lot of the early jungle pressure from SOFM. The only concern that I have is that mid lane. The priority definitely in favor of the Lee Sin. He does really well, especially when he gets to level 3. He's even able to like sit in the middle of the shroud, slam his fist down and spot out where the Akali is. Like, there's a lot that you can do here. So unfortunately, it feels like Lian will have his work cut out for him to try and get a lot of these invades off just because of the lane priorities.
And on the other side, I feel like you're really set up for Suning to get the advantages they want to have, right? To be able to help out SOFM as he's making these early paths and finding those early skirmishes. So this game is going to be very interesting to set us up for this best of 3, because this, I feel like, means a lot in the terms of the little mini meta that we're going to have develop, right? We had some very interesting bans coming across the board, some picks coming through here like the Zac, and very meta picks like the Lee Sin, the Akali, the Gwyn, the Viego. Does that change as we get further on? It's a big question, but this entire first game heavily relies on where these teams find their win conditions, where these junglers are looking to press up in their differing fashions of jungle. As we get the walk across the rift, the beautiful LPL flags take place, and Summoner's Rift is alive and well again. RA versus Suning, first game of the best of 3.
And it feels like Suning have gone towards, at least at the moment, a traditional Suning style of composition. We're not getting, unfortunately, the things like the Twisted Faith and that can roam around, but it is very much a composition that can be played towards that top half of the map, played towards Bin, enabling this Viego. And I wouldn't be surprised to see SOFM starting on this bottom side, starting to scoot his way up and trying to influence this top lane matchup, because it is very back and forth. If you get an early lead as either of these champions, it becomes incredibly difficult for the other to survive.
And that's what I love about these kinds of matchups right now in the meta itself, is like there are matchups where it's completely topsy-turvy. Somebody gets ahead, yes, it's a slam, but it's whoever gets ahead, right? It's not just the one category here for the top laners. Hung some trouble here, has the Winter's Bite procced onto him and taking a ton of damage from Huanfeng on those mystic shots, and this is just level 1.
Yeah, nice job. Like, a lot of people kind of underestimate the level 1 from an Ezreal because he's like, oh, well, you know, he builds tier. He doesn't do a huge amount of damage. Well, you're going for a longsword 3-pot. You got a Braum beside you. You quickly stack those concussive blows, and you can see the results there. Hong sent to pack and already burning through both of his pots on this bottom side.
Bit unfortunate early on. I want to take a little peek into these jungle matchups here. SOFM and Leanne both start on the bot side of the map, pathing up towards the top. But it's going to be a little bit quicker on the movements for Leanne as he's, you know, getting the red side start first instead of the double clear. But SOFM is going to be right alongside him. And I wonder, do we see this skirmishing happen over the scuttle, or do we see a lane opportunity come through for either one of these?
I think the big question here is going to be looking towards Angel, right? Because you can already see he's shoved in mid, taking the E level 2, to make sure he can continue this push in the mid. And it means he should be able to facilitate that move topside here alongside SOFM towards the scuttle. Same with Bin. But we'll have to see if the RA tried to collapse or try to make some funny movements. I just don't think the lanes are in their places to try and facilitate that.
Yeah, and looking for top lane. There's the focus, but it's for Cube, not Ben. He's going to have to flash away. It was very close to RA picking up first blood.
And that's one of the benefits of this quicker clear from Leanne, right? You're able to just match the pace of SOFM, but get towards that top side quicker, look for that early gank. Now a flash blown, Bin has to be a little bit more careful, but Angel roaming from this mid lane means SOFM will guarantee himself one of these scuttle crabs.
And that's what we wanted to see from Suning. We need to see them facilitating SOFM, moving around the map, being able to help him out in these kinds of pressure moments. And on the other side, Leanne helping the lanes, right? And that sometimes does mean giving up some of those skirmishes, going for other things that can enable your other lanes. And he's going for the scuttle on bot side while an invade comes through from SOFM.
Yeah, nice job from SOFM, honestly, just picking up this Gromp on the top side of the map, making sure that he can at least like take those camps for himself, because Leanne had to pat bot to get himself his own scuttle. So just kind of smarter clearing coming through from SOFM and reading Leanne really well.
I just checked into the CS differential. This is a decent CS differential for Ben, already developing up there, even though he was ganked early. We'll have to keep a check-in on that later on. But I also want to do a check-in on this bot lane. iBoy and Hung have had complete pressure this entire time, it feels like, after that early skirmish we had.
Yeah, I mean, this is the way the matchup goes. Aphilio's actually quite strong when it comes towards push.
Yeah, he is.
Ezreal, not so much, let's just say.
What are you
this
talking
is kind
about?
of the downside.
A mystic shot every 3 seconds doesn't clear the wave? What?
Yeah,
No way.
that single target damage is just not that good. Who would have saw it coming? But it does mean, again, like, this is kind of what we're talking about, is like, yes, you've got the push on bot side for RA. Maybe Leanne can get some invades off, but Fofo not having control as...
Oh my god, that's going to be a lot of damage. Angel just pressing up this mid lane continuously against Fofo. And level 6 isn't even achieved just yet, and he's going to continue to press up this wave.
You know, you will be able to TP back in as Fofo, so won't lose out on too many minions or anything like that, but you're seeing exactly what we're talking about. You cannot contest the wave here as Fofo, which means Leanne can actually try and go for those invades on towards the Zac, and Zac actually coming out with a nice little bit of an advantage because Leanne tried to go for this early play top, didn't get anything out of it, well, got the flash out of it, but actually set himself behind on the clear, which SOFM was able to answer for.
We did see Hung hanging out in mid lane, not going to find it after TP came in from Fofo. Thought maybe they were going to try to stay to punish Angel. He still has flash and is very mobile as the Lee Sin, so it's very hard to even get the lockdown on him in general. And if you don't have the burst, then all is said and done in that moment, right? So I want to look to see how these roam timers come down for both of these supports, rather, as On is now on his roam timer, but we're getting the 1v1 in top lane. Heartbreaker used out as a defensive measure by Ben.
Oh, Leanne's been spotted though by SOFM. Both very low though. SOFM has the level advantage, but he's just going to back away. And yeah, I agree. I think like we're going to see a little bit of pressure continue here from RA up towards this top side. The question mark for me though is like, well, I suppose not really question mark. I already know it. This is going to be a slow-paced game as hell, all right?
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm sorry for everyone. We're looking at the teams that are placed 14th and 13th when it comes to kills at 15. They're not exactly the quickest, bloodiest teams that we have in the league. But what I want to see is like the objective focus from both these squads. Because certainly when we look towards RA, they have like the second highest Rift Arrow control, their third highest for Dragon control, and you can already see them starting to set up for this, right? They're looking now to get this Scuttle. They're going to try and push in this wave, look towards the early Dragons, and find ways to, even though they don't have a lot of places they can make plays around, still find these advantages off of the priorities that have been set in their side lanes versus the non-priority in their mid lane.
And before we get this first skirmish potentially over the dragon, right? SOFM is down this way, as well as Leanne is in his side of the jungle down towards the dragon. Don't know if that's going to happen immediately, but I do want to set up at least for, you know, those early win conditions in these fights, right? When you're looking at these 3v3s, 4v4s, even with the TPs, the early 5v5s, as we come a little bit later on, how do you look for both these teams? Because there's a lot that can go right and a lot that can go wrong, but the bar of execution for both of them is pretty high.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to come down to like individual skill. And
exactly.
One of the guys that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on is Fofo, because he's been absolutely phenomenal. Like, he's been an insanely strong mid laner, honestly, since last split as well. But the dude on Akali needs to be able to get onto Wanfang. And one of the benefits that we've seen of an Akali is that, like, she can dive into the backline, force out an early arcane shift from Wanfang, and then follow up with the perfect execution. But bot side here,
will be spotted out by the ward, so not going to fully commit there, but is down here just in case he wants to start up the dragon, as the backs do come through from the bot lane of iBoy and Hong, but it looks like it's not going to be started up just yet. SOFM looking for the other side of the map.
Yeah, so I want to go back to that point though, because we're kind of saying, hey, look, Fofo can have this execution, but it'll be matched by Angel, right? Angel's going to be a monster in these fights. You got to be so careful as iBoy for things like Bin, Angel, and SOFM leaping in on top of you. So it's definitely a very hot dive-centric composition from Zuni that is looking to fish out picks on iBoy. But if you can get to the later portion of the game, Cube going to be massive, iBoy going to be huge, and especially if he goes Immortal Shield Bow, should help iBoy in surviving a lot of these early aggressions.
Kind of interesting. RA getting the map movement from the entire team almost to help out get that Rift Herald, the early objective secured before our first dragon of the game. Very interested in that one, but now the question is, where can you use that as Leanne? Are you able to get pressure anywhere? Because it seems besides bot lane, you're not really able to generate that pressure that you want. And SOFM is out looking. He is hunting, and it looks like Cube might be his first target here, but not going to go ahead and get the slingshot as Leanne is right here to follow him up. The 3-talon strike not going to be quick enough.
Yeah, Nerdy able to get onto him, but again, a good job from Leanne here. This is what we talked about, right? He just wants to keep his lane safe. They like to take these extended laning phases as RA, because you can see bot side, massive CS lead going over in favor of iBoy. You look at the mid lane, even Fofo is like, hey, you know, not the best of matchups. He's got a nice CS lead for himself. So if you extend these out, you end up in a situation where RA come out into the mid game already with a slight gold lead. You can see about 500 there for themselves. And they use that then with their great objective control to take over games. And Suning right now, with this slow-paced early game, feels like they're playing into the hands of RA.
It does, and that's not exactly what you want for Suning, but I still think that there's a lot of potential in those team fights, right? You have Angel on this Lee Sin. That Dragon Rage kick is going to be huge for getting separation on some of these pieces, right? And SOFM's engagements, those are also going to be huge. How can you pick apart these fights against RA for Suning? Because that's how your pieces kind of align, right? You're getting the consistent damage from Wanfang in the back with the mystic shots, but you've also got a lot of buttons to go forward, right? A lot of things to press forward onto RA's comp.
Yeah, you just need to be super careful, right? Because if you end up lining up as Suning, it's like, cool, here's needlework through 4 of you, 5 of you, just wrecking you in these team fights. Leanne being able to buy a lot of space with this Crescent Guard as well, like being able to get space for iBoy, stop the dive potential that is coming through on Suning. But bot side,
Gravitum is available, does get the double root. The death sentence lands. Is this finally first blood? 11 minutes in, it's RA who pick it up.
And it's such a nice play from RA. We talked about, hey, you got push on side lanes, get the Rift Herald, get the Dragon. They make the play on bot side with iBoy, and this is so much gold going into this Aphelios. iBoy is going to be so happy. I mean, look at the gold on the left-hand side of your screen.
Yeah.
He's 2,000 gold up on his counterpart.
It's 11 minutes in, dude. Like, oh my God, iBoy's putting on a clinic right now. But I will say, you gotta be careful. Because as I was saying earlier, a lot of pick out potential from the side of Suning, a lot of pick apart potential for the side of Suning. And as the Sibelius, you have to be careful of your positioning in the fights.
Yeah, and you can see why, like, this Aphelios Thresh combo, great for disengage, but phenomenal in the engage tools as well, because you set up so well for these picks. An easy secure for Leanne, even flashing forward to make sure that he could get the damage there. But either way, Death reigns on Sunin's bot lane. RA now full control of this map. And they're just going to continue to play around iBoy. He's the strongest portion of the map, so rotate him topside, start to move Leanne up here as well, look for some potential plays before Sunin have actually reacted to this rotation.
The reactions are what I want to hone in on, right? Because I think that has been such an interesting thing to look at tonight in the game specifically, but now in this game as well, because RA have a lot going for them here, but it's about that proactivity, right? And you can continue to press this up with Fofo on the Akali. Leanne on this Xin Zhao is huge as well, having hit that mythic item spike. But can you utilize this, and can you be able to kind of get this early little advantage you've gotten, snowballing even more, right? How much resources can you put into iBoy's pocket is the biggest question.
Well, I mean, Sunin kind of just handed it to him.
They did.
He just got 2 more turret plates, nearly a third off that as well. So that's 7, nearly 8 turret plates that have already gone across to this Aphelios. He's actually just resetting because his coal popped. Might as well get that one out of the inventory as well. Like, he's got the zeal already for this Ruden's Hurricane. iBoy's massive.
He really is.
You like, the game plan from RA, screw Fofo, screw everything else. Just sit on iBoy. This is protect the president. Flays, hooks, crescent guards, whatever the hell you need. I mean, figure out a way to put the Hollow Mist on him as well. Just protect iBoy. And that's how RA win this game.
Literally the gold lead personified is iBoy right now. Like, you have small advantages everywhere else, but iBoy's getting huge. He's also got blue buff. That's how much they're putting the resources in this dude's pocket.
It's like, yes, master, please take more.
Please take anything you want.
Whatever it is, yeah. They just want to make sure they can win. And look, this is, as we said, this is the game plan for RA, right? It's win through laning phases, and we have this extended laning phase, and RA are smacking Sunin. They are playing this map so much better. Now, more turret plates, chakrams to make sure he can get through the last of this, and Wanfang is a slight bit behind in the spot lane. There's a lot of like, yeah, you know, item spikes coming through for Ezreal. They're nice and cheap. He can hit them nice and early. No. iBoy is way more relevant than you are, especially like Runa's Hurricane. You more than likely have this Infinity Edge as well completed before you have the Manamune done. And you're already, like, you've just lost all of the aggression that Wanfang offers over in Aphelios.
All I'm saying is it ain't no Trinity Force Ezreal this time around. I think you'll be opting into the more defensive build, as you see almost 1,500 gold, 1,000 of it in iBoy's pocket from turret plates.
The dude's huge. I mean, look, 7,500 gold versus anyone on Sunin is like, the highest is 5,100 from both solo laners. Like, he has so far escalated beyond where he needs to be. It's insane. And now, RA, they're going to get more for him, right? You've just got Rift Herald. Now you just put that mid. You get another turret for yourself off of iBoy whenever you really want to. And there's a dragon in 30 seconds as well. So you have a bunch of objectives now that you can fight towards as RA. And Sunin, they've done nothing, right? It's been just a sleeping lion right now this entire game long.
Just hitting the snooze button a couple too many times. We do have the change up of lane assignments here as we see Angel backing. Maybe he'll be able to reset some of this, but Ben is going up against Fofo in that top lane, and the fighting is afoot, at least in mid, because we've got multiple members from both sides positioning around this area. We have the Infernal Dragon on the board here. Would be second dragon of the game for RA, or the first to tie it up for Suning, as they need to be finding some objectives if they can, but the confidence just isn't there at the moment. The gold lead just isn't there at the moment, Dagda.
They need to find a pick on iBoy.
Oh, there we go. They got it. That's beautiful. No! Okay, he dies eventually. Wanfang is able to get down. I was about to say there's no way he gets out, but Leanne is able to get the dragon. This is a big secure, at least for the dragon, stacking aspect into this Ocean Soul that we see.
I mean, I don't know what iBoy was thinking. He just
I don't know either.
Like, they're on dragon, and he just walks into 4 people, and it's like, well, I don't know why you're surprised. Like, there's only so much the Secret Service could do in this situation. And if you're not going to stay with them, it's kind of done for. So, iBoy falls. That's going to be a good bit of a shutdown going across as well. Like, this was way too far forward. Really good job from SOFM, by the way. Like, heads up to just catch the ward, catch onto iBoy. And you can see the CC chain is just way too high. Final auto attack from Wanfeng finishes him off. And yeah, I mean, not pretty from iBoy.
Not pretty. Even when you're set up like this, things can still go wrong. That's what I said earlier. You gotta watch out for the positioning. Sometimes can be a little bit questionable on these ADCs because things can go so dire so quickly. The life of an ADC, right, Dagda? But Angel v Cube in the bot lane right now. We'll see that matchup come back. As very interested to see where Suning can find their first tower of the game, as they've almost lost all their outer towers and they still got to deal with the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and you can see they're trying desperately to say, hey, look, let's just overload this mid lane. Make sure we got 3 people here to try and keep that. But it's opening up Lian to start threatening off towards side lanes. You can see thinking about a dive towards beating that top side. They can try and make something happen on this bottom lane as well. And at any point in time, if you try and counteract the plays that Lian's making in side lanes, he just casually walks back mid, plunks down this Rift Herald, and you could lose that mid lane turret.
Not what you want to do. That mid lane tower would mean so much for RA, specifically around those objectives, continuing to stack these up. You've got 3 minutes for the next dragon to come up, and I would expect that this Rift Herald is going to be utilized here pretty quickly, I would think, because it's starting to come up to that cooldown. You might lose it, but I would want to see if they still want to try and focus getting that gold into iBoy.
At this stage, like, you just need the Infinity Edge complete onto iBoy, and he's massive, but... Or actually looking for an Escage.
My Vigil just comes out to dissuade any follow-up from Suning there. Could have pulled the trigger on the Gravitum at any moment there. Stop them in their tracks. We do get the Rift Herald finally in mid lane, but it's going to be a disco party here for RA as they've brought every member down this way. Gonna get 1 charge off of that second Rift Herald. Will be Shirley, as known in the LCK, but it is very, very rough to siege down right now. I feel like they had all the members there, but they didn't want to fully commit to that one.
And yeah, that was the big problem. They had all the members there. Like, they didn't have the side lane push going. Fofo and Cube had already started to rotate down for the blue buff contest. So Suning already in a position to stop the turret take. Now, the Rift Tower was about to time out. I don't really blame Lian for tossing down there. Just unfortunate they couldn't have the map set up. But yeah, I do want to see RA going back to this 1-3-1 style. Like, you have iBoy that's massive right now. Just try to shove in these waves to the tier 2 and try to then move Fofo or Cube into a position where you can try and collapse, because with how low that tower is, if you end up catching Wanfeng or even on underneath the turret, you can very quickly kill them, finish off the turret, and litter the Suning side of the jungle with wards.
I'm still looking for those executions in the fights for Suning. There hasn't really been a good setup, right? You got the pick onto iBoy to even up the kills 1-to-1 at 20 minutes. My goodness, this might be the lowest kills I've gotten all summer. But you know what? It's fine. We're building up for the momentum in the late game, for those crazy 5-on-5 team fights. It's going to be wonderful. I feel it. But right now, you know, you still have a decent lead. You still have a 4,000 gold lead, sub 20 minutes for RA, but it's how you utilize that. And we haven't really seen anything recently because of the catch out for against iBoy, right? It kind of puts a little chink into the confidence of RA when they approach these fights, because you cannot let iBoy get caught out. You have to peel for the Aphelios or your team fight's not going to look as great.
And I agree, and I think this is where we're going to see this next fight is going to be super crucial. This is like the turning point of this game. 40 seconds until the dragon. If iBoy is able to stay safe, he can take over these fights. If you end up in a situation where iBoy gets destroyed with the dive potential on Suning, it doesn't feel like you have a huge amount in the bank left to try and carry the rest of the fight. Cube still needs his Cosmic Drive. Fofo only sitting on a singular item, working towards the Morello Nomicon. So iBoy is the team fight here for Rare Atom. So if Suning can get on top of them, they can turn that fight in their favor.
They have a lot of tools to get on top of them, as we've seen multiple times here, but it's ever so closer to that crazy engage. Lian, that sentence to get away from that one. Just wanted to take the initial engage. Cube is here as well. You have everybody collapsing and a dragon spawning on the board. This is sole point for RA if they want to take it. but Suning do not want to let that happen. They don't want to give up the pressure that can be given or gained with a soul point, but the death sentence lands beautifully on SOFM. They're just going for it here. Moonlight Vigil may miss, but you're going to get 2 kills anyways, and RA have found it yet again.
And Hung sets it up beautifully. The death sentence buys that space for RA, buys the team fight, and now Dragon goes their way. 3 dragons just like that, 21 minutes into this game, and pings galore towards the Baron, Mizell.
The big purple worm looks to be going down to RA, the other purple worm apparently. As they're looking for the Baron. It's already started up, but TPs are coming in from Suning. Again, another objective they do not want to let go. Ben, Angel, Huanfeng are here. Baron at half health. Angel goes in early. True Shot Barrage comes out as well. Ben is now in the fight, but can they get the Baron? There's no chance with no jungler, and it's taken by Leyen. They're going to head for the hills this time. We see them execute it, and they get out alive.
And there's nothing that Suning can do. They had to try and find the fight, but the coordination wasn't quite there. Too many of their ultimates were used in that previous fight, so Suning can't try and contest. But we're going to watch here, like, this hook from Hung was perfect. Straight onto SOFM, the jungler, and you think, hey, SOFM is going to be kind of tanky, but look at the damage that's coming through from iBoy. They just shred him. He's so low before this fight even kicks off, and they just finish off 2 members of Suning just like that.
Really hard when you have the link that RA have, right? Leyen was going full in, but he was getting followed up with because of the mobility and the range that the rest of RA have, and it's just working out so beautifully. Right now you have 2 kills on Leyen. Yes, usually the facilitator for his lanes, but in this game, particularly with that Xin Zhao, with the Crescent Guard, can be huge and very detrimental to Suning's composition when they're looking for those damage profiles. As SOFM gets caught out yet again. Angel finds Leyen on the side here, but he's going to be taken up by the 3 Talon Strike. Moonlight Vigil comes out, but a nice Arcane Shift is going to get him away. Angel goes in for a trade. iBoy's going to get himself another kill, and you'll take that trade all day long.
Yeah, mid for support. Hell yeah, that's great for RA. Now they look towards the mid lane. Fofo, he's in behind. iBoy is 3 items strong. Aphelios at 23 minutes has an Affinity Edge. This guy is so far accelerated, it's insane, and it's why RA are playing so loose around these fights. They know that as long as iBoy is there, there's little that Suning can do.
Wind becomes lightning, starts off the engage, but not going to find the follow-up there. Fofo pushing the side lane on tier 2 now with Angel down. There's no response. And as you said, iBoy is just a threat to be reckoned with in the mid lane. RA are just busting down Suning's base without any response, and Fofo gets himself even more gold.
I mean, they've got the Baron buff. They had the lane advantage just because Angel died for the support. So Fofo gets bot lane turret. They get the mid lane turret. And now you're really starting to put the pressure on towards Suning, because in 2 minutes time, that Ocean Soul is coming up. You have an Aphelios who's fed to all hell. You're looking at Fofo, who's going to have that, the potential Zhonya's completed, but at least have that stopwatch himself to make sure he can cause threats towards Han Fong in the back line. And there's so much peel between Leyen and Hung for iBoy. This dive composition is starting to fall apart at the seams.
They've got to find a ticket in here, as Suning have been slowly but surely being bled out of this game. And as you said, about a minute and a half till that objective comes up, you got to expect they've got to position around there early to get the vision down, to set themselves up, because every time it seems like they're just not set up for the fight that they want. And that was something we highlighted earlier, right? It's about the execution on the comp. It's about picking apart the side of RA. But when you're down so far, it's almost impossible to do so. And especially when iBoy himself has like a 4,000 gold lead over Huanfeng, and there's just not enough damage coming out from the Ezreal.
Yeah, and although I like the idea of the composition for Suning, it just never really had a chance of fighting back. We saw SOFM try to make a couple of plays across the map, but was always caught in contact with Leyen, and the Zac isn't working out.
Speaking of contact with Leyen, he's getting everybody thrown his way. Has the Dark Passage get out, but look at all the wards on top of it. He's still in the thick of it, but he's still alive. The Sterix Gauge gets popped, and that's SOFM going down. No bloblets to save you today. This is 5-2 for RA. You thought you got Leyen, but you didn't.
They end up getting SOFM, and that's 30 seconds until SOFM is back, right as Dragon spawns. It takes him time to get there, so Suning have now got to face a 4 versus 5 fight in the pit at Dragon. Otherwise, they will lose the Ocean Soul, because Aphelios, he's going to shred it.
And the siege potential gets so much worse if this composition gets this Ocean Soul. So you see Suning are pushing up into their side of the jungle. They want to get ready for this, but it doesn't matter because RA say it's time to fight. It's time to fight. Moonlight Vigil comes out, getting a kill for iBoy, and it's all we've seen all game long. RA do not give up. They continue to put the pedal to the metal, and Suning are on the wrong end of the train for that one. It's another dragon yet again given over to RA, the soul given over to RA, and a 10,000 gold lead to RA.
I don't even think Suning are on the train right now. I think it's gone. Like it's
station.
entirely out of the
There's
station.
people like running after, like, I swear I got a ticket.
They've like rode up to the door and it's just closed in their face. The nose has got caught in the door. It's like,
this.
look, everything we've done is just done for. Like, yeah, Leanne, like Crescent Guard keeping him alive. You don't have the burst damage to deal anything. He flashes away. Derek's Gage keeps him nice and healthy as well. And then SOFM, the tankiest member on Suning, is just left there going, hang on, lads, how did we not even finish one of them off? And unfortunately for Suning, this is what we're kind of talking about, right?
Yep.
This Zac pick hasn't worked out. Yes, it is great when you can get these early ganks off, but he never had the opportunity because losing bot side, losing top side, the only place was mid, and it's so difficult to gank Fofo in this Akali that he never gets a chance. Now we're getting to team fights, but RA have already run away with the early game, so Zac is just irrelevant.
And to be honest, I feel like that fight was a perfect representation of SOFM trying to get the team on the train. He tried. He got Leanne. He's like, guys, we got him. Oh, no, we don't got him. Crescent Guards, Derek's Gage, all that comes out, and all the peel comes out. And I honestly think Hung has had an incredible performance on the threat. We'll see if he can do so again. SOFM goes for the engage, but again, he is just brought down afterwards. Maybe he doesn't go down. Look at the beautiful kick on the side. No, Angel goes down anyways, and now Fofo is in everybody. They haven't even gotten one dag. Now what do you do when you throw everything at the wall and nothing sticks?
You hit the enter button, you go /FF. If you ever end up in a
Rip the
position
dream,
like
baby.
/FF, because all right, they're taking this one home.
Yeah, there's no way you can come back from this. You're getting the 1v1 on the side. Hung, the supportal combat, he can't take Ben, but Ben has lost his base, so what do you get from it? RA come out swinging in game number 1.
So well played from Rare Awesome, and this was actually the biggest fear for me for Suning coming into this game. We get the Suning that doesn't have an early game pace, lets themselves be dictated by RA, and we get Fofo coming out with advantages in the mid lane. We get iBoy. Like, Advantage doesn't do justice how far this guy was ahead. And from that point forward, they just didn't have a fight. Like, Ezreal had only just completed his 2 items, and there's a bloody Infinity Edge on this Aphelios. Like, there was just no hope for them to find these team fights. And look, one mistake from iBoy, yes. But after that, he stuck really close to the Hog, stuck by Leanne. Yeah, and was just like, he's not ever going to get picked again.
Yeah, it's just so crazy how this game went out. And you can see in the gold graph, like, it's completely present on what happened in this game. But for me, I was talking about Suning maybe losing steam in the later parts of the game. There was no steam to be had in this game. And so I feel like going into game 2, you've got to find that thing that's going to bring you forward, right? And SOFM playing the more aggressive junglers, the picks that can set himself up and not necessarily the lanes are what I want to look at for them, because I think that this Zac pick, as you were stating, good specifically into specific things, but as a whole, not able to get what you wanted for Suning, and you just don't develop the pace that you wanted, the pace that we know Suning can succeed with early on.
And even in draft, we're saying, hey, look, I didn't want to see this Zac. Yeah. I wanted to see Lee Sin go jungle. I wanted to see a Jace come in for being in the top lane. Give themselves a guaranteed place to play around, right? And you can actually very quickly work through this Gwen, have that Lee Sin play there, and you give yourself a guaranteed point of, this is where we put our aggression. It felt like in this game, Suning just never really found that opportunity. Leanne counteracted a lot of the plays we had towards top side, and just with the stronger jungle matchup, Suning just couldn't get anything rolling.
Game plans we set out kind of changed a little bit as we go through, but that's what I wanted to see. How does this best of 3 meta complete as we get on into week number 9? But we got to take a little break, cool down from that crazy RA favored game, and we got to come right back to it with Suning's answer for game number 2. We'll be right back.
一天时间安排除了睡觉就训练吧，还有吃饭。
时间安排就是每天起床，然后吃一口饭，洗漱一下就开始要训练了。
一天的时间安排，对不起，一天的时间安排的话，就吃饭、睡觉、打游戏吧。
其实我的作息就是不是很规律的，就要看我困不困。我就说我是困了就睡，不困就会打很晚。
具体就醒来打排位，然后训练赛，然后到晚上就差不多该睡觉了，就比较简单朴实无华吧。
就起床打游戏打排位没了。
晚上3点左右睡觉，然后早上中午12点左右起床。
职业选手时间安排就是起来洗漱、吃饭、训练，然后继续吃饭、继续训练，然后训练到晚上2、3点左右，然后上床睡觉。
早上起来打游戏、吃饭、打游戏，然后训练赛打游戏，然后打游戏、睡觉。
一般就是下午1点起来，1点之前起床吧。
1点钟起床吧，
就1点起来吧。
1点上班。
正常的话，12点多起床之后，1点要到训练室，然后打一场rank之后，2点准备训练赛。
2点开始训练赛吗？
到2点开始训练赛。
2点正式开始训练，然后2点钟打训练赛，训练赛打到5点，然后吃下午的饭。
晚饭5点吧，
然后5点到7点会有个休息时间。
2点到5点就训练赛，然后中间2个小时是休息的，就吃饭、睡觉都可以吗？
然后5点到7点这段时间是休息时间，比较努力的选手可能会在这个时间多打几把排位。如果是不努力的选手，大家可能在这个时间划划水、休息休息也是很正常的，因为大家中午这个点都会有点犯困。
5点钟结束训练，然后吃东西，然后继续打排位，然后到7点训练赛。
然后7点的时候再打3盘训练赛，然后有的时候10点会加练2盘训练赛。
7点，然后训练赛打到12点吧。
7点打训练赛。打训练赛到10点、10点半，
然后7点的时候训练的话就打到1点吧，或者12点，然后你可以吃夜宵，然后再继续训练。
然后7点钟开始下午的训练，下午训练呢可能到10点钟吧，10点钟结束，可能11点会有一个加练，也是训练赛，然后训练11点打完，可能到个12点半、1点左右的话，就是开始自由 rank 时间嘛。这样
训练赛完就是打 rank， 打到5、6点。
开始自由 rank 打到3、4点这样吧，
到晚上最晚就4、5点吧，
然后一直打到3、4点睡觉。
我自己会打到比较晚，就喜欢晚睡吧。
在打LPL的时候，就是应该是1个月会有两天吧，
就是看赛程。
不一定，看赢不赢。来到老干爹怎么感觉没什么假期了？
就根据实际情况安排嘛，我觉得。
看赛程嘛，1个月2到3天。
其实如果是正常的话，一般都是1个礼拜放一次，但是现在没有了。
至少1个月左右会有一次这样。
휴가는 약간 그때그때 다른데 여기 저희 팀 같은 경우는 이제 경기를 계속 하다가 한번 텀이 좀 길거나 했을 때 하루씩 이렇게 쉬는 그런 시간 휴가를 주는 그런 팀입니다.
一般1个星期一次吧，然后看赛程。没有什么固定假期的。
그리고 휴가는 이제 보통 시즌 중에 받기는 힘드니까 이제 경기가 막 한 4일, 5일 좀 떨어져 있다거나 그럴 때 그냥 하루씩 쉬는 것 같아요.
我们平时的话，就是不是赛星期的话，会大概7天放一天。
然后有比赛的话，就是看赛程来。 就这个就是看我们赛程，就赛程如果不是很紧张的话，会差不多一周吧。
下一场隔得比较久的话，然后可能会考虑休息一天。
还有假期的话，大约半个月一次吧。
职业选手大概半个月会有一次假期。
네, 휴가는 한 달에 한두 번 정도 있는 것 같아요.
这个说不太准。
休假的话，如果是赛程紧的话，1个月
2天最多。
睡个懒觉，然后继续打rank吧。
睡觉。
假期的话，可能多睡一会儿吧。
就夏季会跟朋友玩，就是要不跟越南那边玩其他的游戏吧。
都大部分的话休息吧，然后有些人的话就喜欢出去吃饭吧，跟朋友。
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run all like we supposed to. It's light work.
下一场就要面对宋尼了，我们春季赛是赢过他的，夏季赛应该也能赢过他们吧？他们状态跟我们差不多，两边获胜的方式应该都不在下路吧？还是看打团吧，两边都喜欢打团的。
Welcome back here to week 9, day number 1 of the LPL summer split. I am Mazel, joined by Dagda. iBoy says they don't play through bot lane, yet the dude himself carried the game and got MVP. What do you think of that?
I mean, if you're going to end up getting every turret plate that exists in it ever, well, then it's probably going to be all right. But yeah, I think, again, we got to see at least a little bit of Leon try to, focus through Fofo, but certainly with that matchup, he needed to start playing through side lanes. And it ended up being iBoy was a benefactor of that early gank boss gets in towards the Rift Herald and he just takes over the game from there.
He does on the Felios too, which they picked early on in the draft. And the answer was the Ezreal. It just did not work out in that fashion. You see here, KP at a nice cool 82%, but it was that 3-item spike at 20 minutes or so that was just crazy to me.
Yeah, 23 minutes and he had an Infinity Edge. That is just silly. That is just beyond silly. And you can see, it all started with this play bot side, right? Because he'd already picked up about a 20 CS lead for himself, but they managed to get this kill. They get this bot lane turret, which he's already been chipping away at in this bot lane. And from that, then he just takes over. You can see here, 23 minutes, and he's just bought an Infinity Edge. It was nuts. And there was just nothing that Sunny were able to do. Every fight, iBoy was in a great position. Hung, you caught it during the game, Mizel. He was insane on this thresh. And now coming into game number 2, I don't know if you need to ban, per se, the Cephalius away, but certainly I don't think you can already pick an Ezreal. And I certainly don't want to see this Zac pick again.
Yeah, every time I see Thresh make it through, and then something like this happens where he's just the unsung hero, There's a reason why he's banned so much, and you just sneak through and things like this happen where you get that Aphelios Thresh combo and it just works out so beautifully. But now I want to focus in on how Suning approached game number 2, right? This is the best of 3. He's got a little bit of time to recover, a little bit of time to come back, and you need to come out swinging in game number 2. You need to find things that SOFM can feel comfortable and efficient on.
Yeah, I feel the best way to do that is to get that counter pick for Bane. It's what we were harking on about in the first draft, right? Was, hey, let's use this flexibility. Get a Jace or a Kennen for Bane in that top side and have that strong lane that you can look to play around. It felt like in this game, the only strong lane that they had was mid. But it's against an Akali, which is super hard to try and gank. So instead, let's go. I don't mind like picking up things like the Lee Sin early. Have that flexibility, but give it to SOFM. Let him have these early game junglers, because it feels like once you have an early game coming through from SOFM, that can facilitate a lot more, because I don't see RA anytime soon letting up things like the Twisted Fate bans, the Rise ban that we saw coming through, and unless Angel wants to go towards like a Galio, it's just not going to happen.
And for me as well, it was like we put a lot of focus on the objectives early, and I think that ended up leading to RA's just propelling of their gold lead, right? Because every time there was an objective, it just didn't seem like Suning could even approach the fight, and when they did, it didn't pan out for them very well when it got turned around. There was that one catch out on Leanne that you thought, this is it, they can turn this around, they can get one pick, they can snowball into more, and it just turned right on its head in a complete ace for RA against Suning. So now that we get into game number 2, Suning on that blue side, RA on the red. Blue side has been pretty kind to teams today. Let's see if that continues. LeBlanc Renekton banned by Suning. Zinzao, that first ban by RA.
And we'll have to see what the plan is. I mean, Ore getting rid of the Shinjao kind of says a lot about how they are looking towards this jungle matchup and how important it can be. Bin's Camille taken away as well. So potential here for a Viego ban. Maybe we see a Gwen ban coming through as well, but it's definitely a lot still left up on the table. And Suning,
you got to,
respecting
dude.
the Aphelios.
Look at the little smirk on his face. I love it. I wish a little emotion there. You gotta appreciate it. But you know, when you have a performance like that, you gotta expect that's gonna be the tried and true nature of it. You gotta ban that away. You need to get a better matchup for yourselves in bot lane. Even though it was the Ezreal into the Aphelios, something that we saw in Series 1 actually pretty heavily worked out for the Ezreal later in the game. There just never was that possibility for Suning in general. Now the Ziggs is the last ban by RA. First pickup of Viego for Suning.
And I think you answer here with Ore is the Thresh. I think you take Thresh, maybe look towards something like a Jinx in this bottom lane. Get yourself, again, that late game scaler from the bottom side of the map, because you know this is going to be a slow game. There's no reason to like panic and look for these mid-game fights. Just take the series at its own pace. Looks like it could be the Gwen potential here for Cube in the top side, but I really think Thresh is going to be a big pick here, especially for Hung.
You feel like it has to be, right? Like it's made it through the bans yet again. It looks so good for Hung last game, and it's still available. You give that over to Suning, it completely changes things. Nope, they go for the Leona.
Okay. I'm really surprised. I assume we're going to get the Thresh. Like, it's such a flexible pick. It does well against pretty much all of the meta picks at the moment. It does mean now, though, for Suning, like, I'd actually take the Thresh myself. Great pick against Leona. You can stop a lot of the early engages, and you can go towards one of these more immobile carries because Thresh facilitates it. Varus is covered at the moment. Huanfeng's most played this split has been the Jinx, which I think could do pretty well here as well. And you manage to keep range against things like the Gwen, but I mean, the poke Varus does kind of a similar job, just that long range damage that Suning can play around.
Yeah, to an extent, right? And like you can still, I think Varus is so strong right now. It will be that lock-in for Suning, and now with a lot of support still on the table, but also a lot of just individual laners still on the table that are viable, that are very strong right now. You gotta wonder what this last pick is going to be for RA, because they've already gotten support, they've already gotten one of their solo laners. Do they just go for this bot lane matchup?
So I'm curious if RA now like try to go towards an Ezreal and then maybe take a Jason towards the top lane and actually like put this Gwen into the jungle, because there's the opportunity here to try and go, hey look, you don't have engage as Suning. Viego doesn't really hit the mark, Braum doesn't either, so instead just try to fight at range. But it looks like they might be trying to fight a little bit more fire and a little bit early game as the Kalista gets locked in.
They want the early game spice that they had on the Aphelios last game. That's not typically what you want to say, but the Kalista this time is going to be that ruthless bot lane with the Leona. Very heavy pressure down there for Suning to go up against on this Varus Braum. I think it's a integral matchup to this second game.
So I think what RA are going to be looking to do now is ban away things that do well against the Silas and see if maybe they can take a Silas here for a Fofo. Kennen taken off the board, so I mean, actually maybe, yeah, just being, hey look, we just want to make sure you're not going towards the Kennen or the Jace, but I think both teams are going to be eyeing up things like this Silas in the mid lane, maybe another Akali, Orianna, another big pick for Fofo in that mid lane that Sunni just ban away there.
Yep.
So I think definitely a lot of mid lane is going to be the attention that's getting given right now.
It's just so hard to pick, like we said earlier, and they're tired. They're trying to, right? Like it's so hard to ban away these mid lane champions because both these players play so much, right? And we obviously labeled Angel as more so a bigger champion pool, but Fofo in his own right has a lot of champions played there. So very, very variable things that we can see out of the mid lane. We still want to see the priority though. I feel like we set that up at the beginning, but that priority mid lane is kind of what allowed at least SOFM to try and look for those ganks early in mid lane. Next time around, maybe those executions come through.
Here we go though. I mean, Sunni, you gotta look at your last mid lane ban here. I mean, Kali potential, we talked about the Silas potential as well, especially with the Blanc taken off the board. So it is gonna be the Silas call here from Sunni, just saying we don't want any more of that. And now you're going, right, what do you want to take here? Lee Sin potential for Fofo as well in the mid lane because you've got that AP top laner. Maybe even a Lucian for Fofo. But the Akali is open once more.
Could be the choice here. Has a pick of the litter here for himself as well. Really a lot of things available, but very good performance in game number one. It was the iBoys show, but Fofo was looking mighty fine on the Akali himself. So it's going to be the pickup for game number two.
And I think, again, I want to see SFM on something early here, right? Because you're already seeing a hell of a lot of these, like, strong, aggressive picks in the early stages. So I think the Lee Sin would fit perfectly. I actually like the Angel hover of the Twisted Fate as well. I think when you've got compositions that want to play very aggressive, like this Kalista on the bottom side, Cube trying to take advantage of this matchup against Bane in the top lane, something that can facilitate that and shut down those plays is going to be wonderful. The only thing is you do have the counter pick potentially, or well, Fofo at least could potentially take that Akali, but you could also flex that Akali to the top side. You put Gwen into the jungle, and then you still get a counter pick for Fofo. So you still have to be cognizant on Sunni's side of potential like movements here with the champions.
So they go for the TF. I saw the Galio hover, and you know traditionally you can have a decent laning phase. I feel like against the Akali as the Galio, and you still have the answer with the semi-global. But they go for the TF, a little bit more damage focus, a little bit more influence towards SOFM to help him early on, and that's what I wanted to see in game number one. And this time they're finally able to pick towards their win condition.
Yeah, I think the big difference between like the Twisted Fate and the Galio is like Twisted Fate is more self-sufficient, right? Because he's able to destiny himself in, whereas with Galio, you need someone else there. But I think in this situation, the Twisted Fate works perfectly, right? Fofo not going to be able to do a huge amount. We've seen, like, when you get Everfrost and those gold cards, it makes it really difficult for this Akali to operate in team fights. You've got the opportunity to play towards Bane in the top side of the map and an early aggressive jungler for SOFM to pair that with. It feels like Sunni now have that plan that we're trying to highlight at the start of the day that gives them the opportunity to fight back against RA in these early stages.
We do see the Trundle making himself shown again in this day. We had it in first series, did not look great, but in second series, we'll see if that changes. It's a very different approach to this game, but some similar pieces for both sides. We got more of the primary win condition that we wanted for the side of Suning. And for RA, you still have a lot of strength in the lanes, but you're also still setting up for Leyen to get those advantages.
I think this is potentially a bit of a harder game for Rare Atom.
Yeah.
Because when we look towards like the early stages, it's like, cool, like Varus is going to do pretty well into the bottom side of the map. And you're looking at your top lane as well. Like, yes, you have this Gwen that can do reasonably well against the Viego, but you're under a lot of pressure from this Twisted Fate. So I think you're going to be kind of struggling a bit as RA to find that same lane dominance that we saw in the last game, especially when Angel hits that level 6 and has the opportunity to start to roam around the map.
Roaming is key as we are getting loaded onto the Rift. Game number 2, a potential final game of the evening if RA can pull it out. But as you said before, Dagda, The composition for Suning is looking set. The blue side buff is in power, and we see SOFM on the Lee Sin, his most played of the split by far, needing to execute here against RA. Well, here we are, Summoner's Rift loaded up. RA versus Suning, game number 2.
And RA have already got one game in the bag. Suning are the ones that need to force this to a game number 3. And it feels like with this comp, they've got the tools to do it. Their composition is great at absorbing a lot of that pressure that we see coming through from RA with like the go forward that RA are going to try to enact. They have the opportunity to play these early lanes better. Huanfeng as well in that bottom lane with On can just kind of shut down iBoy this time around, not let him get to kind of the terror that he was in the last game. But it does come down towards, look, can Lian have this early game impact? Can he shut down SOFM? And can RA try and bypass Suning and their global comp?
And I just gotta ask Dak before we get into the business of this game. Just tell me, man, where's Trundle go? What does Trundle do? Because the last 2 times we saw it, it just did not have the proactivity that we typically want to see. Talk about proactive, though. You don't get a chance to answer me in my own question because Hung goes in for the level 1. But I'm going to go back to it because there's time to talk.
Yeah, I think it's about trying to cause a bit of disruption for Huanfeng in these fights. Like, the early game against SOFM, not the greatest. Like, especially if you end up in a 2v2 against, like, Fofo and Lian, the CC and the burst damage that SOFM and Angel offer is really difficult to deal with. But in a team fight, Huanfeng is actually going this on-hit Varus. He's not going this poke Varus, so he needs to be in the fight, dealing consistent damage. Trundle pillars, slows, really set up for Fofo, for iBoy, for potential CC from Hung, even Cube as well getting involved. So this is where Lian is going to be looking to try and make things a nightmare for Huanfeng with the slows and the extra little bit of control and terrain altering abilities that this Trundle has.
And I just want to point out here, you know, we are in the middle of this best of 3 series. I want to relabel out the stakes for these teams, right? Like, they're both right in the thick of things of these playoffs. The standings do matter, the seedings do matter, and one win does so much here, Dagda, for either of these teams. It's actually crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get this... Oh, hang on.
Oh, did they just go for this? Are they really? Hung? I don't know if that's the play. You go for the early aggression, you get duped.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, especially against the Braum with exhaust, you've got the cleanse on Huanfeng, he's able to walk away. Like, I don't know what they expected. Like, Braum is so good in those dive scenarios. I don't know why they didn't wait for Lian.
Yeah, honestly, I'm questioning the same thing. That Lian was on the way down, but he's just a poor little Trundle. He just has to run his way there. Is back down towards the spot lane here. We'll see the replay there.
Yeah, I mean, you're still level 2. You cannot tank a lot of these terror shots. I mean, literally 2 shots and you're dead. Hong doesn't even flash out of the terror range, and they don't even get close to killing him.
Wait,
but now,
this was the play all along, though, Dagda. They were looking for the bait, and Huanfeng will go down eventually. Maybe Lian getting kited here. The flash comes out. Huanfeng with the outplay, but he gets taken out by iBoy in the end.
he's just too clean. Huanfeng, now 2-1, is managed to pick up so many advantages in the bottom side through just mistakes from RA. Not able to finish off the Varus, and the flash away from Huanfeng is perfect to pick up the kill.
That is insane. We get the carousel turn in bot lane early on, 2-1 advantage for Suning. We're gonna get yet another replay bot lane.
I don't know. Like, Huanfeng is so close to dying. The stun from On is so clutch here because it buys the space for the end. You can even see Trundle loses vision in the bush, so it means that you can't get the double auto quickly with the auto attack reset on the Q, and the Trundle goes down. So well played by Huanfeng. Again, on hit Varus, this guy scales really well.
Yeah, he does, and they're already keeping the pressure up on bot. They've also got SOFM here, the TP as well. This is the kind of play we wanted to see from Suning, and they're able to execute. Huanfeng gets one. Can they get more? Fofo very, very low here. You've still got so many members strong from Suning. They aren't going to find any more. They take a couple extra tower shots, but still, the execution is there from Suning.
Fofo not able to get into picture. Unfortunately, not able to finish off SOFM. Burns the flash on that play as well. And now, this is Suning turning this series around. Turret plates going to Huanfeng. 3 kills for this Varus already. He's 600 gold up.
How does this keep happening? How did, like, what is going on for the blue side of these teams? Like, this is insane to see happening for both these teams, but on opposite sides. And now Boy just gets half his health chunked out.
Yeah, and you get to walk nicely over to the dragon now as Suning. Oh, please don't take that.
Okay. That was a little close, a little too close for comfort. SOFM right there to punish just in case, but they're going to continue to press this up. And Lian kind of smelling what's going on, but not soon enough as he just goes down to Huanfeng, giving a fourth.
Huanfeng's massive. Like, we had iBoy in the last game. This is the Huanfeng show now. Apparently, both sides were like, no, neither team relies on the radiant carry. And then they were like, we're going to rely on the AD carry.
Oh, iBoy, I love those words just being thrown right back at him. But it's his own part, too. Like, game number 1 was all iBoy. But I just right now, I mean, we've bought into the craziness here. Dagda Suning up 4-1, but it's still early. It's 7 minutes in. RA still do have chances here. You still have a lot of pick potential and a lot of damage potential from RA, but you cannot let this continue to bleed out like this. You've got to find those proactive plays.
Yeah, and we're joking about bot lane versus bot lane, but realistically right now, this game now is a Huanfeng versus Fofo game. Because if Fofo is able to get access towards Huanfeng, burst him out, it doesn't matter how fed you are, he's just going to be dead. Now, the good news for Suning fans is you have a ton of peel options on Suning's side. Chains of Corruption straight off the bat, Braum there beside him, and again we already said Angel in these fights is going to be so crucial to containing Fofo, Everfrost, Gold cards, stopping this Akali from being able to move in and get that Shroud down. So I think for Suning's side, having this big lead on towards Huanfeng and even going towards the Immortal Shield Bow in Huanfeng would mean that he's more than capable of surviving a lot of what RA want to throw at him.
SOFM right on time for the Chicky Nuggies. Had the timer ready to go. He's going to be able to get some invade off here. Lian is right around the corner, though, but Fofo's pushed under tower, so no real aid coming Lian's way, and that's just going to be a Raptor camp given over. Now Fofo's here. Fofo's able to get out of the mid lane, but SOFM has already taken the camp. Now we do have Rift Herald spawning right now, but as well as a Dragon still on the board. No big objective focus in this second game, thus far at least.
I mean, if you're just going to get kills and turret plates, do you really need other objectives?
Honestly,
Hong going very far forward. Okay, he's just going to kind of bluff his way into that, but like both junglers are already on this bottom side, and I wouldn't be surprised to see SOFM like starting up this Dragon soon, just because he knows he's got such a strong control over the bottom side. Rift Herald up as well. Neither team really has a big advantage top side, although Bin doing quite well in this match may mean that they're able to try and set this up for Suning, but I think you just play towards your strengths to Suning, play towards his bottom side, and keep Angel there to make sure it's all nicely tied up in a bow.
Don't want to have any outside influences really affect Huanfeng, at least down here on this this Varus. You want to make sure he's nice and tidy. Protect the president, round number 2, but with different colors this time around. And SOFM is on the top side of the map, already looking at their first objective. See if Lian can get the response on the other side, as I believe they will realize is happening now as the ward gets taken down. And SOFM with that early objective, but RA looking for the kill response here. Fate's Call comes out, misses, but the Solar Flare doesn't. You've got a lot of Ren stacks in on, and he's just going to go down. Hung gets the kill, and now maybe Lian gets taken. No. Nice little piercing arrow, but Huanfeng can't follow it up. Rift Herald may go down, but RA is able to find something bot.
Yeah, Subjugate is just too strong in that situation, not able to take down the Trundle alongside it, but it does mean RA at least get a kill back in their favor. They're getting this Dragon now, and they're getting a bit of control at least back. I mean, trading up in this scenario is definitely a big win for RA.
Is indeed. It's not exactly what you'd want, but it's you'll take it. You'll take it. But we do want to see even more coming out from them, right? Like, I've liked the response thus far, but you still have a 2,000 gold lead at 10 minutes for Suning, and that's something you never want to be going up against with the likes of SOFM, with the likes of Huanfeng, with these two big potential carries from them. And now with the Rift Herald available, you have to look at the next steps for Suning.
And a lot of that for me was like, hey, look, let's try and utilize Angel. I thought we'd get into the headspace of, hey, let's roam Angel down to this bottom side. If we see Lian answering for the playmate, or sorry, for the trade of the Rift Herald on top side, but we never got it. Now, though, is where you really need to say Angel open up, right? He's got the advantage when it comes towards mana because he's got this blue buff, the opportunity to start playing around with this Rift Herald towards these side lanes, start to take that bot lane turret as well. Feels like that's the game plan. You can see he comes up to facilitate Angel in that respect, help him push mid, and potentially work on this bottom lane turret as SOFM is on the spot side.
The Hung was right on the backside of that roam, but not going to get the same timer that On had. And honestly, On having a pretty good performance on the Braum this game. I think that's one of the lower points, at least, that we've seen in the past for Suning here in this split. But here in this game on the Braum, feeling confident with Hwanfang, and I feel like it's really working for them.
Angel now starting to teeter out of this mid lane. He's just shadowing this play. This was what we're saying. Look, you've already got 2 plates down the bottom side.
You got Fofo coming in behind, and another one coming in from Cube. They're full committing. This is the turnaround for RA, but Fofo's already out of the fight. It's completely split, and for nothing, Cube gets taken out.
And they still got that charge on the turret as well. So now Suning, they get the kill and they just get to finish off the turret as well. Angel even playing that fight incredibly smart as well. But overall, this was a weird play from Ore. I felt like it was kind of a Hail Mary. Like,
I mean,
hoping
they
a
had
dream
the
that maybe they can
bodies.
make it. Yeah, but they were so spread out. Like, we'll more than likely get a replay in just a second. But watch how spread out the fight is from Ore. Like, it means that Suning basically end up in that, like, 4 versus 4 scenario for long enough where they can deal with the members that are underneath the turret of Ore, and then they just fall back to Cube. Like, look how far away Cube TPs.
Yeah.
So you get Leanne who comes in here. So now Hung's out of the equation. So this is a 4v4 once more. But Angel comes in, and Cube, he's so far back. And look from Angel. Love this. Flashing into his face. It's just like, you hollow mist, it doesn't matter. I'm still going to CC you, and we are still going to get this kill. And it nets Suning so much. And unfortunately, Ore, one of the big praises we had of them coming into today was their coordination.
Yeah.
That one was not on the same page.
And something else for me is, like, we see the target selection beautifully. I talked about it in the draft where, like, when you pick this Braum, if you can target select, you can target call, and things go right, like, you can obliterate people quickly, one at a time as you go through the ranks. And we saw that in that fight, and maybe it was because of RA's attempt at a kind of a split fight in there, but every time On was able to target somebody, everybody pounced, immediately got the 4 stacks of the passive, and it's just all said and done.
Now Suning trying to set themselves up on this top side. They know Rift Herald is going to be spawning in just under a minute and a half, so they're going to start getting this deep vision, making sure they control this area, and again, always playing with the strongest member in the map. Hwanfang now up here, he's getting the iBoy treatment.
Ooh, Fofo found Angel. Perfect execution available here, but not going to follow it up for the fear of the rest of the team. Suning, now Leia needs to get away from their perfect execution. The secondary piece used to get away from Fofo. But the original setup was Suning looking for a dive top. They won't find it, but they'll find a tower.
Well, SFM is now invading into the jungle, so they may look for a little bit more of a scrap as he starts to back away. We can just see it on the mini-map. And now, again, we said Rift Tower are going to be spawning fairly soon, so they're going to be looking to just follow this up now with that objective when it spawns.
Still do have 3 members of RA up here, maybe looking to punish Hwanfang and On, but won't do it, won't find it. We do have a dragon spawning across the way in 40 seconds, but as you said, you know, we still have a Rift Herald to think about, and big focus from RA towards this top side, but they're trying to keep this trio together of iBoy, Hung, and Lien. Now, On and Hwanfang have stayed. You have a flank coming through from SOFM as well. Could this be a big moment for Suning? They're going to commit the TP as well from Bin across the map. The kick comes through, the Glacial Fissure, the Chains of Corruption is the only one that misses, but you've still got the damage on the right members here. Do they do? SOFM is down, but now the reset's coming in from Bin, and you can't start the heartbreak as Suning will find even more in this second game.
And Bin manages to hop out from under the turret before Fofo shows up. The TP plays from Suning are too hot to handle. Angel moving back towards mid lane. You've got the push going in top side, and Suning would just walk away with even more gold. And something we didn't even touch on, as you can see, Bin, he's managed to pick up 5 turret plates for himself as well. So now he's sitting 1,500 gold up over his lane opponent as well. But this was gorgeous. Like, watch this. Boom, flash away from SOFM. Boop. The kick from Hung doesn't quite connect onto Leanne, but it doesn't matter. They get everything from this play anyway, because Bin He's a big old boy, and he's got these heartbreakers popping all over the place.
He does. It's so crazy to me that we get this all night long, Dagda, just switching positions seemingly between the games for these teams. It's just like being replaced almost, as every single time you see a huge advantage in one game, it's the carbon copy, but on the other side in the next.
Yeah, and again, we were saying, hey, look, Rift Herald up and available. Cool. You've now got this crazy strong map for Suning. You can still look to try and play towards this. They've plonked Huanfeng in the mid lane, and honestly, he can just look to push this down if they wanted to, but they are going to move over towards the Rift Herald, knowing, look, we've got Chains of Corruption coming up soon. All of our Glacial Fissures are coming up. Like, let's just use the fact we have a 5-1 Varus, who's a half an item ahead of his opponent, and he should be able to just take this free.
Just gonna go over to Suning. We'll see what they want to use this second Rift Herald, surely, as the name is. But we'll see what they can utilize that with. More than likely going to the mid lane. Cube, Lian, and company with Hung are looking for Bin, though. Heartbreaker out, and he's on the other side of the pillar. He gets out scot-free.
The traffic cone only helped him. He booped further forward, and then it stops Ora from being able to chase up, and now Suning instantly collapse on towards this mid lane. They know they have the numbers advantage, and they still have this Rift Herald if they want to use it. That's all outer turrets down, and Ora got nothing for it.
And that's not even the Rift Herald used from SOFM. They still have so much agency on the map here in the second game. And they're also at that like 8,000 gold difference, sub 20 minutes. Those stats are going to be real nice for Suning.
Now, there is one small glimmer of hope for Ora here. Angel actually went for a Luden's Tempest. He is going for a more damage-orientated build rather than the Everfrost. And the Everfrost, for me, was actually pretty crucial as a peel tool for Huanfeng. Although, may need to hold on as SOFM. No, he's going to be fine. But when you don't have the CC tools to deal with Fofo, the follow-up on the gold card needs to be almost instant from someone like On to make sure you can keep Huanfeng safe. Now not, because you don't have that Everfrost. So certainly Fofo having a little bit more flexibility here when it comes towards these team fights. The only issue is Huanfeng is instantly gone towards this Wit's End second, which means he's got a good amount of magic resist and that shield from the Immortal Shield Bow to make it a bit more difficult for Fofo to just burst him out.
That you have to find the burst. You literally have to. There is no way that you can get away in a team fight with Huanfeng free hitting, or even SOFM at this point, right? And with the movements, at least that we're seeing right now, it just seems like RA are waiting for the attack from Suning, and that's not necessarily where I want to see them, right? Like maybe you can find those picks if Suning overextend or anything along those lines, but RA right now with those two dragons can continue to stack if they are able to, but the commit from Suning and the pressure from Suning is non-stop. The Rift Herald's used on the second tier tower and the bot, that's going to be taken down. The TP was committed by Angel down there just to make sure that they could get it, and it's more gold just being sunk into the Lions' pockets, if you will.
And this is what we said, like Suning were one of the best teams that we have in the league at utilizing these sorts of compositions when they get a lead. You can see here again, Angel is going to start splitting off the side lane, but he's been shadowing Bin in a lot of these situations, as we saw the TP bot to make sure there's no plays happening. They are really good at just understanding, hey, where should we be on the map? So even if a play happens, we're always trading up. And the best example of that was what just happened to Bin in that bottom lane.
Nothing you can really do about it, honestly, is there's just a lot to deal with right now, especially when you're looking at the difference in the damage profile for Suning. Is that they have a decent amount of poke, but as you were saying earlier, it's the on-hit Varus. You get in the nitty-gritty of this thing, it's going to be rough, and you need to get in the nitty-gritty of it when you're Eyeboy on this Callista, when you're Fofo, when you're a lot of melee-focused champions for RA.
And they're starting to get the vision down as well now to make sure that they're not only being able to like get a little bit of poke, but the pick potential is sky high. Like you have that Twisted Fate come in, Chains of Corruption, Braum CC layered on top of it. You are not getting away if you end up in that CC chain. So certainly for Rare Adam, they have to be so careful about how they're moving from lane to lane. And if the case is that you have to take the long way around as RA, you're going to be late to the party by default, and Suning can get more of these towers, chip away at the structures, and make sure you're falling further behind.
And I love this move from Suning, right? We've seen them keep the pressure on this entire time. Well, now they're going to keep the pressure on in objective. We've had 2 dragons taken by RA so far, but Suning are moving down that way. They want to make sure the dragon stacking does not continue. As iBoy caught here, flashes over. Red card does a quarter of his health, though. He gets a little bit slowed by that one. Has team members right behind him, so Suning not going to fully commit to this one just yet. Maybe they're still looking for it. All right, iBoy gets out this time around unscathed, but his flash burnt.
But if RA exits stage left, well, Suning just barreled down the mid lane. They got that priority there with the push. They take that. They can now fall back towards that dragon that you were highlighting, Mizel. Like, Suning are just playing this map better than RA right now. And it was iBoy who nearly got caught and nearly cost a lot more for RA there.
9,000 gold lead now, 21 minutes in. This will be Suning's first dragon of the game, but they've already gotten 2 Rift Heralds. I'd say their neutral objectives are looking pretty snazzy. It's also 5-0 in turret score, but On and Ben might be caught out here. Fate's Call comes out. They have found Ben. The CC comes down, and iBoy looking for a kill himself. It's going to be given over to Lien. That's huge for RA as they do finally find the pick out.
They're not comfortable, though, to try and go towards these objectives. Cube still on the bottom side. They don't try and risk the Baron play. And unfortunately for them, the pick is nice, but it's not going to net them a huge amount. Just a bit of time to push out these waves. They're going to be instantly shoved back in as Ben and Angel get back towards the side lanes.
Side lanes are key in this one, I feel like. And yes, we may see the tussles over objectives, but it's still, you know, not as much blood as we've seen in other series, especially other series tonight, right? We're like 14 or 12 kills in, 22 minutes in, nothing too crazy, but this gold lead is what is crazy. It's the difference that is being made here, and it's off the back of just general macro performances from Suning being beautiful, but as well as the laning advantages that were had during the laning phase have now transitioned into full-on advantages across the board.
And I mean, look, there's not a huge amount of places left for RA to hide either. Turrets are dropping like flies. You've already got this 1-3-1 that we're talking about. The opportunity for Angel to continuously put pressure on towards the mid as well with his position on top side. And you don't ever have to start up this Baron as Suning. All you have to do is create enough pressure around the map that you end up with a numbers advantage where you can pick someone off and then fall back towards that Baron.
The hope here is Suning are in mid lane, looking for priority over that one. The amount of damage they can do to a Baron, though, scares me because they can quickly turn on it. And they realize by moving up their vision here, it does give them the possibility of that, and it can also force RA into a predicament they don't want to be in.
And now you got to face check this Angel waiting off in the wings.
They are just getting completely surrounded right now. Angel's on the other side, but the Destiny Gate is available. He's coming into the fight now. iBoy and Fofo are positioned nicely from this one, though, but Hung and Lien are kind of split at this moment. They want to fully go in here. You do have a lane pushing bot lane. Cube has to respond to that one as Ben's able to get back to his team in mid lane.
But it's just Suning, like, working them around the map, right?
Yep.
They end up getting all the vision that they wanted in this top side. It's buying space for Angel to actually put pressure onto the top lane turret. And if you try to commit multiple members as RA top side, or you get pushed out top side, you just lose an inhibitor tower mid. Like, it's so obnoxious to try and play against us. Fofo now forced to try and ensure it can flip away because Suning are en masse getting to this top side.
Just no real response that come out. Like every time they do it, and hey, it has to be a catch out pretty much, because if they're all together, the gold differentials are just too much. You can't do anything in those moments, and they are constantly pressuring this top tower. They really want this tier 2, and it looks like it's going to go down very quickly to the damage of Angel and Huanfeng. But they do have a response here. Do they want to pull the trigger on it? SOFM is on the side. Cube is coming up as well. This is an unmanned fight for Suning, but the beautiful Glacial Fissure splits them, and now iBoy has the passive stacks on him. He gets stunned up, and he just gets taken down. Suning are being able to pick them apart here, as it's 3 members of RA that get burned down.
And that spells Baron. We just said, look, Suning just needs to play this slow, look for the picks, find their opportunity to strike, and that was given to them in that moment. Suning now turn towards this Baron, and with that, it feels like they'll be able to close this one out. A 1-3-1 with this Baron buffed up minions is going to be impossible for Rare Adam's composition to deal with. Like, who clears these waves?
It's almost impossible at this point. You're also at 12,000 gold deficit. Like, it's been slowly building as we go through, and this is not a moment you want it to continue to still build, but we'll see a replay.
Yeah, you can. Fofo goes in, tries to burst that Angel, has that stopwatch though, so he's completely fine. And Glacial Fissure here, it ruins iBoy's day. I actually think iBoy pulled Leona out of the block on that Winter's Bite as well, which is a little bit unfortunate, but look, either way, this was doomed from the beginning. And unfortunately for Rare Adam, it's now going to be a case of, right, we're taking this to a game 3, and how do we try and fight back against this Twisted Fate? Like, this is why we saw it banned.
All I'm saying, my last cast of the regular split, and I get my dream. I get the dream. I get all 6 games. Couldn't be happier right here alongside you, Dag. Although we still got to watch them finish it out. We still got to see Suning cross their T's, dot their I's, but it's looking purple all over here, and it's not RA's colors. It's the Baron buff.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't even get a defense here from RA. Mid lane, inhibitor, God. TF pushing bot lane, making sure that he's got the lane set up here, as so Suning can just move across. And RA, what do you do?
Yeah, they've still got Fofo in the side lane, has TP, but they're about to lose their second inhib tower, and that's just entirely backbreaking for RA. They also have minion waves, and Fofo is just now backing. Do they want to kind of press this up? Maybe this is where RA can find an in, at least for the moment, at least to stave off the darkness. But it looks like Suning are moving forward. They want to take these towers down. The first Nexus tower falls. The solar flare goes just a little bit wide, and Suning's pieces are starting to fall together, where RA just are desperately trying to find something to grasp onto. The last Nexus tower falls. Suning are looking to take us all the way. Maybe they'll take one more fight before so. The Nexus not the target, but it's the kills that are the target. The Destiny Gate comes in, and RA are routed. Suning will bring us to the brink here, and they want those extra seedings. They want those extra wins, and Suning take game number 2.
And again, it's all stemming from this bot lane. The advantages that we see coming through from these squads has been garnered bit by bit from the AD carries. iBoy in game number 1, Huanfeng with some exceptional plays in game number 2 brings this massive advantage that Suning can rally around. They get bot lane turret, they get top lane turret with Huanfeng, and from that point forward, it becomes very easy to open up and play this 1-3-1 style, facilitating the roams from the Twisted Fate and making sure that they can close this game out.
Man, oh my God. All right. It started early and it did not stop. There were a couple little pieces here or there where you got to see some of the momentum that RA was trying to garner, as you were saying, but it does not work out, and ending up with a 15,000 gold lead. They got one tower for RA, but it is a night and day difference from game number 1.
Huanfeng nearly did more damage than the entirety of RA. Like, that is insane. Huanfeng was so big this game. And look, we talked about it from the get-go, right? Not only going for this lethal tempo on hit Varus, he's going to do a little bit more consistent damage, but he was just getting to free hit in so many of these fights. Fofo wasn't able to get into the mix. iBoy as well was just fell off a cliff. Like, the Callista was just never relevant after the early game that the early laning phase going the direction that it did.
Yeah, after that early tussle down there and just kind of blew everything open, especially in favor of Huanfeng. Like, you just can't give over those early bloods. It's kind of exactly what we saw for iBoy in game number 1. You give Aphelios gold early on, you're going to be hurting later on as well. And I think that this third game is going to be a beautiful culmination of what we've seen so far. Honestly, I have no idea what we're in store for, because I think the chaos to this point has just brought the craziness out, and I love it. But this is exactly what we want from these two top of the table teams, at least in the playoffs, right? We need to see these kinds of performances. We need to see clean performances, but as well as trying to secure those spots, still trying to push forward in this last week, because it all comes down to these games. It all comes down to your seedings for playoffs. But we got to take a break. We got to get ready, because game number 3, the 6th game of the evening, the start of week number 9, will be right here after this break.
Death descends. The light
Holy
is
moly.
fading. Who will join us? Who will be our hope?
No. Worse.
You cannot stop the darkness he's unleashed. Until our queen is returned, all will be brought to ruin.
What is this? What's happening?
Steady.
Then shoot her twice.
We pin her down and hit her with everything we got.
On it.
Wait!
Lucian! No. She's still in there.
She's a monster.
No, Viego's the real monster.
And there aren't enough arrows in the world to stop him.
We need to work together, or he will destroy everything.
What is this place?
This is where you make a choice. Stand with us in the light, or fall alone to the darkness.
She's reckless, Inna.
And we'll need more just like her to stop what's coming.
Are you two just going to stand there? Or are we going to find something to kill?
I don't know if I should go much deeper. I feel like reality's slipping away.
Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
我觉得与 I 这场比赛对于我们两个队来说都是非常非常重要的比赛。我觉得我们会尽更大的努力去赢下这一场的。我觉得他们比赛特点是他们打野前面的节奏特别好，所以我们要在比赛中多注意四面打野的位置。
Welcome back to week number 9. We are headed into the dream, the final game of the first day here. I'm Mazel, joined by Dagda. Would not have it any other way after a dominating performance from Suni in game number 2, a dominating performance from RA in game number 1. What the heck do we get for game number 3? All I do know is that Huanfeng got the MVP for game 2.
I mean, was there ever any doubt? Like, the dude just took over this game. Absolutely magnificent. And look, his early game plays were what set it up, right? It was not only that we got that weird dive coming through from iBoyinhong, but he actually looked stellar when it came towards, like, counteracting that trundle play.
It was on.
Okay.
We got a little miscommunication. He had 100% KP at least.
And on. But yeah, he looked good. And I think, look, I think he set up Huanfeng, as we said, for a lot of these plays. Even when we're literally talking about the trundle play, like, it was the Braum Q that managed to set that up because you got the CC. The glacial fissures were key on, like, zoning away the Fofo from a lot of these fights, buying space for the backline. And on, I mean, from what has gone from being a very, like, hit or miss split for him, has had some really exceptional performances.
Yeah, I mean, going into this, he was one of the liabilities, if you will, that we were putting on Suning. When one of the things that could go wrong is dominating this bot lane, but he shows in this pick, the Braum, being able to support the teams. And also, as I was saying in the cast, right, it's about the target selection when you pick the Braum, and it was just on point every time.
Yeah, finding these perfectly, setting them up, Winter's Bites, finding their mark every single time and being crucial in setting these up. And now I want to come into game number 3 though and go, right, we've seen these two teams run away with the game. iBoy game number 1, Huanfeng and On game number 2. What happens when we just have this as a more even footing? Because it feels like well, in theory, I think we shouldn't have a team run away with it again. Like, if we end up just with an absolute stomp, I feel like neither of these teams are going to get to do justice for themselves. So I really want to see kind of a little bit of a settling from both these sides. Like, no need for iBoyinhong to start looking for these level 2 dives underneath the turret. I don't want to see SOFM kind of draft himself into a corner with the Zac pick like we saw in game number 1.
Yeah.
Like, without any sort of lane priority. Like, I want to get an even matchup for both these sides.
Gotta find something here in this last game, or does it just become a snowball? We'll see. RA on the blue side, Suning on the red. Just saying, blue side's looking pretty good today. I may be going 100% win rate at this point, but TF, Camille, Ziggs banned away by RA, Renekton, LeBlanc, Aphelios banned away by Suning, and it's looking like that first pick's in Zhao.
Again, just Xin Zhao being picked up every single time. Viego we've seen come across on the opposite side as a response, but I think with the Twist of Fate ban, I like it coming through from RA. Obviously, we saw how much they struggled with it against Suning, but I think for Suning, take the Thresh. Like, let's just get ourselves back. It went through the entire game plan here went through the entire draft in game number 2. So I think maybe the opportunity to pick it up here in game number 3 could do really well, especially if you're going to pair it with something like this Varus, the Huanfeng looked exceptional on. It gives you the opportunity to have a little bit more of that push-pull where you got the offense and the defensive capabilities.
Yeah, and I wonder what the response is here from RA, because, right, you're getting a pretty... Okay, well, you know, if it doesn't work once, you try it again. And RA are going to pick up the Callista Leona for the bot lane.
Well, this traditionally isn't a bad lane against the Varus, right? It's just a don't dive level 2 scenario. But I think we're probably going to see the Braum come through here again for On. Just like, hey, look, let's just play it safe. Let's take this where, like, Braum stands in front of everything that's tossed the direction of Wanfeng in any of these engages and keeps them safe. And it means that it nullifies a lot of the potential laning phase for RA, and also is phenomenal in a composition that RA are going to be drafting. Like, this is already a pretty aggressive dive, short range orientated comp from RA, so Braum works super well in that scenario.
And we saw it work out beautifully for them last game as well. That's where we were talking about earlier, like just being able to secure the pieces with that Braum and being able to move forward as a team in the fights is huge. And so we have a couple crucial picks left, right? We have potentially these, well, not potentially, I guess, these bot lanes picked up. We have some potential flexibility with that Viego locked in as Suning, but RA have picked up their jungler already, so we have a lot of individual lane focus for RA, and that has to be sought after for Suning in these second ban phases, right? We've got the Sylas already banned away from Suning, and RA banned away the Aurelia as well, so still focusing those potential carries.
I think you'll probably see another mid lane ban here coming through for Suning, and I imagine they'll go towards something like the Lee Sin on this next rotation, again keeping open that flexibility for themselves, making sure that they can do it like top, they can put it mid, SOFM can take the Viego jungle, and just give yourselves a nice kind of a little setup. But especially when you're looking at a super short range composition, it makes it a little bit easier to like buy space for this Varus in the back line, get a lot of high value Dragon Rages off, because everyone tends to be clumped up and together on the opposite side.
Gotta look for those pick outs. Nope, no Dragon Race today. Does get banned away. Gotta appreciate that one, as you were calling out. Gotta focus the certain picks that are gonna be the tools of the trade for Suning, and that Lee Sin did look mighty fine last time around. We do still have some big pieces on the board. A lot of meta picks still available, but that's something we've seen gone to the wayside in this series, at least between these two teams, right? We had the Thresh make it all the way through last time. Nobody picked it up. Would have been a huge, I feel like at least a huge pickup in the support role last game, but it's the Akali that was left up and picked up by Suning.
And this is actually really smart from Suning, because you can take this mid laner and you're like, right, either SOFM gets his hands on Viego, or we can take Gwen and Viego in the same composition and we give that to Bin, because with RA, you either lock in a Jace here and hope for the best, or you're just not going to really have an opportunity. So I think for RA, I'm kind of feeling the Azir. I can understand, hey, look, let's try and have a little bit of range, a bit of that late game scaling, and something that can like reset a lot of these short range dive tools that Suning have. But we'll have to see here what the last pickup is going to be. I would personally like to see like a Kennen locked in here. I think Kennen taken up into the top lane, flex that Viego into the jungle, and then try and go for this sort of all in, especially like flashing onto an Azir or onto the Callista, and trying to see if you can dive before the Emperor's Divide comes through and tries to reset the fight.
Yeah, I just think the spacing that RA have on their team fight is really, really good, but it's all about getting to a position that you feel comfortable with that. We saw it didn't happen last game. The Nocturne is the final lock-in for Suning.
I mean, it does give you more dive tools, right? And we can see SOFM and Angel, like, they're kind of the 1-2 punch from Suning to collaboratively take on the backline. Have Bin move in as well with the Heartbreaker eventually. The only issue that I'm really seeing is, again, like, if you end up in a situation where you go in aggressively as SOFM, it's very easy for Fofo to try and use this Emperor's Divide to separate the fight. Same when you look towards Hong, who's able to get these solar flares to stop the rest of RA from trying to catch up. So I think it's going to be an interesting back and forth here to see how this goes. It feels like whatever team gets these early leads will just have the advantage of being able to power through what their compositional strengths are.
How much you want to bet we get a level 2 dive here? Somehow, some way, somebody's doing it. No, but in all actuality, you got to think both these teams are going to be taking a more calculated approach to this third game. It's been a little bit crazily one-sided for both games so far, but we already set up this series, right? We already set up the stakes of these teams. A win here means so much in the standings. It just moves you completely through for both of them. So I think there's a lot riding on this series, especially being one of your last games of the summer split, and you've got to be able to perform in a way that looks confident, that looks comfortable as we're getting to those playoffs. But you've got a lot of pieces, you've got a lot of strength, at least for both sides, a lot of comfort for both sides, but Suning get a lot of the pieces they had in game number 2 that looked so good. Now they're on the other side. We'll see what kind of execution comes down from that. But again, it's got to be these junglers. How do they focus? Where do they focus early on? Do we get that resource pool down bot lane again for iBoy Hwanfong? It all comes down to this, Dagda. It is game number 3, Rare Adam versus Suning, as we take it home.
And you asked, where do we get the jungle attention? If I'm Lian, I'm doing the calculations in my head. Bot side, we got the push. Mid lane, we definitely got the push. Top lane, I can get us the push. And that means that he can actually look to start having 3 priority lanes, move in, start invading onto SOFM, and set this Nocturne behind. Because if Nocturne's behind, what the hell do you do as a Nocturne? Like, your whole gimmick is, I dive in. So if you are already set off kilter, it's just not going to be a fun time for you. So, and this is something that Lian did incredibly well in their last series when he was playing the Nidalee. He just absolutely demolished his opponent by constantly invading, making sure that he was able to get himself into a position where the opposition couldn't do anything. It was against Ultra Prime, where he's just constantly invading in against Hacker and shutting him down. So I think this is going to be a very similar story here, where Lian abuses the fact he's got the Xin Zhao and the priority lanes and shuts down SOFM's opportunities.
Yeah, can't do much when you're just a paranoia bot as SOFM, but that early invade, that early aggression from side of Lian is going to be something we have to keep an eye on. We do have opposite side starts from both these junglers, though, so maybe not as much of that skirmishing unless we see a wraparound early.
If we end up in a situation where like both junglers kind of just teeter off, take their own jungles and stuff like that, the mid game when we look over towards Suning is pretty hype, right? They've got Hwanfong, who's going to be looking towards again this lethal tempo, this on-hit Varus, so he's going to be looking for the similar build that we saw the last game, where he picks up that Wit's End after its mythic item and then starts to look towards a Guinsoo's Rage Blade. A lot of like direct target on-hit damage. But when we look towards the later portion of the game for RA, you're starting to get Cube online. You've got a lot of damage that's going to come through from Fofo, especially if he goes the Nashor's Tooth build that we've seen Fofo go for more traditionally. So I'm kind of looking at like, RA, okay, let's again take this nice and slow. Let's try and bully through our lane assignments that we were already talking about, as you can see for Fofo, and then just delay this game out until we get to that super late game portion.
And the other side of it is, you know, Suning, SOFM specifically, wanting to find that level 6, wanting to find the paranoia to make a game-changing moment, to make a fight-changing moment.
This is a level 2 dive, isn't it?
I was going to say, it always has to happen some way, somehow. It might not happen this time around. We got close. We got close, Dagda.
Hey, I mean, they think Lian's backed off, but Hung is still here. So Angel trying to play on the far side of his lane, but there's Hung. Not going to go for it.
He's not going to go for another tower. I feel like he maybe saw a little bit of what happened last game, was like, you know, those early Zenith plays, maybe not where I want to go. Ooh, yeah, so him. He does get the Scuttle Crab. iBoy just giving a little bit of pressure down there. Nothing going to come of it too heavily. Cube getting traded on very heavily and top by Ben, who has seemingly taken advantage of that lane.
I feel like now is going to be the time, though, where we get to see Lian like playing off this bot lane pressure. You can see iBoy spotting out SFM, trying to delay these backs. Lian now has his first recall off. He's going to be moving back towards his Krugs, and he's going to be able to have this little bit of a tempo advantage on making plays. So shove in bot, shove in mid, start to look for these invades and setting SOFM behind. And if you can take 3 quadrants of the map here as RA, you're in a phenomenal spot to set yourself up for the rest of this game.
And a question for you here, Dagda, is, you know, we're obviously waiting for that level 6 mark for SOFM to really have his full kit unlocked. And obviously, you want the ultimates across the board, but how early do we see the objectives start going down, at least in the Dragon Pit, right? Because we saw RA were able to scoop up a couple of those early on last game, didn't really pander out too much, but now Lian is down towards bot, Dragon spawning soon. If they can get a snowball like this, it's exactly how they set it up in game number 1.
Yeah, I think you will actually probably see it after this play, right? Like, this is why Lian is here.
Exactly.
Hey, look, let's see if we can get the play on as he steps forward.
Hong goes for the flash, then the Zenith Blade. The combo's too sick. On has to flash away. A lot of summoner spells burned, but nothing going to come of it. No first blood just yet.
iBoy actually tanked up a lot of that minion line there, so he's actually taken a pretty big hit, which means I don't think you can just move in here, although Fofo doing a lot of damage mid might give the priority that you need here for RA to turn over towards an objective.
Like, maybe buying just a little bit more time. They're not going to pull the trigger on that one just yet. You do also have SOFM down there now, has bought the time to wander down and maybe actually look for that. I was going to wonder if maybe he goes for that dragon, just tries to sneak it out. It does look like he's in that pit. So with Leyen going top, it's going to be an early objective for Suning this time around.
Yet the reset came through from Hung. You can see he's holding on in mid lane, so you're able to get SOFM to sneak that one away. Although I actually think that this could actually lend itself in towards Rare Adam having a bit of an advantage, because you've now given this time to SOFM, who's investing towards a dragon, and you can look at where Hung placing these wards topside. Ore are starting to set up for these invades that we were talking about, and as you get the TPs back mid, TP back towards top, there's the opportunity for them to try and set up for these plays.
And I just love how Hung has been constantly around the map. You were talking about the warding, but he's just waiting for a moment, an opportunity, but you can't take advantage of those opportunities if you're not around. So he's just making sure that he's there. You're keeping iBoy in the lane. You're continuously returning down here just to make sure the lane state is okay. And now SOFM is down here. He's got level 6. Paranoia could be a game changer down here for the advantage of Suning. We still have not gotten first blood. Could be a big pickup, but it looks like we're getting backs from Suning. As, oh no, he stopped it actually.
On wasn't able to connect with the Winter's Bite, and now maybe thinking of it a second time, because this wave is pushing out. Like, iBoy and Hung need to collapse this, or they run the risk of Huanfeng just freezing it, and they get the long lane for this.
How long is
dive from
SOFM staying here though? He's been here for so long. He stopped 2 backs now.
And he'll get spotted as well if this wave starts to crash up. You can see Leyan sitting in the corner, but he's a bit too far from home, so SFM spends a lot of time sitting in this jungle. Still though, he's been clearing very efficiently. You can see he's got the level advantage over Leyan, bit of a gold advantage as well, so not going to hurt him too much. He's just going to move back towards his top side as those camps spawn.
iBoy did start his back up, but decided not to, wants to crash this wave. Instead, Huanfeng did finish his back, so he's going to be heading back out to the map. But we do have junglers heading towards the top side of the map. We've had a little bit of a pretty stable noodle fight in the top lane so far. Wonder if we get any influence there, Dagda.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Lian try and make a play up here, just because you got 20 seconds, of course, until this Rift Herald spawns, and you imagine both teams are going to try and get some sort of pressure here. Huang already moving up to see if he can at least work with the mid and the jungle, but SFM is the one that's sitting around still for this top side of the map.
It's honestly already looking like a paranoia, but no, just joking a little bit there. But the fact that we've seen twice now, SOFM just doesn't feel confident to pull the trigger. He's had level 6, he's had that paranoia, but it's not the right setup. And if you give up that first blood, it's a big snowball opportunity to RA. So you don't want to be the one to make that mistake.
Now, RA trying to collapse on mid now. Fofo with the potential for the swoop and loop.
Oh, he goes in over the wall. A little bit of damage. Crescent Guard comes out to stop some damage from firing back onto Leyen. Now you have Ben roaming down, maybe taking the 1v1 against Q, but can go back to lane. And even though we get almost craziness, nothing's going to come of it just yet. We're raising the tension bar here in game number 3. We got to make sure everybody's on the edge of their seats.
I feel like we're not seeing any of the plays that we were discussing, though. Right?
I know.
We haven't seen Lian get in towards the jungle. He hasn't been stealing away any of these farms. It's actually Suning who, despite the priority that Ore have in mid and bot, they're getting the objectives. Like, honestly, this is like a big win for Suning across the board. Like, despite the golds that was in advantage for Ore because of the mid lane matchup, like, honestly, like, this is big for Suning. A lot of these wins going their way, and Ore aren't playing through any of the strengths that we were talking about.
And Huanfeng just picked up the Rift Herald, by the way. No big deal, right? The ADC with the Rift Herald, huh? Maybe looking towards that bot lane for that one, get some gold for Huanfeng, who had such a good performance on the Varus last time. You just want to make sure that he's set up with that item spike, with the gold spike as well. Both junglers up towards top side. Paranoia goes on to Leyen as he was spotted out by the ward. Does he still go down after it? He's under tower now, but the Heartbreaker comes out. We finally get first blood, and it goes over to Ben.
And just a nice play coming through from Suning, collapsing straight on towards Leyen as he tries to help out Cube in this top side. But this has been just too slow of a game for Leyen. SFM's got to level 6. He's been farming up an absolute storm. He's been doing such a good job of getting himself into these positions so they can try and find advantages. And now, Suning in the driver's seat and the opportunity for Huanfeng to get a bit of gold in his own pocket with the Rift Herald.
And I just wonder how you approach this further on, right? Like, if you can get that first paranoia, that immediately builds that confidence booster, but as well as gets the snowball going for the Nocturne pick that we set out for. But on the other side, you still have a huge CS differential in mid lane, right? You still have a lot of strength to focus on, but Leanne just can't get active. And now we're going under tower for Cube. He can't find the last needlework. At least the damage isn't there from the last needlework, but he will get Bin pushed out from under his tower and force it back.
Yeah, no TP on Bin either, so just give a bit of a room here for Cube, get his own reset up, hold on towards this TP as well, especially with Dragon coming up in just a few moments, the opportunity to try and turn that into a numbers game for Rare. Awesome. You can already see Leanne, he's moving across with iBoy, and they're starting to finally turn their attention towards these objectives that they've been able to pick up.
Wonder if we just get lucky with another Ocean Soul here tonight. We'll see how it goes, but we do have a Cloud
Hey, Cloud's
Dragon.
out of the way.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, Infernal is too, but that's fine. You know, everything's all right in that one. We do get the roam down from Fofo as well as Leanne, but again, it's not set up exactly how they would want to. It's not set up to where they feel confident enough to go for it.
And I don't understand this. Like, we've highlighted without fail, like, how you can play this as Ore, but we're not getting any of it from Leanne. The only thing they could be worried about is a potential Rift Herald play on bot side with Huanfeng, but you have the TP for Cube in the top lane. You can still make these plays happen. Just, I don't know. It feels like Ore, their most dominant trait has been lane advantages in towards objective control, and we're not seeing any of that in this game.
Yeah, it's that solid playstyle. It's as Jensen Go said on Twitter, it's simple but effective. But number 2, because RNG is the first simple and effective. But it's crazy. I mean, we set this out when we were talking about the series in general, where it was this chaotic team coming into a more refined playstyle. As we're saying, Chaos, Emperor's Divide goes just a little bit wide in mid lane against Angel. The setup was there, all 3 members. You had the roam up from Hong. You also had Leanne, but nothing gonna come of it. But to see this kind of playstyle where now it's just kind of like laying back and waiting, it's very interesting from RA in this third game.
I mean, it's giving space to Suning to do exactly what they want, right? When you're looking at this team, we want SFM to get himself towards his stride breaker, get himself into a position where he's going to be nice and strong so we can go for this double dive combo with Angel. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now.
Ben becomes Lightning, starts out the fight, but they just trade positions and Ben goes to his jungler who's on the other side of it.
Yeah, I mean, it might as well be musical chairs with how much actually is in this. So we'll just keep this going as Ben now still threatening though, but we'll just back off. But I want to so we're now hitting a point where we said Suning, they have a stronger mid game. And you're getting these first item completion coming through, like without actually much threat. Is Huanfeng actually going to start moving in towards the mid lane with this Rift Herald, trying to get Angel accelerated towards his item as well, because he's the only one who's really lagging behind due to the matchup. So actually, Angel not going to be able to get any of that, but still, Suning now going to be able to contest towards, third Dragon really well. Divine Thunder for Viego, Stridebreaker nearly done. You're going to have that Hextech Protobelt for this Kali. Like, these item spikes are so crucial for Suning, and Ore just don't match them, right? You've got a Verdant Barrier on Fofo, which means he's delaying that spike. An Immortal Shield Bow is great for iBoy, but I see one item Gwen isn't that threatening in these fights.
I know what I want to see next, Dagda, and it is TP plays towards this bottom side of the map. You've got double TPs available for Angel and Ben. I don't know if we'll actually commit to it. That's just what I want to see. But with the just permanence that Suning has had on the map, yes, we haven't gotten a huge gold lead, right, for them. It's right neck and neck the whole time. But it just feels like Suning have a grip on the map.
Yeah, and I mean, there's not even a rush to make these plays, right? Like, Cube, I actually think a big mistake teleporting to this top side here, because now you don't have a TP for that Dragon in 2.5 minutes. So Bin, oh, well, never mind, Bin just TP top as well. So
He's going to join in the shenanigans.
Doesn't TP top, he just walks top lane, takes a bit of damage on his turret, and then you've got the numbers advantage for that Dragon, but like, hey, what do I know?
Yeah, you're just a wonderful, amazing, big brain color caster. What do you know? You know a lot, Dagda. You know a lot. But
thank you. I appreciate it.
What I don't know is how we have gotten to a point where all these games are going so long without blood, and obviously it lends to the play styles, right? We're getting the similar styles from them, at least, where we set out maybe a little bit different styles from them, but it seems like both teams are kind of playing to the level of each other.
Yeah, I mean, neither of these teams are particularly aggressive in the early stages.
Exactly.
Their first blood participation, atrocious. Jungle proximity, not so hot. You even look at the kills per minute. Nah. Like, there's nothing here that actually is like, oh yeah, we're going to get all this action. And it does lend itself to these kind of games. And again, like, this is feeding in towards Sunin's game plan. Like, not super, super, super late, but they will have now hit these spikes. They've managed to get the objectives in their favor. And honestly, I would not be surprised to see Suning try and contest for this Rift Herald. You have a Kali who's going to be able to roam up. Bane has just got that Divine Sunder and potential dive here on towards Cube.
You have the Paranoia available, always able to join. Ben goes for the early damage, pushing out Cube. Rift Herald's already started by RA, but they've been spotted out now, and they're going to have to get out. Cube by himself, though, in the transition to the Rift Herald, and he just gets the trigger pulled on top of him. Ben picks up the kill.
Yeah, and Rift Herald's still here as well. So Sunami just said, look, they can now fight this. They've hit the point where they're strong. They get the Rift Herald. You put that in mid, and it's a beautiful timing for this dragon that's in 30 seconds. And all, like, yes, you invested a lot of that stuff from like SOFM, Bin with the Heartbreaker, also on committing that Glacial Fissure. But I don't know if you're going to be able to contest this because, again, Cube, he TP'd back top lane. He cannot get to the dragon in time.
And we're just a couple seconds from a potential soul point for Suning. They've been snowballing these dragons. They're also getting the Rift Heralds back and forth. They've gotten every single neutral objective so far, Dagda.
I don't understand why Rare Adam haven't. Priority mid, priority bot, you make the plays. Hong, though.
Oh, he goes over the wall there, has the flash. Back on the other side, back to safety. But finally, RA will take the priority they gain. They'll get an objective for themselves.
I mean, it's 17 minutes, though. I still don't know why this is the first dragon that RA are getting, right? We talked about iBoy Hung. They control that bot lane matchup. They've had push this entire time. Fofo has been destroying the mid lane, but Leanne, oh, got Hung.
My God, no. This is how it happens. This is how it goes down. SOFM dies to Hung.
Finally, we're actually getting these plays. This is what I wanted just like 10 minutes ago. But still, it's actually getting these leads. It's getting this pressure. Cube will get the bottom lane structure. And now we're starting to see this gold coming back into RA. They're getting control. And Suning, because they didn't get that last dragon, means they're not starting to stack these dragons. There's no real fight that they have to worry about. But you can see here, Cube just not respecting where Suning were. Gets caught out and actually gives across the Rift Herald too soon.
It's really unfortunate because I felt like the rest of the team was on the same page. They all knew what was happening there, but just a little bit maybe of miscommunication. Obviously, we don't know the transition there, but it's really interesting to me to see how this game is played out, right? And of course, this is how it would go, right? Like, we had two very one-sided games. Now, as script would have it, we get a very close, tight-knit game at the same moment where we were seeing the game explode the last two times.
And it now is going to come down to, can Suning use the item spikes that they have, or do Rare Adam find a way to slowly draw this game out and find their own advantages? You're looking at Cosmic Drive. Zanya is needed for Cube. Fofo wants to complete this Banshee Veil, work towards a Gnasher's Tooth. iBoy's the only one really who's like kind of hit his stride and is like, okay, this is kind of the level that I stay at for this game.
Oh no, Cube. Okay, can't decide if he wants to stay under tower. Just use the hard miss there. There's a lot of time, the Needlework doing some work here as well. A lot of damage on SOFM. He flashes over the wall. So does Angel. That's a lot of summoner spells burned by the side of Suning.
Yeah, you can see Leanne was considering going over the wall there, trying to make the play, but thinks twice, doesn't want to try and give those advantages to Suning, because again, like, RA's game plan is delay, delay, delay. So if they've shut down the play, that does give them the advantage, and Fofo going to try and get some damage onto this bot tower. No one else in the vicinity, though, means that Fofo can keep himself safe and walk away from the double threat on Suning's side.
Fofo himself has about a 60 CS lead over Angel, which is huge in its own right. You also have a decent CS lead by Ben over Cube in the top lane, but that mid CS lead is much, much bigger. And something I feel like RA could play around, right? You're looking at this late game potential of the Azir as well, and some playmaking. Maybe the first Emperor's Divide didn't go right, but Fofo is going to be set up later on for big ones.
Okay, turret down for Fofo. Mid lane turret is the only is still left standing here. It feels like, at least from my point of view, that like the pressure needs to start moving around the map here for Ore. I want to see iBoy going in towards this mid lane, opening up Hong to start moving around the map. If you can try and create some sort of pressure with the towards this top side, if you can catch Bin, you can take this structure down. The only issue from Ore's side is that Suning just have their teleports up sooner, so the ability for Bin to actually be the one that creates pressure, for them to overload one side of the map, is a lot stronger than you can actually see from Rare Adam right now.
You have a couple item spikes coming across here as well. Second item completed for Fofo. He'll be able to get that Banshee's Veil, a little bit of potential safety there, but iBoy and the rest of the company are in mid, wanting to take that mid outer tower if they can press it up, as they might want to send somebody to deal with Angel on the side. Looks like Fofo's gonna get that job.
God, like, I feel like I'm just kind of standing here with my stick and is like prodding them. Just like, come on, do something.
Do something, bro.
Like,
do something.
Whenever I think, hey, look, you know what? This is how we can start to see some action. They can start to make some plays. They end up just not going for it. Like we've kind of discussed at length. Or having those priorities, could have gone for jungle invades. Could have tried to make these plays towards objectives. We haven't seen it. SOFM now, he's the one that's in control with this Tribe Breaker. You've got these TP plays. Let's start looking to try and put some pressure on the side lanes. You can see Bin is on this top side. Angel had pressure bot. Could have potentially looked to shove that in. But maybe they're considering here, look, we're going to try and heavily push for this top lane tower and see if we can catch some members of Rare Adam out in rotation.
And I think both teams at this point are getting some yellow cards from the referees, because like there's so much left on the table, so much that both these compositions that we set out for, right? SOFM wanted to get involved on this Nocturne. Yes, he has gotten involved, but it's only with 2 assists, and now he's sitting on the Stride Breaker. I would like to see that pushed up a little bit more. I would like to see this Nocturne be a little bit more involved here, but we're just getting this slow, calculated farm style game where you're punishing mistakes, but you're not overextending yourselves, as RA pick up their second dragon.
And I don't really get this from Suning, right? Like, actually, they do get the tower. I wasn't sure if SOFM was backing away before they got the turret, but okay, I take that back. I actually like this from Suning. I thought they were going to trade the tower for the second dragon, which is great, because again, opening up the map, getting more gold for themselves, and then going to be looking towards, in a little bit of time, we're going to fight. But I think from Suning's perspective, they're just sort of running out of time here. If they aren't confident enough to take these fights just yet, it feels like Fofo is going to become too big of a threat. Cube is going to be massive. And yes, iBoy will fall off in relation to Huanfeng, but I don't feel like you have enough of a compositional advantage to be like, no, we can play the late game, when you've got so many options to reset the fights with Fofo and Lian on Rare Adam's side.
And that's the starkest difference for me from that game number 2, is like the reason why they were able to propel that mid game, and especially like find the win so easily for Suning, is Huanfeng had those early kills. That helps a lot in these kinds of situations where you don't have that influx of gold. This is the kind of game you get.
I mean, and you're getting like 2 kills on towards Bin, right? But we actually haven't seen Bin particularly active outside of that. Now, he's got a nice little CS lead for himself and will have the item advantage working towards Hysteric. So in the grand scheme of things, in top lane versus top lane in these 5v5s, Bin's ahead. I still don't think Bin's going to have as much of an impact as people expect, though, traditionally from a Viego, because of the style that Rare Adam are playing. And looks like Rare Adam now just going to try and group up in this mid lane, try and push the wave, and it looks like, again, they're just going to ping-pong the waves. Who would have thought this, Mazel? Oh my God. Look at that beautiful CSing.
It's quite incredible at this point. Honestly, I'm sitting on my edge of my seat waiting for action to happen, but we're not getting it just yet. We are getting the consistent objective trade-offs, at least for both these teams. We've had a Baron on, but again, with the way that we've played this game, there's no way that either of these teams feel confident to go for that just yet.
This actually reminds me of back in spring 2020 with myself and Hysterics. We ended up... Oh, hang on. Ooh. We get blood.
Ooh. Is this going to be it? The Heartbreaker misses. The Needlework, the Flash. No, it's going to go over, and it's Cube that picks it up.
And that's actually a big win for Rare Adam. We just said, hey, Bin's actually ahead in this matchup. He can try and have a bit more of an impact, but Cube manages to outplay the Heartbreaker, dodging away from it, and with Leanne there to support, Bin finds himself in the dirt. Now Cube starting to push in. Maybe Rare Adam start to open up the map a little bit, get some vision deep in this jungle, especially for the dragon that's going to be up in 2 minutes.
You have 3 members of RA in the mid as we go to this replay. A little 1v1 that turns into a 2v1.
Yeah, I mean, even here, like, I think Cube just has this. Like, dodging away from the Heartbreaker, Bin not quite connecting with it, just about gives enough damage, and now, bot side.
Looks like Leanne went in for the fight. Now Angel's in some trouble here. Has the hard miss for Cube, but there's the Glacial Fissure, and Cube just going to be taken out. A little bit of a trade back after they had just taken out Bin. He will fall as well.
I mean, look, you got to go tit for tat here. The whole game has been slow. It's been about trading. You cannot kill Bin and then not expect Cube to give his life over. It's just not fair. That's not the treaty that was set up before this game began.
Hey, all right, we've already broken the treaty. There's 1,000 gold lead in favor of Suning, all right? We were like 200 apiece. Now it's just broken open. Oh, my goodness. Okay. This is why it all went down. We finally get to see it. The TP behind and just the setup from Suning on this play.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I'm going to say now is that, like, you do have that teleport down. And, like, I've kind of been saying I want to see this more 1-3-1 orientated style come out. Simply because, like, Fofo doesn't do as hot in the side lane as someone like Angel. Not in that he, like, can't clear the waves. But if you try and look for these dives with, like, Viego coming in, with the Nocturne coming in, it's really difficult for Nazir to try and hold that side lane. So you can try and play that nice style. Also, double assassins, like, so much damage can come through incredibly quickly. But we're still not going to get that just for the moment. Fofo not opting towards the Nashor's Tooth either. He's going for the Void Staff. He's going very heavily on the damage that comes from his Q, the damage that comes from his ult, and not so much trying to rely on the auto attack basis that we usually see as here.
Gotta see what those Emperor's Divides can do. We have a dragon on the board in 30 seconds, Dagda. RA wanting to make it 3 Ocean Dragons in a row to get Soul Point, but Suning, not having gotten a dragon for a couple rounds this time, need to go ahead and try and force this, right? We've talked about the ticking time bomb that is RA, and that Suning need to get active. They need to get this Nocturne going. They need to get the rest of the team on the same page, but it can't happen here as RA are just fluidly moving around the map.
It's rare that we have a game of the LPL where there's nearly as many dragons as kills, but we are looking at RA now starting up the dragon. This could be the moment. Never mind, it's dead.
Nope, it's gone. Paranoia's already out. Glacial Fissure is used, but Suning are the ones that back away after it. Soul Point secured by RA.
I'm going to get a second stick, Mazel. I'm going to get double poking going.
Yeah,
see if
I can help you there. I'll help you. Yeah. We could just, we'll figure it out. We'll get all the other guys in. I don't know. At this point, it's funny to me, though, because, like, these kinds of games are interesting in their own right, where we're so used to the LPL craziness. We're so used to the bloodbaths that we get consistently in this league. And to see games like this, it makes you pause for a second and kind of appreciate those bloody games, but as well think of the differences in this game and how the teams are approaching it. I think that just gets so fun when you start to think about those interactions.
And it does mean now, though, Rare Atom are on 3 dragons. 3 Ocean Dragons as well. That's so much regen that's going to be coming in from these guys. It makes it nigh impossible to try and push them out of any of these lanes. And as well, when we start to look towards these fights, that regen can play a pretty big influence too. So especially as we start to look towards, you know, dragon number 4 potentially for Rare Atom, that could play a pretty big factor. Also, it gives the opportunity for Rare Atom to play a little bit more greedily towards this Baron, because you've got the opportunity to kind of start an up regen off the Ocean Dragon, and especially when you've got an Azir and a Callista, you do so much damage to this Baron.
Yeah, you really do, and you see Suning want to make sure they don't sneak that one away. Early movement by RA is around that Baron pit, though. You have SOFM going for a bit of an invade here. Pressure on bot lane from Bin. But the next move is on RA's side here. Do they respond? How do they respond? And it looks like it's going to be Cube going to the side lane for now. And the 1-3-1 will continue on.
This is I knew today was going to be slow. I felt like I didn't realize, though, that we're getting all of the action in game 1 and 2,
yeah,
and then just nothing for game number 3.
Is this so fitting, though? Like, that's just how it works. That's how teams work. That's how the mental works, I guess.
All right, RA once again playing over towards this Baron. Again, they can take this so incredibly fast, but they do have to be careful of just getting flanked. Also, just the ability for SOFM and Angel to find these better flank opportunities because of where your position in the pit gets nice and easy. Fofo going aggressive, but Like, there's just nothing hitting. They're just not doing it.
Hey, okay, Ben got red buff. All right, that's a big deal.
That is true.
Ben stole the red buff. That's like the most action we've gotten now. We've gotten 5 kills. We do have the same amount of dragons. I swear to God, if we get more dragons than we get kills at any point in this game, I'm going to be a little upset, but that's fine. I'll get over that.
I mean, look, they had to just, your last cast of regular split.
Of course.
They just wanted to bring you in the best LPL way possible, Our first cast together, we went the distance. I understand, They were like, look, this is the first time we get the Mazel and Dank the duo, the Dazzle duo.
The Dazzle duo.
And we're sitting here, they're like, we don't want this to end. We don't want to separate these two guys. They're in matching colors today.
Yeah.
They're both wearing the navy blue. Like, we need to extend this series on. We need to keep today going. So these two will forever be together and never be separated.
This is where we start the LPL 24/7 network. It's just Dazzle all the time. Us dressed up as Tarek, and that's it.
I mean, I'll let you strike the poses. I don't think I can pull them off as well,
Oh, goodness. But as we do speak about it, we do have about 1 minute and 15 seconds for another dragon. Still, that Baron on the board. So this is a predicament where I wonder, how do we see this dragon play out? Do we see one of these classic baits where, yeah, you can get the dragon, but we get the Baron with all the speed that RA have to take that Baron down? You gotta expect that's in the cards somewhere.
It wouldn't be a bad shout. I actually think that could be something RA go for. The biggest problem for them is just they don't have control of the top lane because the last remaining outer tower as Leon aggressive onto Bin. I don't know if he wanted that trade though.
Yeah, maybe not necessarily. Gonna eat the honey fruit afterwards, but both teams obviously showing that a lot rides on this dragon, right? This is an ocean soul for RA. This is how they get back in the game. This is 4 dragons in a row after losing every single neutral objective up to that point. And if they can do this, it would be a huge resurgence for them. But they're getting caught in the middle ground here because you do also have Angel pushing the side lane, having TP available for him. So how do RA push this? Do they force the fight? It's such a crazy predicament to be in, but it actually looks like Angel's going to be pausing in the lane and waiting for that TP needed to come down. Dragon is spawning now. RA are in front of the pit, but Angel is in the base. We need to keep an eye on the minimap. The TP is not coming down. That's a flank from the Akali. Is this the setup for Suning, or does Angel just get caught out by himself? RA beautifully handle the flank. They know that there's somebody behind them, but there's the paranoia. Doesn't matter if you knew, because Fofo's got a beautiful Emperor's Divide, and RA are sticking together like glue and not separating, not getting pulled apart, but Angel's making a damn good try here, as SOFM and Angel the only ones left. Their health bar is not necessarily the highest, and Cube, the real damage dealer here in this fight, can find an advantage for RA. We finally get blood on the rift, and it might not be stopping. Oh my god, the Zenith play was so close.
And it only gets the goal closer. After the fight's done, the goal is even closer than it was before. But now Angel tries to start with the dragon. He will be spotted on that ward though. Rare Adam aware that this is going down. They still have SOFM. They still have a jungler. And Rare Adam, it looks like they're not going to be able to fight. They're going to give this one up.
Yeah, Hung was here, but he backed off. Now it's about 3,500 health. Hung going for the Hex Flash over. Cube is in the fight. They have taken this, and Cube looking to get the major outplays here. They're committing a TP, and RA has sprung the trap, and it's taken Suning, as now you have On joining, but it's not going to be much. What can a Braum do, as Dragon number 4 goes over to RA?
And that could be the one and done Mazel. That could be the fight, the moment that breaks this open. Ocean Soul now for Rare Adam makes it so much more difficult for Sunni to find these executions, to find the moments to make their composition work. And now Rare Adam are turning over towards the Baron. SOFM still dead.
There is nothing you can really do without a jungler in this moment. You can just try to get into the pit, try to get damage down, but it's already down as the Baron circles around 2,500 health here. There's a lot of poke, but you gotta expect the smite will do it. Baron secured, and RA matching their colors.
A slow and steady take on the Baron, but we'll see it here. This is the disengage that I was talking about. Big Emperor's Divide from Fofo. Sets up perfectly. And even though Fofo dies for it, it's a worthy sacrifice. He's done his job. He's opened up for Cube here on the Gwen to actually finish carrying this fight, and that's all that he needed to do. So well played by Fofo.
This makes me think of that first series we had earlier today where you just have so much absorption in your toolkits across the board, right? You have the Crescent Guard, you have the Hard Miss, you have so much that can absorb that initial intake of damage from Suning that it works out beautifully there. And yes, Suning are almost able to pull it from the brink. Angel on this Akali is insane. He's got 3 kills, right? But is it enough for that 3 items pack? You see RA able to execute beautifully.
And now, again, we opt in towards this invade coming through from Rare Adam. They want to see if they can make a pick on. Is just about to find Leanne, but will eventually back away. Bin, 1v1 against Cube.
He's not going to be 1v1 for long. Paranoia comes out immediately. The stopwatch is going to be used, or the Zanya's rather. Cube's still making something happen here. Still making something happen here as Cube gets one of the kills and makes it completely worth it as they're going to chase down the second. Cube, you're a monster.
Viego just can't match it. Nocturne just can't match it. Gwen is here to stay, and she is taken over in the 1v2. Bin is running for the hills as the rest of RA are looking to crack open the base.
They can get an inhib here, and Leanne is still just chasing down Bin. The base is going down, and they're missing a member. What can they do? Does RA push up here? They have so much strength with this squad. They're looking for the Nexus Towers, but Angel goes in. The Emperor's Divide gonna go wide as well. Cube under towers, just taking the tower down by himself. Now he's gonna go down too, as this is going to be a cleanup by RA. They're on to the last Nexus Tower here, and they have so much sustained damage. They have so much to deal with that Suning just can't handle it. They've got Barret for 40 more seconds, and this could just be the end, Dagda. As Paranoia comes out, they can't see a thing, but they can see the Nexus Towers, and Suning are routed, and RA will move themselves up the standings. Damn, what a series to close us out. RA take the game.
It was long. It was drawn out. It was calculated by RA every step of the way, but they managed to find the late game team fights, managing to find the scaling, and they may not have been able to see the end in those final moments, may not been able to see each other, but they could see the victory in their sights, and they close out the series.
What a series indeed. My goodness, the epitome of what this chaos could have brought us. One-sided to start us off the first 2 games. RA in game number 1 getting huge kills onto iBoy. No, they don't play bot lane is what iBoy said. Well, they played through game number 1. Game number 2. Oh, neither side plays through bot lane. Oh, well, we'll tell that to Juan Fong as he pops off in game 2. And then the just randomness, I feel like, I guess not randomness of that third game where it's just calm, it's quiet, there's no blood, and then it just explodes just like the other games.
And Rare asked them keep their dreams alive of hitting that top 4 spot. They're now going to sit with 10 wins for themselves. And when you look at a lot of those other teams like WE that are sitting up there, they still have to play RNG, top esports, really, really tough competition. There's always the opportunity for them to start leapfrogging ahead.
Look at that gold graph. If that's not the game 3 gold graph that we needed, I don't know what else could be, because holy cow, just to see the back and forth nature of it, how close it was the entire time, and then that explosion you see at the end. Fofo with the most damage done in just about, except for Cube, who had those crazy 1v1s, who had those crazy fights, that both these players are just standouts for me in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it was one, like the late game scaling just coming through so magnificently on both Fofo and Cube. Now, iBoy, you can look at his pit and sandwich and say, look, we kind of expected this. There was no action for the entire time that iBoy was relevant, but we finally get to the end of this. Cube and Fofo look magnificent. They can carry this game across the finish line. God, that was a slow burn, but what a cracker of an ending.
We had so many dragons. We had 4 dragons in a row for RA, which honestly is the craziest part for me, because there were moments where they could have taken early drag. We said that over and over again in the cast. There were moments to be capitalized by both teams, but to capitalize in moments that matter, to close it out like that, and to know that after the Baron buff, after the Ocean Soul, you can just press mid, get picks, use your strength, and continue to press down. Like, that's just insane to me.
Yeah, and we're going to bring up our MVP for this game, Cube on the Gwen. I think after that 1v2,
oh my God.
No one's really surprised, but yeah, the Cube looking really, really good on this Gwen. Right the way up to the ending, finishing off that Cosmic Drive and just being able to power through. And Sunny tried everything. They tried desperately to finish him off, but there was just nothing you can do. The outplay against Bin here in the 1v1 where Lian came in just at the end as well. And as well in these team fights, carrying this last fight against the Dragon when both Aibo and Fofo were just gone.
Yeah, like the Emperor's Divide is huge there, but as well as the Crescent Guard and the Hard Miss right underneath everything just blocks so much of that damage coming through. That's the moment that Suning went forward with it. That's when they were using everything they had. And then this, the pressure put on by a Gwen here with the help of Hung and just being able to utilize the strength when it mattered, right? Like this was such a close game for the entirety of the time, but you hit those item spikes, you know when you're strong, and you capitalize. And look at that beautiful masterpiece at the end.
Yeah, really, really well played. And look, I'm excited now to see as Rare Adam if they can get in towards that top 4 spot, because it really does feel like the dream is still alive. And when they've, I think they've already got, who was it left to play? IG left to play, who have kind of been imploding at the moment. I think it's going to be a pretty nice time for them if they are able to pick up that win, setting themselves onto 11 wins. It makes it so very likely that they are top 4, top 5, which would be a magnificent achievement for not only this iteration of the roster, but for the organization as a whole.
That's what I was going to say, is like being able to jump up that much in one split, right? See the development, and the fact that they're doing it in a different way is what's so impressive to me. We harped on it so much today about, you know, chaos into control, finding that smooth way of playing the game, and it works out so well. And now we get to hear a little bit more from RA, and maybe some of that game plan coming out as we have an interview with iBoy and Wendy.
We have iBoy from Real Atom with us. So congratulations on today's win, and for today's game 1 with your affiliates, you were able to just get call at your starter Atom, and you were able to get 10 layers before 14 minutes. So tell us more about your early game strategy, because we feel like your advantage with your affiliates were able to just read it to all the map. 那首先恭喜你们今天非常顺利拿下了比赛的胜利。那说到今天的第一局比赛，你是拿下厄斐琉斯的之后呢，其实是直接萃取出门，然后在前14分钟就拿到了10层镀层嘛。接下来你的优势就整个扩张到全图，所以说你的可能前期的整体的一些战术思想是怎么样的呢？
主要是厄斐琉斯这个英雄，对面选了EZ跟布隆，就完全没有压力嘛，就一直推线推塔，然后拿龙，推线推塔拿龙，然后就吃了10层镀层。 然后第二把反过来就被对面吃了10人镀层。
So because in game 1, the opponent's team, they have chosen the Azrael and Braum. So with their body, we can just push the lane and to just get some layers from the tower and then control all the drakes and then just repeat this process. So because of this, we were able to just build the leads from the early game. But in game 2, the opponents also did the same thing to us. And you have mentioned the loss of game 2, but after game 2, you have just maintained the same choice, the Kalista and Leona body. So could we know the reason for that, just having this picks again in game 3? 那其实你刚才也提到了嘛，就是第2局其实下路是被对面也是有一些推的比较的难过的，但是呢，你们在第2局结束以后，在下一局却反而继续保持了一个卡莉斯塔和雷欧娜的一个下路组合，然后所以说想问一下，为什么会继续这样的一个下路的选择呢？
其实这2个组合，只要对面打得比较稳的话，效果是差不多。但是我们莱欧娜嘛，就主动一点，可以开团，多了几个主动技能。
So because we think with the Kalista and the Leona Baldio, this can be the similar pick as the opponent's team. But with the Leona, we can be more proactively in the actual game, and with that Leona, he can have some very engaging skills to help the whole team. So that's a reason for us to just maintain these good picks for game 3. And in game 3, because we feel like both teams play quite meticulously and just focus more on the macro. And before 30 minutes. There are only about 5 kills happened overall. So tell us more about your strategies in order to just control all the neutral objectives and what's the tactics from the macro. 那其实说到第3局，感觉你们前30分钟整个打的都是比较的稳健的双方，更多的可能还是围绕着资源，然后来进行一些争夺。然后前30分钟一共大概只有5颗人头的产生，所以说就想问一下，可能你们第3局整体的一些安排是怎么样的呢？
因为第2局我们前期做了一些很冲动的 角色嘛，然后第3局就啥都不想干了，就慢慢的运营，慢慢打。
So because in game 2 we made some mistakes in the early game and we got too aggressively. So in game 3 we just don't want to do any stuff. We just would like to just focus on the macro and just control all the games. But yeah, game 3 is a very clean victory from you guys, and I would like to mention the very crucial team fight, the Drake Soul team fight. So tell us more about that scene. 但是其实第3局最后也是以你们很漂亮的胜利而收尾，而且我觉得特别重要的一波团战也是你们的一个龙魂团，所以当时的一个水龙魂团其实双方也是拉扯的比较久，当时是发生了什么呢？
当时我们阵容的强势期发挥出来了嘛，对面就是也被逼急了，然后硬打了一波团，当时我们都说能赢。
So around that Dragon Soul team fight, because of our characteristics of our draft, we were able to just get some leads at that time, and we just tried to force the opponent's team to have the hard engagement on us. And luckily, we were able to just smoothly win that team fights and help the whole team to win the game. And my last question is, the regular season now is coming to an end, and we have seen the Royal item. You guys really made a lot of progress through this whole journey. So tell us more about the growth as a whole team through this year. 那其实现在我们夏季赛常规赛的一个征程也是基本上要告一段落了嘛，你们之后还有就剩1场比赛了。那我们也感觉到这1年之中，也感觉你们 RA 一点一点的有很大的一个进步。所以说，你能不能分享一下，可能队伍在哪些方面有比较大的成长呢？
主要是我们是个年轻的队伍嘛，前期就是经常会像第2把那么冲动。如果我们能打得像第3把那么平稳的话，我们就算成长。我就希望我们靠这方面成长。
Because we are a very young team, we have so many teenagers in our teams. But sometimes, like in today's game too, we just play too aggressively. So I hope in the future, if we can just play like the game 3, we can play very steady and try to hold our mentality. With that, I think we can make more progress in the future. And definitely congratulations again, and best of luck for the following matchups. 那再次恭喜你们，希望接下来比赛都能加油。And see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Thank you, iBoy. Getting to hear a little bit from the man himself there, but what a series it was. Just hearing those little smirks and the pauses to think. You gotta think it was a little bit mentally wearing here in this one.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I mean, that was a grueling 3-game series and a long last game as well.
Yeah, it was. And we're going to take a look back at the journey we've taken on this day 1 of week 9 in the LPL summer split. It's been a fun one. We got to go the distance, all 6 games across the board. Ultra Prime do fall to BLG, who secure themselves a playoff berth, and RA move themselves up to 4th place with a win over Suning 2-1.
Massive win for RA. As you said, like going to that 10th place, or well, 10 wins, taking that 4th place spot, potential to go to 11 if they're able to take down IG, could see them hold steady in that top 4 spot.
As we do see the standings as well, things are getting pretty locked up here, and unfortunately one little name left out there in the 11th spot. Got to see how that works out. JDG definitely don't want to be a team that's left out of the standings, but it's looking like it, as the standings of the top teams, the playoff teams, are getting solidified here towards the end of week 9.
Yeah, our spring split final, well, a winner from 2020, our summer split finalists from 2020, our world's representative from 2020 is potentially not going to see themselves in playoffs, and all it takes is one win from Top Esports to stop all that, and it's really not looking good for JDG.
It's not at all. It's talking about Top Esports. They're going to be up against the surging OMG to kick us off tomorrow, and then RNG continuing their win streak, hopefully, against Team WE to finish us off.
It's going to be such a sick day. I am so excited for it tomorrow. It feels weird that this is on a Tuesday because there's so many good games that
going
are
up on a
but
Tuesday.
You do not want to miss it.
Yeah, you definitely don't. Honestly, this entire last week, like, just go look at the schedule, go look at the games, because they're all insane. Like, even the ones that are towards the bottom of the standings are still fun because you get to see a lot of the strength the LPL shown through those games. But Man, Dagda, it has been a fun one for sure. I think that this series is definitely a nice capper to it. It has been an absolute pleasure to cast alongside you, Dagda, and gotta say the Dazzle duo is looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and it's great to have finally got the opportunity to cast with you. And what a day to kind of reel that first day in.
It is indeed. Well, that's going to be it from us. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Got to give a huge shout out to the production team behind the scenes. They make us look so good. But thank you all to the audience for tuning in, and we'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift.
I ain't looking for no wifey, but you're trying to entice me. No way, I see PJ, cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, I'm calling late. I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick, cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you.